Mayor Savage, you're good to go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. This is our council meeting for October the 1st, 2024. It'll be the last council meeting of the 2020 to 2024 council term, barring anything unforeseen. I'm sorry that it has to be virtual. I think we all prefer to be together and have people come down to City Hall. But we're getting the chamber ready, the new council. And so we will make this work. I want to thank the clerk's office, Ian, and all the team for all the work they put into to make this happen. I want to begin by acknowledging the land we're on. This is Mi'kma'ki, the traditional, the unceded lands of the Mi'kmaq people. Our municipality acknowledged the peace and friendship treaty signed in this territory and recognized that we're all treaty people. And on this one day after the day yesterday that we commemorated, it's important to mention that and to keep it in mind throughout the year. Okay, so this is kind of, we haven't done this for a couple of years, so we're going to go through and make sure that we have each person ready to go for the council meeting. And I'm just going to make sure that everybody can be seen and heard, beginning with our deputy mayor, Daigle Gammon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and colleagues and staff and anyone from the public that's here. It's a bittersweet kind of moment in a meeting, but we're ready to go.
Awesome. Councillor Hensby.
President accounted for, also want to acknowledge today, October 1st is Treaty Day in Nova Scotia, that we are all treaty people.
Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for the work that you have done over the number of years, but I'm here today. And I think you can hear me.
We can, thank you. Councillor Purdy. Councillor Purdy.
Mayor Savage, Councillor Purdy's indicated she'll be joining the meeting in progress.
Councillor Austin.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, ready to go.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Mayor and colleagues, ready to go. I believe a long-time tradition is that the very last meeting that a mayor chairs, that the tradition is that mayor buys muffins for everybody, including staff.
I will do that for everybody who's here at City Hall, for sure. Thank you. Councillor Mason. Councillor Mason is attending some events on behalf of me today. Perhaps he'll be joining us later. Councillor Smith.
Hello, folks. Happy to be here. I'll be down for a muffin soon.
Councillor Cleary.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. And I am in City Hall, so I may have to drop down for a muffin as well.
To see the clerks. Councillor Morse.
Good afternoon from Clayton Park. Good to see everyone's faces. Glad to be here this afternoon.
Councillor Cuttle.
Good afternoon from District 11, Spryfield, Sambro Loop and Prospect Road, and glad to see you all.
Councillor Stoddard.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's sunny here in Timberley, Lakeside, and Beachville, and also in Clayton Park West. Glad to be here and see everyone. Thank you.
Councillor Lovelace.
Good afternoon, bonjour à tous. Really happy to be here, coming to you live from downtown Hammond's Plain.
Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from beautiful Beaverbank.
Councillor Russell.
Good afternoon from Lower Sackville, arguably the best district in HRM.
Councillor Outhet.
I'm going to dispute that last comment, but I am here and pleased to be here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm here. I'll just check, make sure our PAO was with us. Kathy O'Toole.
Good afternoon. I'm here at City Hall.
Thank you. And who do we have in the legal chair today?
Josh Judah, and I'm here in the clerk's office.
Thank you very much, Josh, for joining us today. Okay, well, this is our last meeting before we have an election. There's 3 members of council, 4 members of council, myself and 3 others who are not reoffering. And so the tradition is that we will give them an opportunity to say a few words on the occasion of their last meeting. Again, it's a real shame that we're not doing this in person. But nonetheless, Councillor Outhitt, who was first elected around 1980 or something like that. Councillor Outhitt, I'm going to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm not sure why I'm not showing up on camera, but hopefully you can hear me and maybe it's a blessing. First of all, I want to start by thanking you for and to say what an honor and a privilege it has been to serve with you and what an outstanding job you have done. I want to take a few minutes. I was asking for 2 minutes per year, but I'll try and keep it to less than a minute per 16 years here. It's interesting on a personal level. I was feeling rather nostalgic and perhaps a bit emotional last night. And I obviously wanted to start by thanking my family and all the residents and teams that supported me over the years. We had a lot of fun in the early days in our elections, and we were the first really to use YouTube. And we invented what we called Tim TV. And that's still available out there if you search. On a personal level, over these 16 years, we've lost Sandra's dad. We've lost my mother. My wife finished her PhD. The girls graduated from high school, got their undergrad degrees. They're working, and one of them has a master's and working on her MD, and the other has beaten cancer, as we all know. And thank you so much for your tremendous support when our daughter was going through that, and she's now completing her master's. Past and present staff, I cannot say enough good, and we'll all be saying this, I'm sure, when we in our comments. But we would be so lost without the incredible guidance that we received and support that we received from staff. I have daily contact, I would think, from public works and parks, planning and development, traffic services, parking, police, fire, finance, transit, clerks and legal, all these folks who take my calls and emails regularly and have been so helpful. And it's been quite a ride. It's been 5 CAOs between CAOs and acting CAOs, 4 police chiefs, 3 fire chiefs, 3 auditor generals, at least 5 planning and development directors, 4 CFOs, and 3 lawyers, senior lawyers. There have been some wonderful things and some negative things. I'm going to concentrate mainly on the pros, and the pros far outnumber the negatives. We'll start with the negatives just for a moment because we had things like the concert scandal. We had the Occupy movement. We had the sewage plant failure. We had Brindy the dog in the 2000 emails I got when I was first elected. We had a situation with the previous CAO and a CFO. We had the snow Armageddons and the terrible conditions of 2015. We rose to the challenge of a pandemic as a municipality and a council and as a community. And we've survived floods and fires. On the pro side, we have a smaller, far more functional council than when I arrived. We continue to have incredible staff and colleagues. We've acknowledged the challenges of climate change. We've passed things like Halifax. We're making progress long overdue on Cogswell Interchange. We've recognized and acted on truth and reconciliation. We've passed HRM by design. We built an oval. We built a central library. We had tax freezes for 3 years while still continuing to pay down our debt and top up our reserves. We have got involved with housing and homelessness assistance. We built a convention center that now breaks even and puts millions of dollars into downtown businesses every year. We had the fastest growing downtown for a while after it being a hole back when a hole when no development happened when I was first elected. We passed the IMP, the Integrated Mobility Plan, the Rapid Transit Strategy. We did a thorough deep dive into commuter rail and the chances of bringing that back. We've started doing things like complete communities and complete streets. We have done speed and traffic calming where in the past we were years behind other districts. And we've made significant improvements and upgrades to crosswalks to improve that we are serious about public and traffic safety. In District 16, you've heard me say this, we built 2 towns. We've improved traffic. We've created traffic, but we've improved transit. We have created a lot of road improvements. We've incredible improvements to DeWolf Park. We've had a new community center built, an artificial turf field built, a cafetorium built, a 4-pad arena built, tennis and pickle ball facilities built. The LeBrun Center has been upgraded and remains open and will continue to be improved. Many new playgrounds and upgrades. Bedford Days is bigger and better than ever. Rouge and Blanc continues. Light Up Bedford Parade continues. The new library and the ferry terminal on our beautiful to-be waterfront have been announced. We continued to listen to people's concerns on development and strike compromises between developers and local residents. And we have tied in our growth with improvements to infrastructure and did things such as the capital cost charges, the CCCs. We were involved with the Cenotaph improvement projects, countless crosswalk and sidewalks improvements. Sandy Lake Park has increased by almost 25% during my time on council and will shortly be improved again. And today we are going to talk more about a pump track in the district, and we have new owners of the teachery that will maintain it and restore it to its original glory. It's been quite a ride, Mr. Mayor, and I wouldn't have missed it for the world. I think that we have come a long way, and this council and previous councils under your leadership deserve a lot of credit, as do staff, as does the private sector, who have really come alive as well to make our downtown and our communities the vibrant state they are today. Thank you for this opportunity, and thank you all for your tremendous support over the last 16 years. Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you very much for that. That was very well said. Very touching. We're going to go to a couple of councillors who were elected in 2016. I'm going to begin with Councillor Blackburn. You know, we're going to miss the bunker. We're going to miss the smiles. We're going to miss her. Councillor Blackburn, do you want to say a few words on the occasion of your last council meeting?
You're muted, Lisa.
Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. I'll ask Ian for the slide deck. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this opportunity to say a few words of thanks for the last 8 years, which I would say probably some of the most impactful years of my life so far. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership style. I don't think my success at this table would have been possible without that guidance and support that you routinely offer. Next slide. Now, looking back, I'm first struck about how incredibly unlikely it is that I ended up here in the first place. This was never, ever part of the plan. And I still say I'm not a politician, but I guess I've been dragged into this kicking and screaming. Next slide. Of course, as time went on in my first career, I realized that the public service aspect of my time in radio was more valuable to me than any newscast or story that I produced. Next slide. And you would see that many years of volunteer work in the community and seeing the frustration of residents led to the decision to run for council in 2016. Next slide. So that first election was about as grassroots as it goes. Mom was the official agent, Dad was the campaign manager, and my husband was in charge of signs. But with only a few dozen votes to spare, we made it over the finish line, and I was officially a city councillor. Next slide, please. Thank you so much to the residents of Beaverbank, Lucasville, Upper and Middle Sackville for putting your trust in me, not once, but twice. That alone has been honor enough, but I've had the opportunity to experience so much in this position, experiences that could never be replicated out in the real world. Next slide, please. Community has always been at the heart of what I do and what I will continue to do, and especially new Canadians. The Halifax of today looks nothing like the Halifax I grew up in, and that couldn't make me happier. Next slide, please. The people I have been able to share this experience with has been the highlight of my time on council. From my council colleagues who have been nothing but supportive and caring, to the amazing staff at HRM, I have no words to describe their dedication to service and their professionalism. And I'll be thanking you personally in the coming weeks. Next slide. Don't we look young in that other slide? Lindell, like, my God, that was taken before Lindell had gray hair.
Right.
In the last 8 years, I've been privileged to have some once-in-a-lifetime experiences, from acting roles in local theater. Had the opportunity to be a runway model. I was the target of elementary school kids with cream pies, and even got to dress as a pirate to host the recent police governance conference. Next slide. Of course, some of the most challenging times were during disasters, when we were all called on to serve at a higher level. These were the times that I was in absolute awe of our staff and the professional way that they worked for all residents of HRM. Next slide. In November of 2019, I was honored to be voted in as deputy mayor. Now, of course, the joke would ultimately be on me, because the world shut down a mere 4 months later. That's when COVID arrived, of course, and what I missed out on with ribbon cuttings and banquet speeches and events was soon replaced with emergency press conferences, conference calls 7 days a week until the municipality had a handle on the situation, and I would not change 1 minute of that experience. Next slide, please. And while I'm very proud to have been involved in some of our big transformational projects like Halifax, Moving Forward Together, and Center Plan, it is the community level projects that I will remember the most. Being able to enshrine the historical boundaries of Lucasville, put some legislative guidelines around both vehicle booting and flyer delivery were important to me, and was so glad that I was able to do something with that. The accomplishment, of course, I'm most proud of is the work that staff did over a number of years to bring in a bylaw that better protects the residents of land lease communities. Next slide. So, what have we learned in the past 8 years? Well, first of all, and most important, nothing is as easy as it seems. I had no idea that the fix for a pothole was so incredibly scientific. I will never look at snowfall the same way again. And most importantly, I think I've learned that working together is the only way to accomplish our shared goals. Next slide. And finally, I save the final words for my family, who were my first debate partners, the first to encourage me to run, and the first to step up to help. None of this was possible without you, all of you together, and thank you. Next slide, please. And with that, Mr. Mayor, I turn it back over to you, with thanks and the ultimate in gratitude.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. At least I see some smiling faces. The sadness of not all being together is that we can't really applaud for things like that. Yeah, do it that way, Councillor. Snap the fingers. Councillor Lindell Smith got elected while he was in high school 8 years ago, and has served 2 terms with us on council, making a mark not only here, but nationally, and I think internationally as well, through his work with FCM and others. Councillor Smith, do you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also thank you to my 2 colleagues, Tim and Lisa. Lisa, I partly wanted to email the mayor to make sure I speak before Lisa, because I knew she'd be a class act. But that's okay. I'll try my best to follow her. So as everyone else said, like, Mr. Mayor, you've been a great colleague and a mentor and a leader for me and others on council. So I just give a big thank you to you. And I remember the time I came into your office and said I was thinking about running. You're like, all right, do it. And look where we are today. So thank you from the beginning until now. as mentioned to staff, I really think that residents don't realize how hard our staff work every day through all departments, from senior leadership down to interns. We have some of the most amazing staff who work their hardest and try to do their best every day, and just always very thankful for them. And through the years, I've made some great relationships with staff and some friendships as well. So just, really big shout out to all the folks out there, our council support who supports all of us counselors and stops us from looking like chickens with our head chopped off. They, keep us going. They feed us. They let us know when we need to slow down. So, again, like council support, and I've had many support coordinators over the years. So thank you to everyone for their support. And also, City Hall staff, like commissioners, thank you over the years. Also our custodians, who I've made some great friendship with as well, who keep the building clean and also add some lighthearted laughter as well. If you ever get a chance to connect with them, they're great. To the residents, I got elected at 26 years old, and in election years, that's a baby. And I'm really thankful that the patience that most residents had with me when I first started this crazy gig as a politician, but even to today, the patience, times when I went on leave, and residents understanding that, and my colleagues as well as helping support that. But residents who are the ones who tell us when we're doing bad most times, but also sometimes telling us when we're doing great. And that is just all part of growth. So I thank all the residents for their support, for their non-support, for their criticisms, because it just allows me as a person to grow, to understand different perspectives, and to just be a better counselor. So I really do appreciate that. And I know I have about 27,000, but there's one in particular that I think I want to highlight, and I know who's watching today, Mr. Graham Hicks. Thank you. We've created a friendship over the years, and lots of drives home after council meetings, and learning about you and in your life. And I don't know how many council meetings that you attended, but thank you for just being an involved member. And I'll miss our drives, but if you need a drive, just give me a shout. I'll make sure you have my number. I also want to think about and reflect on the good things that have happened. Over the years, through district capital, almost $500,000 has gone to nonprofits in the district. Thinking about the difficult conversations, thinking about the work that was done around the social procurement, the social framework, thinking around the work that was done in Africville, Fort Needham. Mr. Mayor, I think I still got wet socks from our health explosion ceremony where it poured, but we stood there proud and made sure that we completed that event. So it's been an honor to represent the community that I grew up in, and I'm raising my family in. My daughter was 7 when I got elected. She's now first year high school, 15 years old, a little guy, first District 8 born counselor, baby, 1.5 now, and it's very exciting to also have a family and raise them in the area that I represent. And a big shout out to the organizations throughout the years who have supported me and also supported residents in the district. Big shout out to them for all the work they do every day in supporting our residents and when they're in most need. So, I'll be riding off to the pastures, maybe sitting on a beach with Mike somewhere, who knows? But I'll be thankful very much. And for the next counselor, it's a tough gig, but it's rewarding gig. You got a good group of colleagues. I'll miss sitting next to my colleague, Mr. Mason, who for a quick fact for folks, gave me my first job ever when I was in junior high at Halifax Pop Explosion. Folks didn't know that, so way I'll miss hearing that you have no emails. even though I won't. And also the solicitors, my position, if we were in council, I could show you, but my position is very interesting because I get to sit next to the solicitors. So I get a lot of information and a lot of little side jabs from our solicitors. I won't say any names, but I get to bug them a lot and hear what's happening because of that position. So I also miss being in that position as well in our council chambers. And finally, my family from the beginning who's been supportive. My mom, who wasn't sure at the beginning, but she was just trying to protect her son because she didn't want the politician to be slung through the mud. But she's been a huge supporter. My father, my family, my daughter, my son, my partner, everyone's been really supportive to making this really tough job, really demanding job, late nights, early mornings, long days, in understanding that and being supportive. So just thank you to family who just continue to understand, and I look forward to being able to go to a grocery store and not walk on eggshells. Usually those trips last longer than they should. So can't wait for that. Can't wait to enjoy snow and not think about my phone. And I just really look forward to supporting the next counselor in district and to make sure that they're successful and to continue all the great work. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, colleagues.
Well, thank you very much. I think that Timmy and Lisa and Lindell, you'll be missed on council. As we all know, nobody's indispensable, but you've all been stalwart counselors, and it's been a pleasure to see you work. I'll say a few words. I feel like I've been given too many opportunities already to express my appreciation for the past 12 years. At dinners, breakfast, meetings, gatherings, and other occasions. My strongest feeling, though, after 3 terms as mayor, is one of gratitude to all of those who've been part of the experience. To my council colleagues since 2012, thanks for your support, your dedication to council and to our municipality. Thank you for your agreement, and thank you for your disagreement. Both have helped me in innumerable ways. Mostly, I thank you for your commitment to your community. Few would know or appreciate the workload that you have all taken on as councillors. We now have more MPs representing us in Ottawa than ever before in HRM, and more MLAs representing us in the legislature. But we have many fewer regional councillors than ever. That means more work, bigger districts, more constituents, and with relatively small staff support, dedicated staff support. It has been a pleasure to work with every one of you and to see the effort that you put in to making us better. To our staff at HRM, I've been so proud to be part of this amazing team. The 3 words, best professional advice, don't seem to cover it. The 3 CAOs I've worked with, Richard Butts, Jacques Dubé, Kathy O'Toole, thank you. To so many senior leaders and hardworking people throughout this organization, I have been impressed, and it has been an honor to serve as your mayor. I believe we can share achievements that we can all look on with pride and appreciation. And I know that work will continue. I particularly want to just acknowledge in times of crisis that when we work with people who keep us safe and keep our communities functioning, it's an extraordinary thing to see. I want to thank FCM, led in my early days by Brock Carlton and now by my good friend Carol Saab. It's been an honor to work with Carol and other fellow mayors, especially the Big City Mayors Caucus. Our meetings were a masterclass in how to put purpose into politics. Municipal government in Canada faced inherent challenges, but I think we have the right people to survive and to succeed. I want to say thank you to this wonderful community and the organizations that work here every day to make it better. As mayor, we've partnered on many community sector initiatives: housing, food security, social inclusion, diversity, human rights, economic development. You are the soul of our community, and you do so much with so little, and I can't thank you enough. I also want to acknowledge those in the media who have dutifully covered council. I fear for the future of local journalism and for the great people in it. I've always respected the role of journalists. I've always let them do their part, and I tried to do mine. I will always remember the late, great Rick Howe telling me after he retired when he was sick. He said, "Mike, you always answered my questions, even when I know that you didn't want to." And I appreciated that very much. I have few complaints about the way I've been covered. I've been well treated. To those who worked in my own office, I can hardly express my appreciation. Sean joined me a few months after I was elected. Her incredible insight, wisdom, and optimism were always front and center. She won her share of the arguments because she was usually right. I can say that now, but she knows it anyway. To my office team, I'm so grateful. I don't have any idea how Kelly managed the mayor's schedule. I truly don't. Somebody asked me the other day, what concerns you the most about life after mayor? Is it having things to do? And I said, no, I'm not concerned that I won't have things to do. I'm just concerned that I won't get there at the right time or be in the right place because I haven't got Kelly helping me out. To the rest of the team, Brenda, who's been here so many years and is still amazing, John Wedderburn, to Holly, who's been working with us in the last couple of years, to Barb, and to Devon, thank you very much. I always wanted to make sure that my staff worked well with the councillor's office, the clerk's office, the CAO's office, and every other department in this organization. And I think we have been respectful, committed, and productive, true public servants. We've worked with all orders of government, of all political stripes, and we've always put people first. I've had the chance to speak about my family in a number of venues, and I doubt any of them are watching now, so I'll be quick. My parents passed away before I was elected to Parliament, but they've been with me every day. My brothers and sisters have been there throughout my life, helped when necessary, and have always been supportive. My children are my motivation, and I could not be prouder of Emma and Connor. They never asked to be part of a public life, but they never let me do it alone. And Darlene, the center of my life for 37 years of marriage and before, I'm going to let you in on a secret. She's not a huge fan of politics, but I would not be in here without her. I may not know that much, but I know how important she is to me, and I look forward to spending the rest of our lives together. Still, for us, it's a new journey, and I welcome it completely. I've said many times, this is the best job I've ever had in my life. I thank everybody who allowed me to do it. It has truly been my privilege. Okay, we got some work to do now, folks. Community announcements and acknowledgements. I saw Councillor Kent hop into the chat screen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just wanted to note that this is the first time for me as far as getting reelected in council. So, the election, the end of the era of the first term. In the legislature, there was no niceties, not one bit. It was jump in, get her done, and move on to the next whatever. So I want to acknowledge certainly and wish Lindell and Lisa and Tim, and certainly our esteemed Mayor Mike, all the best to wherever your journey takes you. It has been an absolute pleasure to work with you, work beside you, work because of you, work, and you know what, form friendships, and some of which well, all of them I hope will be lasting. The other piece I want to speak to today, before we wind this last term up, is the significance of us achieving gender parity, and this may be the beginning of what I hope will continue to be a gender equal experience here in council. But if either way, wherever this goes, which I hope it goes that way, but wherever it goes, I want to express to my colleagues all around the table of what I believe is significant contribution to the work that we have done here because of the parity, different perspectives, different tolerances, different emotional pieces, which we often relate emotion to not being welcome in the workplace. But I believe it's very, very important, certainly important to the work that we do. We bring our hearts into these jobs, every one of us at this table. And the the impact and the role modeling and the presence of a gender diverse council on our young men and young women and other of all ages really in the public to consider this role. I just want to remind folks of that impact and thank each and every one of you for your contribution here. Know that it was valued, know that it will be valued in the future. And I really think it is an important piece to speak about today. Lastly, I'm just going to make the announcement that on Saturday, Station 16 will be hosting their firefighters open house. So hoping to see the folks of District 3 come down and enjoy some fun and get to know your firefighters. Thank you very much and see you around.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kent. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's truly been an honor and a privilege to serve with this council. And Mr. Mayor, you know that I've said to you more than one time that was a bucket list to work with you in regional council, and truly an honor to be your deputy mayor. Very much. And to my mentors like Lindell and Tim and Lisa, you guys have always been there when I needed you. And I thank you so very much. So good luck to everyone that's on the ballot and wanting to come back. I would also like to say happy 100th birthday to Ruth Swimmer, who turns 100 on October 4th. So we're going to go down and give a presentation, which will be great. And the whole weekend is really about the rural part of the district. Tomorrow night at the Musquodoboit Valley Bicentennial Theater, there's a tribute to Gordon Lightfoot. If you haven't got tickets and you need a break from campaigning, it's a good place to drop in. And the Upper Musquodoboit Harvest Festival and Supper is Saturday evening. And in the afternoon, of course, it's the exhibition, Harvest at the Exhibition, and a big car show on Sunday afternoon. So lots of stuff happening in the rural part of District 1 this weekend. Hope to see some of you there, maybe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank everybody in this last council meeting of this term. Working with you has been phenomenal. We have had some incredible challenges together, starting with COVID, 6 months after I got elected, and then continuing for a couple of years, trying to figure out the virtual everything and the do everything from home when we knew that we weren't able to, and then we absolutely had to. The wildfires, the floods, and also as soon as I got elected, the population growth that we have been experiencing has applied incredible difficulties and incredible pressures on absolutely everything that we have done. So I'm pleased that we've made the progress that we've made, and I'm thankful to have done it all with you. And I appreciate all of the discussions, all of the deliberations, all of the debate, all of the agreements and the disagreements that we've had around the table. So thank you all for what you have brought, and thank you especially, Mr. Mayor, for leading us through it. I think we're in a far better place because you have been where you are. As far as community announcements, on Wednesday evening, tomorrow night, the Sackville Sports Heritage Hall of Fame is having an induction ceremony. These are the folks who have plastered the side of the inside wall of the sports stadium with those in Sackville who have brought something memorable to the sports environment here in Sackville. And so their annual induction ceremony is tomorrow night. There is a Valley Veggie Market being headed up by the Cobequid Food Security Network. And this is from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. on Friday at Knox United Church. On October 5th, Saturday, at the Kinsman Community Center is the Sackville Rivers and Association Dinner and Auction. This is always a good time. You are still able to get tickets, I believe. Visit sackvilleRivers.ns.ca. On October 17th, that's Thursday, at the Sackaway Canoe Club, the Fultz House Heritage Dinner is going to be held, and I think you can also get tickets to that. That is at fultzhouse.ca. Those are always fun, seeing more of what our history has. And I would take us back to the irony of this being a meeting virtually, where we had so many meetings in person, but we started meeting virtually, and we're closing it out meeting virtually. It is amazing to be back in this format. I don't know. It's been a good 4 and 5 years, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It is the 6th anniversary of the death of firefighter Kyle Curry. Kyle is a Dartmouth boy. He doesn't live that far from where the mayor and I live. And, since 2016, since I was elected, we've lost 4 firefighters. Kyle's family started a charity called Fight for Life, where they raise money to support firefighters in their need of mental health support. And I believe as a municipality, we truly need to step up and provide the mental health support that our firefighters require. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. And Councillor Russell took some of my lines, the irony of this being on the online meeting of how we started as this term of council and how we're going to end. So I won't wax on about that, but to you, Mike, personally, it's been a privilege to serve with you. We've known each other even before politics, going back to the church, I guess you could say, and your father being a Sunday school teacher of mine. And a lot I can say, but I won't, because I think it's the times we can share that together some other time on friendlier territory, I guess you could say. But I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues of council that were served with this past 4 years. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I hope to return and see some new faces around the table, which I can help shepherd and navigate along the way. But I just want to wish everybody the best of luck in their campaigns, and look forward to the new council if I have the privilege and honor to do so. But right now, I'd like to give some community announcements. Coming up tomorrow evening, Wednesday, October 2nd, the Sheet Harbor and Area Chamber of Commerce are having its monthly meeting. It's a very important session to be at. It's held at 7 o'clock at the Lions Center on Sheet Harbor. Coming up on Thursday, October the 3rd and October the 10th, the municipality is having some open houses with the second public consultation in regards to the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center. So on Thursday, October the 3rd, there's going to be a session from 5 o'clock to 7:30. And on Thursday, the 10th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So an opportunity for the public to come see what the consultants and the architects have devised from the input from the first sessions, to see how they're able to transform those suggestions and ideas into a conceptual plan for the Eastern Shore Lifestyle Center. Coming up on Saturday, October the 5th, from 11 to 4 at Memory Lane in Lake Charlotte, is the Forestry Festival. It's a free admission event, so it's a lot of fun to come on down and wear your plaid and have some great experiences there. Also, the Thanksgiving Day weekend coming up, October the 12th and October the 14th. There's a couple of Thanksgiving Day dinners. The Muscat Albert Harbor Lions will be having theirs on Saturday the 12th. It's with a free will offering, as well as the Balcom Center in Port Dufford will be having theirs on Monday the 14th at their facility. And lastly, on Wednesday, the 16th of October, the Nova Scotia Department of Community Culture and Heritage and Tourism will be having an grant information session at the Lions Center in Muscat Albert Harbor, or 2 sessions, one in the daytime, one in the evening. So I encourage all community groups, organizations, or looking at provincial grants applications to come to this information session to learn more about theirs opportunities. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Godspeed to everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have the video? Showed.
Just working on queuing it up right now, Councillor.
Okay, while that gets loaded up really quickly, so I'm just going to show a video. So a few weekends ago, we had the opening for the redoing of the basketball courts at the George Dixon Center. This is in partnership with an organization called Buckets and Borders in Canada Basketball. And it was a great event where community came out. We spent about 3 weeks painting, community members coming out and getting the work done. So really this quick video just shows the opening event of the basketball courts, and you get to see all the smiling faces from the neighborhood. So I'll just show it and leave it there.
Pretty awesome.
Not sure why there's no sound, but we'll just look at it. I guess I should be doing like commentary why this happens since we don't have anything to say. That was the All-Star basketball game where my team won. Community members enjoying their time. That was Shay Colley, who was an Olympian. She was there. She was our coach for one of the teams. Some of the folks who helped the project, Coach K. Most folks know who Coach K is. And that was the end of the All-Star game. So again, big thank you to all the community members, also staff who were very gracious in making this happen. And there's another one happening in Highland Park. So if you go on Shape Your City and look up Highland Park basketball court upgrades, another project is also happening there. So if folks want to get involved and see something exciting. So thank you again, Mr. Mayor.
Lindell, how many points did you get, bud?
I had a good 6.
Whoa, what a boy. What a boy.
Councillor Lovelace.
That was cool. Well done, everyone. Great job. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the last 4 years. It's been quite an incredible experience coming into council during COVID and drinking from the fire hose for the first year. You know, that was quite an experience. But I want to say how grateful I am to all of you for all of your mentorship, for your advice, for your insight, for sharing your wisdom, perspectives. So greatly appreciated. And I also appreciate Vinod being a counselor that was appointed in my second year to serve as deputy mayor for regional council. That was a great privilege and honor, and I sincerely appreciate that. Wow. I do have a community announcements, but before I get there, I just want to say how important it's been to work together with the province to address homelessness. I think we've done an incredible job moving the needle on that. And in addition, I think we've done an incredible job recognizing our need to step up in times of emergency. The community was incredible during the wildfire, or Halifax fire, police, RCMP, HRP, search and rescue, SPCA, EMO, everybody was amazing. And I recall it was about the 3rd week of June, and I was on the phone trying to figure out how to get trees planted after the wildfire. We didn't know at that point in time that there would be 3 million trees that would be harvested and removed from the wildfire area. But we did know that we needed trees. And I'm so pleased that the province, through Clean Foundation funding and Thrive Nova Scotia and Northern Pulp, I was on the phone with Northern Pulp in June 2023 saying, save us some little baby trees so we can plant them. And, you know, I think it's been incredible to see those trees being planted now. And that community has the opportunity to be involved in that. And that's one of the reasons why I got involved in local government, was so community could be involved. And when I look at the changes for Upper Hammonds Plains for the zoning, I look at the changes for the fire station, the creation of a youth center there, and I look at the World Sailing Championship that we had here in St. Margaret's Bay. Community has been at the center of all of that. So I just really wanted to thank all of the organizations, the nonprofits who have been pulling together community to make change. And very pleased I was at the event with Habitat for Humanity 2 weekends ago, I think it was. And they even shifted so that they could help people who lost their homes destroyed in the wildfire. And they're rebuilding a home in Hammonds Plains. And I'm so pleased with everyone who has worked with me as a counselor for District 13. And I commit to helping all of the other 4 counselors, because District 13 has been split in 4, to be able to be there to answer their questions and to guide them into their term so that it is a successful handover. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership, for your mentorship, and for your trust. And I sincerely appreciate your friendship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? If not, if I missed anybody, go easy on me. I'm getting used to this again. I do want to just acknowledge that, you know, we had the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation yesterday. Today is Treaty Day in Nova Scotia. But October, all of October is Mi'kmaq History Month, first proclaimed by my father, then Premier John Savage, and Grand Chief Ben Syllaboy. And it's an opportunity for people to understand more about the relationship between that the Mi'kmaq have in the history, and let forge a better future out of an imperfect past. Okay, folks. Well, that was something. Okay. Approval of minutes. Does somebody want to move the approval of the minutes?
Hello,
of September
sir.
3 and 10? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Hensby. Clerk, how do I do this? Just ask if anybody is opposed?
Correct.
Anybody opposed? Okay, minutes are done. We'll move to the approval of the order of business, additions, deletions. I'll go to the clerk first.
There is one added item from the clerk's office today. It is Halifax Water Cogswell Energy Systems non-mandatory zone. There are no other recommended changes from the clerk's office for this meeting.
All right, so we'll add that. Do I need approval on that, Ian? Anybody opposed to adding that? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I would like to bring information item 4, Fall River Water Extension, to the next meeting, please.
That'll be done. Thank you.
And hopefully I'll be there with it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I know I won't. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So I believe this is the right time, right, clerk, to look for, okay, so I'm asking council if they would indulge me in adding an item, it's titled Richmond Yards Building RA, affordable housing units. And the clerks have this item.
Okay, has that been circulated, Mr. Clerk? Councillor Smith is asking that this motion be brought forward for this meeting.
Sorry, I can share the motion with everyone. We would circulate it after it has been added. I will post the motion in the chat right now.
Okay, so we're posting a motion from Councillor Smith that he would need consent to be added to the agenda.
And then happy to speak more on it if you indulge in allowing this item, colleagues.
Mr. Clerk, is it easier if he speaks to it here?
Yeah, we're just having some technical issues in my office. So if he wants to speak to it, I'll post it and I'll put it in the chat in 2 seconds.
Go ahead,
Well,
Councillor Smith.
If are there any oppositions to adding it? And if not, then we can just get to the item and then I can speak about it.
Yeah, I haven't heard any, but I don't think people know what it is. So why don't you just briefly outline what it is,
Sure.
and then we'll see if there's any objection to adding it.
Sure, not a problem. So if you're familiar with Richmond Yards, it's a large development in north end of Halifax, just off Almond Street, owned by Danny Chedra, and there's a corner lot that's on Almond in Roby Street that is under development now, but he has an opportunity with CMHC to add affordable housing units. And with CMHC, there's a point system in performance requirements. And in order for him to be able to get the affordable housing the funding, he needs to add 2 additional floors, and these additional floors will be the affordable housing units. So all the units within the 2 additional floors will be affordable under CMHC, and he's committed to doing that and working with staff to make sure that whatever we need to do in terms of rules to hold them accountable for making sure that they stay affordable. But he wants to be able to access the funding. He already has, I think, about 70 units in the double, or maybe that's too many, maybe 40. And this will add another about 35 units with those two stories. So the hope is to get staff to write a report and see if we can make it happen.
Thank you, Councillor. So we're not debating this now. We're just looking, we can speak to it later. People have views on it. The question is, can we add it to the agenda? So I'm just going to ask if anybody is opposed to adding it to the agenda. Can I do it that way, Ian?
Yeah, and then I'll ask you to do a formal vote for the final approval of order of business at the end of this.
Okay. So is anybody opposed to this being added to the agenda? Okay, I'll take that it'll be added to the agenda. Councillor Lovelace?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an item I'd like to add, information item number 5, Integrated Tourism Master Plan, please, for the next meeting.
Item number 5 will be added to the next meeting. Okay, thank you. Anybody else on the agenda? So we've made a couple of adjustments to the agenda. We're going to do a formal vote on this, I guess, Ian. Does that mean that you're going to conduct a vote, or does?
Yeah, I'll have to do the vote count real quickly.
Okay, here we go with the old school roll call.
Beginning with District 1, Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor.
7, Councillor Mason. 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Oatit.
Voting yes.
And Mayor Savage.
Voting yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So we have that. Order of business, we'll move to the consent agenda, colleagues. Okay, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to remove 15.5.1 from the consent agenda, please.
15.5.1 will be
you.
removed from the consent. Anybody else? If not, does somebody want to move the consent agenda as amended?
I'll move that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Kent,
Second.
seconded by Councillor Lovelace. We have to do a vote on that too, right, Ian?
Yeah, that is correct. Beginning with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Counselor Kent.
In favor?
4, Counselor Purdy.
Yes.
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor?
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor?
7, Counselor Mason. 8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Clary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor?
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Counselor Otit.
Voting yes?
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
And 1, Counselor Daigle Gowan.
Voting in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, so that's our consent agenda. So just for those who are following along, and these are the following items deemed to be passed on consent. 13.11 is a fly past request Remembrance Day service. 15.21 coming out of Audit and Finance is the Discovery Center contribution renewal. 15.31 from Community Planning and Economic Development is the framework for major events. 15.71 from Heritage Advisory, 5450 Russell Street into the registry. Those are all passed on consent. 15.51 we will leave on the public agenda. Okay. Business arising. A call for declarations of conflict of interest. Motions of reconsideration and rescission, there are none. Consideration of deferred business is proposed amendments to Administrative Order 48 respecting the creation of community councils. Supplementary report.
Mr. Mayor, I
Okay.
can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Whoops. I guess I didn't have the motion. I lost that.
Where are we here?
I can put that on if that
Here it
helps.
is. I believe it's right here now that the
Okay.
Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 48, the Community Council Administrative Order as set out in Attachment 2, revised of the Supplementary Staff Report dated September 19th, 2024.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councillor Cuttle. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything on it?
It really is a little bit of the housekeeping around the Housing Accelerator Fund and changes to the Community Council and our district boundaries. So it's pretty straightforward at this point. Thank you.
Anybody else? Are we ready for the question?
Question?
Beginning with District 3, Counselor Kent.
Favor?
4, Counselor Purdy. Counselor Purdy.
Yes. Can you hear me?
5, Counselor Austin.
In favor?
6, Counselor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
8, Counselor Smith.
Oh, I'm back, Ian.
Oh, sorry, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
My apologies, Counselor Mason. 8, Counselor Smith.
4.
9, Counselor Clary.
Yes.
10, Counselor Morse.
In favor?
11, Counselor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Counselor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Counselor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Counselor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Counselor Russell.
In favor?
16, Counselor Otit.
Voting yes?
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Counselor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor?
2, Counselor Entheby.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
That's carried. I did see Young Kang stick his face there, his pleasant face. Are you still there? I don't know how much work you've done on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm present.
Yes, I thought you were going to enlighten us with something, but you got cut off. We don't need it, but I want to thank you and all your team again for all the great work you've done on all of this, all these issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Notices of tabled matters. We have none. Tonight, we will have public hearings. There'll be two of them. One is on a security options and inspection fees, bylaw amendments. The other one is amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy, Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy, and associated development agreement for lands. That's a joint meeting with Northwest Community Council. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received on items 12.2, 15.4.1, and 15.8.2. All correspondence has been circulated to all members of Regional Council.
Thank you. The fly past has passed. Petition. No petitions. Info items brought forward, there are none. We'll go to reports. 15.1.1. This is second reading proposed bylaw. P104, respecting the Board of Police Commissioners for the Halifax Regional Municipality. Council, what is your wish?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put that on the floor.
Councillor Kent.
Yes, thank you. I move the Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw P100 amending bylaw P104 amending bylaw P100, the police board bylaw as set out in revised attachment 2 of the staff report dated August 21st, 2024.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Councillor
Blackburn.
Councillor Blackburn. Thank you, Councillor.
Kent, anything on it?
Yeah, thank you. I chose to bring this off the consent agenda because I think it's worth noting and have the public hear a little more about some of the rationale behind going forward with this. So as the mandate dictates for the Board of Police Commission, we felt, and our community, our policy on community survey to measure the trust of the community, it really does dictate that we do something annually. And for a little while, we kind of looked at this as from the perspective of, we have open public meetings, we have the opportunity for people to present, we have an opportunity through budget to come in and have 5 minutes at the mic, but we've not done something that is really more driven from the perspective of the information we think we should collect from our residents more regularly. Through our strategic planning, we did, the board did, and I'm speaking to this from the position of chair, we did have a pillar that is very much about improving and strengthening our engagement with the public. We do, in this report, it does note that, we have surveys that are done, resident surveys that are done through the municipality, and they're really done they're biannually. The last ones that were done were, I don't see it here in front of me, but yeah, 2014, 2018, 2021, and the next one is fall of 2024. But the board felt that those surveys, while they do garner some information, they run the risk of being having greater impact on sort of current events, something that has happened maybe in the media, something that's being portrayed, some video that might have surfaced that had a catastrophic event, a number of things like that. And the board feels strongly that we need to have a consistent baseline of questions regularly, at least once a year. And really the only way to do that was for us to manage that from a board's perspective. So a number of years ago, the police board had, before my term on as the chair and on the board, that this was the right direction to go. But funding, as you know, from the Board of Police at the Board of Police level has been improving. I want to acknowledge that council's been good at acknowledging the work that we're doing, and frankly, as the municipality grows and we face the kinds of things that we are facing, we believe strongly that there's still lots of strengthening that can happen, and this is another step in that direction. So that we're looking for that allocation of $25,000 so that we can proceed with this new version of public engagement and surveying. So I'd ask for council support. Thank you.
So I think Councillor Kent, you're on 15.5.1 as opposed to 15.1.1. So 15.5.1.
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry.
You were sounding so good. I didn't want to interrupt you. And at the end of the day, 15.5.1 is going to come up.
Yeah.
Agenda item. So.
Well, now I don't have to say all that again. So thank you for your indulgence, everyone. Somebody certainly should have chimed in though on it for me. Yeah,
They did, but I was letting you go. I noticed right off the bat that you were on the sort of the wrong one, but there was nobody else lined up. So
everybody has the right to laugh at me now.
So was the motion that you put on the floor 15.5.1?
No, I don't think it was.
Ian, what was the motion that went on the floor?
It was 5-1, and Lisa, you followed my lead.
I've just put the motion for this item into the chat. Right, so this is a cleanup of the police bylaw based on some of the direction that came.
But what did she read? If she already read the motion of 15.5.1, then we could pass that now, couldn't we?
I believe that was the motion that was read in, actually. I think that the motion that was read in was this one. So I think my notes are that we're good for the motion.
Okay, the motion's fine. Okay, so the motion is on the floor for 15.1.1. Is there anybody else on that?
I don't need to speak to it. It's pretty self-explanatory, very short report. So we'll leave it.
Anybody else? Councillor Purdy on this one?
Sorry, just so I can get clarification on this. So this is an ask for $25,000 to have a perpetual survey to get constant feedback on policing. Is that correct? What I understand?
Well, we're actually, that was what Councillor Kent spoke to, but if it's 15.11 and the clerk confirms that that's the issue, that that's the motion that was read onto the floor. So we're voting on 15.1.1. We'll come back to the 25,000 later.
Okay, so we're on 15.11?
Yes.
Okay, I do have a question on that too, actually. So the Pelian principles, this is a new I guess guidance for our policing. I was just wondering if our CAO has any comments on like the chief, either chief of RC, like what their opinion of this is. Was their feedback given through any of our policing partners?
Yes, I can speak to that. Potentially not as eloquently as John Traves could if he were here. However, the recommendation to adopt the Pelian principles is one that arises from the Mass Casualty Commission. And it is one that is in line with where the Department of Justice is going with revisions to police governance. Our proposed amendments were reviewed by Department of Justice before we brought them forward to the Executive Standing Committee of Council and onward to Council. And we believe that these amendments will strengthen police governance and are also in line with making policing both more responsive and focused on community.
Thank you.
Good.
Yep, good.
Thank you. Anybody else on this? Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say a couple of things. I'm really pleased that we're making these changes. I am happy to support Commissioner of Public Safety. I think that's really important. Having somebody who is the liaison and kind of the person that's connecting all of these business units, the chief of police, RCMP, making sure that Halifax fires in the loop, all of that. That is something that we also saw from our disaster response as well as mass casualties. So I think this is really good. I'm just trying to understand a little bit about that dotted line and sort of the relationship that you envision between our chief of police and the commissioner. So, for example, when issues do arise or gaps are recognized, is this a table that all senior management focused on public safety are sitting at with this commissioner who's able to bring forward issues to the chief administrative officer? I'm just wondering, Kathy, if you can speak to how you envision that functional team actually working.
Thank you for that opportunity. So we envision the Commissioner of Public Safety working similarly to how we've set the Commissioner of Operations to operate. So the business units that fall under the Commissioner of Public Safety would be Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency, Halifax Regional Police, and Community Safety, and also the external contract management with the RCMP, the Halifax District RCMP, and the liaison responsibility with the Department of Justice on the RCMP contractual matters. The Commissioner of Public Safety would be responsible for ensuring the business plans across those public safety focused business units are aligned and dealing with issues, for example, of prioritization of resources or making sure that we're moving towards policing transformation. So right now, we need, this is supported by the Pelian principles and all of the reports that the Board of Police Commissioners is dealing with, from the Mass Casualty Commission to the Defunding the Police report, to even our recent independent review of homelessness. We need to be looking at moving to more civilianized, civilian-led response models, freeing up police resources to do the core policing activities. We've also got reports arising from emergency management type reviews that have indicated that we need to have some focus on emergency management and tighter coordination and alignment across business units on that front. So that is what is envisioned the Commissioner of Public Safety will be doing, working to align those business units, making sure they're working together cooperatively, doing prioritization, problem solving for things that aren't moving forward, and also representing the CAO at the Board of Police Commissioners as a non-voting member. So the reporting relationship between the police chief and the commissioner would essentially be what I'm doing right now as CAO with the police chief. It's the administrative reporting side of things in terms of approving leave, making sure there's clarity on the strategic objectives of council, strategic objectives for the Board of Police Commissioners that the chief is supposed to be working towards. Operationally, the chief of police is independent, however, and will continue to be independent.
Thank you so much for that. That provides a lot of clarity. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we ready for the question, colleagues, on 15.11?
Question?
Beginning with District 4, Councillor Purdy. Councillor Purdy?
Can you, yeah,
Thank you. 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 15.1.2, proposed amendments to Administrative Order 1 respecting procedures of council, proposed amendments to the investment policy. Who would like to take us on that one?
I can move that one.
Councillor Russell, Chair of Audit and Finance.
Thank you. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 2 of the Audit and Finance Standing Committee terms of reference of Administrative Order 1, the procedures of the Council Administrative Order. 2, adopt the amendments to the investment policy as set out in Attachment B of the staff report dated September 9th, 2024. 3, adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 1, the procedures of Council Administrative Order as set out in Attachment D to the staff report dated September 9th, 2024.
Second.
Thank
you. This
Mayor. Councillor Russell, anything on it?
not very much. This is just what is required to talk about the Investment Policy Advisory Committee. And when we had a look at some of the committees earlier this year, this addresses the dissolution of that committee. So there's nothing more than that. And I am in favor of this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, ready for the question.
Question?
Beginning with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
For.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Deputy Mayor Dago Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
1, Councillor Hensby. 2, Councillor Hensby. 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
4, Councillor Purdy.
voting yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it's carried. The next one is 15.1.3. There's been some discussion on this. This is the inclusion of pump track, Parkland, Brooklyn Drive. What is council's wish on this one?
Mr. Mayor, it's Tim. I would like to go in camera on this. Now, do you want to do the motion first and then move in camera, or do you want to defer this to me, do it in camera when we do other things in camera? Either is fine with me.
Yeah, I think if we're going to move it in camera, if you think it's necessary to do that, then we'll do that when we do the in-camera agenda items.
That's fine with me.
Do you want to move then that we do that?
I move that we defer this till after in camera.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Lovelace. Okay, everybody good with that?
Thank you.
15.1.4 is response to changes to provincial minimum planning requirements. I understand that there's some wording on this. And,
Happy to
Mr.
move
Clerk?
that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Mason. Thank you.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 direct the Chief Administrative Officer to A, initiate a process to consider amendments to all planning documents, including the Regional Municipal Planning Strategy, all secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws, and the Regional Subdivision Bylaw to ensure compliance with minimum planning requirement regulations as amended by the Province of Nova Scotia on August 20th, 2024, and B, follow Administrative Order 2023-002 ADM respecting public participation for planning documents, certain planning applications, and engagement with abutting municipalities for the required public participation program, as outlined in community engagement section of the staff report dated September 13th, 2024, and C, return to Regional Council for a staff report outlining the risks and potential approaches to land use planning in consideration of the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in Annapolis Group Inc. versus Halifax Regional Municipality. 2, request the mayor send a letter to the province of Nova Scotia requesting amendments to HRM's charter to include immunity from constructive taking de facto expropriation claims. I so move.
Second.
Second, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Mason.
I'm not going to spend too much time talking about this. I will talk about the necessary amendments in a moment. There were just a couple of drafting errors because this is rushed, and it's all rushed because we are facing some deadlines imposed by the province. And much of what they're saying in the planning strategy, the minimum planning requirements, I support, but there's some things around it that concern me. The removing the requirement for commercial space on main streets, I think is poorly done and is a concern. And also the biggest one for me was the removal of the requirements for 2 and 3 bedrooms to require the number of bedrooms in a unit. This is something that they did in Vancouver 25 years ago. They require 20% to have 2 bedrooms or more in all new builds of large buildings. And that's resulted because statistics are that most families have 1 children now. It's resulted in thousands and thousands of children growing up near the beautiful parks and waterfront in downtown Vancouver. And if you want that diversity, you need to have that requirement because it's always cheaper and more generates more revenue of bachelors in 1 bedrooms. But it looks like we're going to lose that power. I hope we can continue to have a dialogue with the province about that and get that amended out. But, the problem is when we change our land use bylaws, they could change their mind in January or February, and then we have to go through this process again. So there will be a long time where this will be there. I'll move to the amendments. So the amendments, and I guess, Ian, do you have a screen to share? I'll read them, is that it says, as amended by the province of Nova Scotia on August 20th, 2024, and it needs to add, after that, that's in section 1A, it needs to add, and September 25th, 2024. And the second amendment is that in section 2, where it says, including immunity from construction, it should say immunity from constructive taking, which is the technical legal term. So I would move an amendment to those, which would be friendly to me. I assume that if the seconder says yes, we're okay.
Seconder, Councillor Lovelace, you are comfortable with those amendments?
Absolutely. And I'm glad you raised that because I was concerned about the construction taking as well.
Nobody wants a construction taking.
Oh.
Those are considered friendly amendments, okay?
Perfect. Well, and with that, I'll pass on the mic to the next person. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody else on this? Councillor Morse? Councillor Morse, if you can use the chat, it's easier, but I see your hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just had some questions for staff just to clarify some of the aspects of this, if I could.
Sure thing.
Okay. Just so that we're all on the same page, I'm wondering if the staff could explain a little bit more about why we have the 2 and 3, the minimum 2 and 3 bedroom unit counts and what the purpose of that is and what will the result be. I think Councillor Mason alluded to it, but what will the result be if we lose that, and what will the result be if we lose the have lower commercial space requirements as well? Thank you.
I see Ian has his hand up.
Just Mayor Savage, I do believe there was a presentation available for this item that may address some of the questions that come up as well.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear it. Let's see the presentation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, Leah Perrin, how are you?
I'm well, how are you? All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of Regional Council. My name is Leah.
Sorry, Leah. We are getting so much feedback, we can't hear you over the broadcast. Is there another mic on in your room?
There is not. I'm by myself in a room. I can put a
Or-
headphone on. Maybe that will help.
Or another set of speakers turned on. We are
No,
hearing
just me. I will put headphones on. Maybe that will help.
Boy, this is reminiscent of the old days, isn't it?
Welcome to Zoom. She's not just unmuted, she's unmuted twice.
I don't like that we've gone back to this as the goodbye for this council term, right? It's like bad memories of the first year.
Absolutely.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, can someone speak? I'm not sure if I can hear you.
Much better now.
Hmm.
Can you hear us, Leah? Okay. Leah, can you hear us?
Can't hear you. So this is fun. Sorry about this, folks.
Well, we can go, as long as we can hear you, you can make it, can somebody signal to Leah that we can hear her and she can make her presentation?
Well,
for the time
if you
being
can
while
hear
we-
me, I will just talk. Thumbs up. And then maybe I'll unplug myself once we get to the question period. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Regional Council. My name is Leah Perrin. I'm the manager of regional planning. I'm here today with Kate Green, the director of regional and community planning. Next slide, please. So we're here today to provide an update on the status of the regional plan review process in response to two recent events. So first, in August, the province announced new minimum planning requirements regulations, and second, the potential impacts of a 2022 Supreme Court of Canada decision. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, HRM has been reviewing the regional plan in phases since 2020. We're currently in phase 4, and as part of this phase, we released a draft regional plan for public engagement in June 2023. We presented the results of that engagement to Council in a What We Heard report this past December. And since then, we've been preparing to bring forward the new regional plan with a full implementation package, which will include amendments to community plans, land use bylaws, and the regional subdivision bylaw required to implement new regional plan policies. It is expected that once Regional Council has approved the new regional plan, we would move into phase 5. We'd anticipated that we would bring forward the proposed regional plan amendment package for council's consideration and approval and conclude phase 4 with this council, with all of you. However, recent events have caused staff to delay bringing the regional plan package forward. Next slide, please. So first, in August, the province announced new minimum planning requirements regulations under the HRM Charter that require HRM to include new provisions in the municipal planning strategy. In this case, that's our regional plan. And those are to address housing supply. The regulations state that the requirements must be implemented no later than December 31st, 2024. They also require that by January 31st, 2025, the municipality provide for the adoption and implementation of the suburban plan. Next slide. The regulations require the municipality to address the issues of housing supply in the municipal planning strategy through a series of provisions. So first, recognize that the municipality is experiencing a housing shortage crisis and that the most urgent priority in municipal land use planning, regulation, and development approval is to rapidly increase the supply of housing in the municipality. Require that priority be given to increasing the supply of safe, sustainable, and affordable housing in the municipality over other interests identified in the plan for the purposes of all processes, approvals, and decisions made under the municipal planning strategy. Permit residential uses in all zones except for areas zoned for industrial, military, park, transportation reserve, and utility uses, or zones intended to protect the environment, water supply, floodplains, or similar. Require that HRM share with the province the information that we use to identify, fund, schedule, and deploy the infrastructure to develop an adequate supply of housing to support anticipated population growth. and permit manufactured housing, including converted shipping containers in all residential zones. Next slide. The requirements also identify certain development standards for relaxation, including not imposing maximum building height in a manner that negatively affects the density of residential buildings using mass timber or any other construction method, removing on-site parking requirements for residential uses in the urban service area, and permitting temporary housing in non-permanent structures where it can be safely established to allow employees to live on or near their work site during a work assignment for a period of time tied to the duration of the project and set out in a development permit. There are also relaxations for developments that begin construction before April 1st, 2027. And that includes determining the maximum density for conservation design developments using gross area as opposed to net developable area, removing any unit mix requirements for residential buildings, and requiring no more than 20% of commercial space in the ground floor of a multi-unit residential building. Next slide. So to comply with these new regulations, staff have begun to undertake the technical review to understand how the requirements can best be incorporated into the draft regional plan package. Once the proposed approach is developed, there will be opportunity for public review and input on the approach. There was a significant amount of engagement on the draft regional plan and the amendments related to the Housing Accelerator Fund changes conducted in the past year and a half, and staff will draw on this past engagement to inform the proposed approach. Staff intend to post information to the project website and have an open public comment period of at least 30 days. Residents will be able to contact staff by email or phone, and will have meetings as requested. We will advertise this engagement online through our website, through social media, and through the regional plan review and Shaper City mailing lists. A public hearing will be required before Regional Council can consider approving any changes. Although the regulations require implementation by December 31st, given the municipal election and the technical review that's required and the legislative requirements around engagement and council approval, it will be challenging to meet this deadline. However, staff will work to bring this forward as quickly as possible, and we'll work with the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing to ensure that the Director of Planning is aware of the timeline and of our efforts to meet the requirements. Next slide. As mentioned, the regulations also require that HRM provide for the adoption and implementation of the suburban plan by January 31st, 2025. Council initiated the suburban plan process in July 2023. The amendments approved by Regional Council in May of this year related to the Housing Accelerator Fund represented the first phase of this work and were intended to directly address the housing crisis by providing new regulations for opportunity sites that would allow active housing projects to advance quickly. This fall, staff have been considering a second round of opportunity sites. In early 2025, staff will bring a report to Council with a revised work plan and a public participation program for the overall suburban plan. And this approach will enable active projects while still ensuring that the necessary technical study, including infrastructure studies, as well as public engagement, can be completed. Next slide. Over the past few months, planning and development staff have been working with legal services to understand the implications of a 2022 decision of the Supreme Court of Canada in Annapolis Group, Inc. versus Halifax Regional Municipality. The Supreme Court decision may have financial implications on the regulation of privately owned lands. At this time, more due diligence is needed to assess and evaluate the potential impacts of the Supreme Court decision, what the decision means, and how risks should be managed in the current planning environment. Staff are recommending that a further report be brought forward in late 2024 or early 2025, which will further outline the risks and potential approaches. In the meantime, staff have identified that the HRM Charter currently does not include provisions which would allow the municipality to undertake planning without risking potential constructive taking or de facto expropriation claims. Staff are recommending that Council request that the Mayor write to the province to request amendments to the HRM Charter to include immunity from constructive taking or de facto expropriation claims. Without this immunity, HRM's ability to advance a response to the housing crisis may be limited in terms of the level of potential risk associated with amendments to any planning documents. Next slide. In conclusion, just to recap on the overall schedule going forward, our recommendations today are that Regional Council initiate changes to planning documents required to meet the minimum planning requirements and to approve the provincial charter amendment request. With the new council later this year or very early next, we will report to council on the outcome of the further technical legal review. We will also be undertaking our public engagement program on the requirements during this time. In early 2025, we plan to bring forward the revised regional plan phase 4 amendment package forward to council for consideration and approval, as well as the second round of opportunity sites. And staff will also bring forward the revised suburban work plan at that time. And then phase 5 of the regional plan review will then begin as soon as phase 4 has been completed. Next slide. This is just a recommendation for your reference. And if you want to move to the next slide, it's just a thank you slide. So thank you for your time today, and I'm happy to take your questions. I will figure out my sound situation though. Turn up volume, it says.
Leah, thank you for that. I'm just trying to figure out, we have a couple of questions. Let's just, the first one is Councillor Russell. Councillor Russell, do you want to try to verbalize your question?
I can certainly try. It's a set of comments more than, well, I guess a question as well. In response,
let's see if Leah can hear us. Leah,
I can, yes, okay, I can. My speaker was turned on.
Okay,
that would certainly have an impact on it. The first one is Councillor Mason had commented on reducing the commercial requirements on main streets. What a number of the bids have found is that if there is a large commercial space on the main street, mandatory in every place, it is often unused. And we are seeing that in some developments out here where there's an apartment building with, again, a large commercial space on the main street and it's empty. It's been sitting vacant since the building was finished building. I generally have a number of concerns about this. This looks at one aspect of what we're doing as far as community building, and I agree that housing is necessary, but we also need to make sure that the infrastructure is in place as far as power, water, wastewater, transportation, including transit, communication, health, education, recreation, and solid waste. Housing is one part of that, and I think we need to look at all of that. We can't just have places for people to live. We also need to have things for them to do. So as much as I would like to say housing first, period, I would have a hard time supporting that in practice. Some of the things I'm concerned about are the impact that this will have on the suburban plan. Councillor Blackburn and I have been waiting until phase 5 of the suburban plan so that we can do something about the urban transit boundary and extending that out to the county and extending that to include Lucasville. And if this is going to, we have seen the Housing Accelerator Fund have an impact on the suburban plan because we only have a finite amount of capacity within the planning department. And so the suburban plan has been held off until after now, it'll be next year, before that is addressed. I'm also concerned about public engagement. And according to the report, you'll be reaching out to everybody online and online and online and online. And that's great for people who are online. But for those people who have lousy internet service or no internet service, or as a friend of mine says, I don't computer, they won't see any of the announcements that we send. So we need to consider, as we always have, the large number of people who don't computer, and we need to have some sort of traditional media being sent out to people when we are considering this. We can't just have online engagement. We've got to have in-person engagement. We can't just advertise over social media and a website and in other digital ways. We have to advertise in analog ways. That's a huge concern of mine, and we saw this with a development here in Lower Sackville, where half the people in the room got the advertising through social media. The other half of it got it through print media and through word of mouth. And I don't think we had enough people in the room to be able to adequately express what the community was feeling. So those are some of the things I'd appreciate a response to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I'll start with the engagement component. I might defer to Kate Green on the other piece, but in terms of the engagement, so we're expecting that the engagement for these, in order to address the minimum planning requirements, will be relatively limited. The provisions are quite specific that are set out, and we will be drawing heavily on the engagement that we have already undertaken through the regional plan review. You know, we have a general sense of, you know, the sort of temperature in the room, I guess, of where folks are at. So we'll have some very specific information online. We're certainly able to work with councillors. We can get things out through councillor meeting, newsletters, other ways of engaging. So we will certainly look for other ways of doing that. We can advertise with flyers in libraries, those sorts of things. So we can definitely do that piece.
If I can address the councillor newsletter, we send that out twice a year. So we would need a 6-month heads up on any of these meetings that happen 2 or 3 weeks down the road. We would need them to happen 6 months. We would need to know about them 6 months in advance.
Okay, we're still trying to stick to time limits here, Councillor Russell.
I get that.
So
yep.
Your point is made. Councillor Lair, go ahead.
On the suburban plan side of things, so I'm responsible for the regional plan, and my understanding is that the suburban plan timeline will mostly stick to where we were. So we've been trying to bring forward those opportunity sites as quickly as we can, and then we'll bring forward the suburban work plan as scheduled in the new year.
Okay. Is it, Leah? Thank you. Councillor Cuttle, I guess I missed you. It's cluttered up in the chat line, so my apologies. Councillor Cuttle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and no worries. Yeah, so I'm really concerned about what the province has brought forward here, because in my opinion, it really flies in the face against good planning principles. Some things that have been mentioned, of course, are the unit count. We need to be providing apartments with more than one bedroom, not just for families, but also to kind of support, people who might want to be in roommate situations, where it's, cheaper to share an apartment than it is to have your own apartment. I think this is actually working against providing more affordable housing options. And it's not really creating communities where people can live throughout, all the phases of their life. I think we really need to get over the hump of thinking of apartment buildings as only for, single people and couples. Like, they can provide a much broader range of housing. And I think I cannot support this. I can't even support going forward and considering it. The lack of height control, I don't fully understand what's being imposed here. I thought it was just for wood constructed buildings, which did have a maximum height of 6 and would have kept things in check. But in the presentation here, you're saying for all types of construction. This has big implications on density, population growth. I look at an area like Spryfield, where we simply do not have the infrastructure or the capacity to build new infrastructure to accommodate this level of growth. The IMP report, way back identified that the Spryfield area had adjusted its growth projections, had lessened them as a way to, mitigate the concerns with the road capacity on Herring Cove Road in Dumbrack. We're lifting the lid off of that with no real plan on how to solve those issues. I also look at the commercial piece. A community like Spryfield has been waiting. There's pent-up demand to see more commercial development along our corridors in our communities. We need spaces for daycares. We need spaces for doctors. We need spaces for, small businesses to open up and support a local economy. The reduction in commercial space to 20% is not going to meet the needs of our growing population. It doesn't even currently meet the needs of our population. We need that commercial space. The parking, the minimum parking requirements, no parking requirements. Right now, I've got cars parked all up and down our public roads. They're impeding the ability to plow our streets, to get municipal emergency vehicles in. We can't even get the tow trucks in to tow the cars because we can't plow the roads. I don't think it's realistic to say no parking because we're just not there yet. And there's, even when we put bus rapid transit in along the Herring Cove Road, it doesn't mean that there won't be people who require cars for their jobs, their lives, their mobility, and other things. So I'm just wondering if there's some guidance here about what happens if we vote not to move forward in approving this today.
Okay, I see CAO wants to speak to this, and then perhaps Kate Green.
Sorry, I lost my screen for a moment. Yes, I wanted to clarify that these amendments are being brought forward because of the regulations under Bill 329 that were approved by the province recently. Within the regulations, they've given us a deadline by which we need to comply and make these planning amendments to incorporate the minimum planning requirements. So there's not a question of us not doing it. The municipal government is, of course, a creature of the province, and if they direct us to do something by regulation, we must do it. If the question is, do we need to do it today, or what is the implication of not approving this today? It just means we would bring it forward to a next council meeting. And if it's a matter of, providing supplemental information, answering additional questions, if this council is not comfortable with it, then we would bring it back for the first meeting of the next council with whatever information is required.
Okay, Kate?
Well, thank you for that. I just wondered why it's here.
Counselor, just going to go to Kate before and then come back to you. Kate?
Yeah, so the only thing I'll add to that is that we've been trying to work with the province to understand exactly what these mean. So, I think we had similar reactions to, how we think about planning and planning, as the larger picture, not just one facet of planning. And, we've been given at least some assurance that the words safe, affordable, and sustainable housing in the regulations mean that we can look to that broader lens. We'd also note that the commercial space and the mix of units, those two requirements are time limited. And, we're happy to and will need to keep working with the province on exactly how these are interpreted. We had questions around what construction methods are they focused on in the question around wood frame and other construction methods. And I think that's focused mostly on new technologies. So we're intending to work with them even more on exactly what these mean and make sure that information is available to council.
Thank you. Patty, a last word?
Yeah, it just, it feels like a backward way to be doing things. And, sounds like we don't really have a choice. This is going to happen. We're being required to do this, but I can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace.
Thanks so much. And, this is so interesting because we're receiving these orders from the province, and yet they're not in front of us. We only have staff to ask our questions to. And it's not staff who are giving any of this direction. So, I feel this is a little bit awkward, Leah. Kate, I mean, you're not really going to be able to speak on behalf of the province. And so my questions are for the province. Why? What is the reasoning? What's the justification for some of these changes? And of course, you can answer those questions. So I'm struggling. Number one, I just have to echo what Councillor Russell that said. A newsletter? It's a print newsletter that maybe goes out twice a year, definitely once a year, but maybe twice a year. We've got a brand new council right now. And some of them won't even have a brand new council coming up. Some of them won't even have digital district newsletters to use, which of course are their own newsletters. So I just find it really interesting that we're going to give, and I guess my question to you, Kate or Leah, what is the population of the suburban area that we're speaking about specifically? Because if we're only giving them 30 days to say, hey, the province told us to do this, too bad, so sad, this is the direction we're going in, we're actually not going to support local resilient economies in the suburban area by offering job creation, employment opportunities, and small businesses, and thinking about how disjointed this entire process is. I can't support this. I think this is the wrong backwards direction, not meeting the strategic priorities of this council, which we set when we joined this council. We agreed complete communities were extremely important. That's a strategic priority, and we're going to aim towards going in that direction. So I guess first of all, Leah, what are we talking about from a population basis? That's my first question. And then the second one is this de facto undertaking to write a letter to the province. So it's 2024. And this case, I'm going to say it's been over 10 years. It's been a long time that HRM has been dealing with Annapolis Group. It's probably been maybe this is the third council. And Kathy, you can probably correct me or somebody else. Mr. Mayor, you could probably correct me, but this has been going on for a while. And yet only now is this council saying, hey, we're going to write a letter to the province to say that we've got a little bit of an issue here with the Halifax Charter. Could you please amend this so we don't end up in a legal position again? I find that really disappointing. And so I'm just wondering, okay, Kathy, if you could speak to that, please. Why are we now only doing this?
So this predates my time as CAO a little bit, and I'm not sure if legal or planning and development have more information than I do, but I know there has previously been a request to the province to see if they would consider similar amendments as to what we're now formally asking the mayor to write a letter to do. The request that went to the province in the past, I don't know if it went through the administration via an email or via a letter or was a conversation, but there has been dialogue with the province on this in the past. And the fact that we're now asking for a letter from the mayor just escalates it in urgency and formality.
Okay, so the conversation's been ongoing, but it wasn't clearly taken seriously. And so now we're moving to okay, I appreciate that. I will say I'm really, really disappointed in this. This doesn't feel like we're building healthy communities here that, especially when you're thinking about service expansion. And I see Kenda McKenzie here. Kenda, I'm going to come back because I want to ask you questions about the integrated plan for infrastructure and where we're actually at, but I'm out of time. So thank you. But Leah, if you can answer that question about population, please.
Sure. I think Kate may have the actual population numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head, but I did want to clarify just that the engagement we'll be doing will be.
Oh, we just lost you, Leah, but I will.
Yeah.
Can you folks hear me? The number of people in
I think Leah
this...
just paused for the symphony hit.
I did. I was worried there was something happening on my own screen. Kate can go ahead.
Can you hear me, Kate Green?
We can hear you,
okay,
Kate.
sorry. Oh, this is a big memory, trip down memory lane. The number of people in the suburban area is 223,765 last census. So the number of lots is around 64,000 and units is 102,000. And I think what Leah was going to say is the engagement that we're speaking to in this report is engagement around the regional plan review and engagement to reach out to people and talk about the minimum planning requirements.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back, Mr. Mayor.
All right, yeah, I think we're going to take a break here, folks. Just a couple of things, though. Please don't use the chat line for comments other than the fact that you want to speak on something. Where if you're looking to speak, get in the chat line as opposed to waving your hand, if you would. Makes it easier, but there's just a lot of clutter on the chat line, and it's hard to keep track of who wants to speak. Until we have a better way of identifying who's speaking, that's the only way we have. Okay, why don't we take a break and come back at 3:20, folks? Everybody okay with that?
Mr. Mayor, may I ask if we can check on some of the technology? Internet doesn't seem to be working.
Deputy Mayor Daigle Gannon, we have IT reaching out to you as we speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, folks. Take a break. What do we do here? Ian, just mute and everything?
Yeah, Mayor Savage, we're going to put up a holding screen and we're going to be muting everybody's mics and cameras. We will be turning them back on at 3:20. It is now 3:22. We'll be returning microphones and screens. Mayor Savage, you may begin the meeting on your call.
Are we good to go?
Mayor Savage, I believe we are.
Okay. All right, just to sort of, again, make sure if you want to speak, you're in the chat line. Try to keep the chat line free of other conversations. I have on the list at this point in time, Councillors Hensby, Smith, Morse, and Purdy, and then Councillor Lovelace and Mason a second time. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I do share some of the concerns already expressed by some of my colleagues about this process and matter. We talk about trying to have walkable neighborhoods and, restricting some of these new commercial builds to 20%.
Councillor, could I'm sorry. CAO, did you want to say something at this point? You mentioned that you had that was relevant to the conversation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry.
I informed the mayor during the break in response to Councillor Lovelace's motion, or question she'd asked about why haven't we written to the province before. The conversation has occurred and it is originating from our list of current legislative requests we have with province. So in August 2018, Council approved requesting amendments to enable the Green Network Plan. And those amendments to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter have not been done yet, but the discussion around constructive taking, it has been raised as part of the discussion on those amendments. So that's where it's arising from.
Okay. Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Hensby.
Sir, just had to remove a teapot from boiling. I shared some of the comments that were made by my other colleagues about the concerns about limitations of commercial spaces on ground floors. I would have thought we're trying to build walkable neighborhoods wherever possible, and the top with transit-oriented demand developments, try to have more residencies along corridors and stuff, and to have commercial limitations like this, I think it's going to hurt the neighborhood instead of help build it. What consultations has there been or will there be with the bids or with the IPONs, Investment Property Owners of Nova Scotia, in regards to if they're going to do one of these commercial builds with apartment buildings and residents and stuff? There's always been an expectation ground floors were used for commercial capacity, and now to limit that to 1/5, I have some difficulty seeing that. I can appreciate the need for having some at-grade on-ground residential access for those who may need accessibility issues, but with this I'm rather concerned about. But also I'm trying to figure out the rural impacts, what context this may be in the rural areas. I see this more of an issue where we have on-site centralized services for water and sewer, but I don't see how this is going to affect or impact rural development in regards to on-site septic systems and well systems. So if I get some clarification on that, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you. Who wants that?
And I also have a question about if we don't pass this motion, what kind of pickle does that put our staff in to try to address this issue?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So again, the limitations on the maximum amount of ground floor commercial space is a time-limited thing, so we'd only be talking about buildings that begin construction before April 1st, 2027. So there, in some of our land use bylaws, we have requirements for ground floor commercial space. My understanding at this point, and now we need to do more technical review, is that we would go through all of our land use bylaws, identify where there are requirements for more than 20% ground floor commercial space, and add some provision that speaks to that time limited amount. And so there may be places where on commercial main streets you have fully commercial or perhaps commercial industrial uses that likely might not apply. So, you know, we'll have to look at all of our existing land use bylaw requirements and then identify where it is that we need to make those adjustments. And so there may or may not be a significant impact in rural areas because we may not have those requirements in our rural land use bylaws. We haven't done that technical work yet, so that will be part of the work going forward. Yeah. I can't speak to what happens if you don't approve it today.
Anybody else? Kathy, anybody else want to speak to that second question?
I would like to speak. I would like to note that we hear the concerns that council is raising. One reasonable alternative may be, notwithstanding the fact that we have to approve the amendments to bring ourselves into regulatory compliance, we can still document these were the areas of concern raised by council and send that to the province via letter.
Thank you, Kathy. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. Some things have already been discussed, so I don't have much. Just related to the development of the new requirements of the bill, was there any indication ahead of time of what might have been in the bill that we were able to do some work or not? The other question is the province is asking us to provide, I'm just going to pull it up from the report, by the municipality to share with the province information used by municipality to identify, fund, schedule, and deploy the infrastructure to develop an adequate supply of housing to support anticipated population growth. So I just want a little clarification. Is this meant to help inform them of potential infrastructure needs for on our end, or are they just wondering how we just make decisions related to development? And if it's the latter, or if it's the first of them just wondering about the infrastructure, is there an opportunity that we could request infrastructure funding, understanding that some of this work might need some added infrastructure needs? The other question is there a possibility to partner with the province on the engagement, since this is, based on them making us do this? Is there opportunity where they can work with us to make sure that the word gets out to residents as best as possible? I know we can do it in different avenues, but are they willing to help partner with us in that sense? And some of the other things have been brought up, so I'll leave it there for now.
Perhaps I'll start that one, and then I'm not sure if Kate or Leah wants to jump in, but the first part of your question was whether there was any collaboration with the province, I believe, on the drafting of the regulations.
Right.
So we have known since the bill was introduced that regulations would be coming. And there has been dialogue back and forth with the province through the Executive Panel on Housing and also directly with Housing and Municipal Affairs. A lot of the dialogue has been trying to provide an understanding of what amendments the municipality was already on the road to make through the Housing Accelerator Fund amendments. and what amendments could potentially be coming through regional plan phase 4, and then figuring out, okay, what the province was wanting to do that didn't fall into those two buckets, and how the timing of all that was going to work. So most of the consultation with us has been more around timing and logistics.
So we didn't know until the bill was introduced that this is what they're asking.
So we knew, okay, you were referring to the bill there, but these were the regulations. The bill was done, I think, almost a year ago now. The bill we didn't know about when the bill came. That was the surprise.
Right.
The regulations were much more collaborative. We did have a good sense of what was going to be in the regulations.
Okay, yes,
We'd even seen an earlier draft, but it's always on the basis that, you know, you don't fully know what gets introduced or what gets passed until it comes forward. But there definitely was collaboration. The province was not working on its own without input from the municipality. And I think without the input from our staff, the regulations that could have come forward could have been potentially much more drastic than what we see.
I can take on the second question around the infrastructure planning. So the draft regional plan that we released in June 2023 did talk to long-term planning and set up the intent to do this strategic growth and infrastructure priority plan. And there's policy in there speaking to how we would do our population and housing projections and share that information with service providers. So certainly we would expect that we could also be sharing that with the province. And yeah, I think the intent on developing that strategic growth plan is ultimately how we have conversations with other levels of government about funding. But all that work to come, certainly. But the regional plan, you know, some of the things that are in these minimum planning requirements are kind of already captured, I would say, in the draft regional plan. So just important, I guess, to remember that, you know, we're not talking about rewriting our plan. Like, we have that wet draft plan and would expect to continue to bring this forward. And this is about how we incorporate these new, quite specific in some cases, requirements into the overall package. In terms of whether the partner would be willing, or the province would be willing to partner with us on the engagement, I'm not sure about that and their capacity, but certainly we could have that conversation with them. You know, there are staff in municipal affairs that, you know, might have suggestions for how we could do that work.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I'll just come back. I got one last question. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Morris. Just one sec. Jacqueline Hamilton, are you looking to jump in here?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes. Can everyone hear me okay? I'm having trouble with my camera.
We can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to address Councillor Smith's question around infrastructure funding, and just remind Council that the province has been an active partner in funding the infrastructure requirements related to growth. In fact, the major funder of the service community study, and have recently funded some of the studies around some of the master plan areas. So I think that's part of the motivation behind sharing information. It's so that we can have further discussions around infrastructure funding partnerships.
Thank you. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just completely opposed to what the province is trying to do here, especially around affordable housing. I mean, we don't have very many tools at HRM that we can directly impact the affordability of housing, but one of them is the minimum unit mix counts and our ability to require a minimum of 2 and 3 bedroom units in new builds. And here we are, we're going through a housing boom, and this has been brought in, and it will impact so many thousands of units, so many buildings that will not maybe have the more affordable units in them as a result of these regulations. And those buildings are going to last for 40, 50, 60 years. So what we're talking about here is going to have an impact for a long time on affordability. And we already know people in our community are paying more than the 30% they should be paying for housing. They're paying much more in some cases. So this is, to me, to have something like this come in when we have such a crisis in affordable housing right now goes against everything that we should be trying to do. And I think we are trying to do around affordability, complete communities, and all that sort of thing. I'm just, I find this so upsetting, this whole maneuver that's happening right now. And I would just like staff, if they could confirm that if they could confirm the reason why we have these minimum requirements, minimum unit requirements for 2 and 3 bedroom apartments. If you could just confirm that, please.
Thank you through Mr. Mayor to the councillor. So the unit mix requirements typically are as you say, a requirement to ensure that there are a minimum number of larger family-sized units available. We can't always necessarily rely on the market to provide the things that we want, so we use zoning to influence. So that is the reason for those unit mix requirements.
So I would like to have 1A separated, and perhaps we can talk about this later, but I just simply can't support that. I think it will have a big negative impact on affordability, and it would be a mistake, I think, for us to go along with this as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to the staff who are working so hard on this. I concur with all of the concerns surrounding this as well, and one of the reasons why I voted against the Housing Accelerator Fund was just I felt it too fast, too sweeping, too much for our municipality. And I mean, what Councillor Russell said, to look at housing in and of itself, I mean, that goes against everything you've all taught me in the 4 years that I've been here, that you have to look at housing in concert with every other part of our communities. And in speaking with residents, I mean, it's just so interesting having this as an election cycle, going through this with all of these big changes happening. Residents don't feel heard. They feel like all of this is happening without them. And it's not that they're against development, it's that the development is happening on such a broad scale and they don't have a say. And it's not looking like what their communities look like. And everyone is concerned about infrastructure, and especially Halifax water infrastructure, not just sewer capacity, which there are issues of that, but also stormwater issues, and how is it all going to be mitigated when there's already flooding issues. So there's things in this that are fine and good, but I can't support it either at this time. The province is trying to help, obviously it's trying to, but I feel like it's too big, and I feel like that the crisis that may be created by this may be worse than the crisis we're trying to mitigate by doing that. And I just feel like our planning staff had already been on a great track of trying to mitigate the housing crisis issues with things that they were bringing forward that were, in my very inexperienced opinion, they were reasonable and they worked with communities. But these changes and these sweeping measures are too broad, in my opinion, and from what I'm hearing from residents. So I don't know if there's any way to mitigate it, and I know the province can do what it wants because municipalities are a creature of the province. I totally understand that, but if I'm a representative of my community, then this is the place where I vote to represent them, I guess. So it's not a reflection of the staff and all the work that they're doing. Because I understand this has kind of been forced upon us. That's it. I guess I don't have a question. It's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think I'm going to take a little different approach on this one than many of my colleagues. While I do certainly appreciate the frustration and all of the concerns that you have raised, I don't feel like we are in the game that we're talking about. We have been handed down direction from a legislative authority that gives us even the legislative authority to be here. I don't like it. I don't appreciate it, but I know staff don't either. At least I'm pretty sure they don't. They've been wheeling and reeling and pivoting for the last couple of years with these new directives from the province. What I do know is that we're in a housing crisis. What I do know is that steps have to be taken, and some of them are really tough. We find the unhoused situation very, very tough. And I think that we need to be very sure about what we do on this motion. When I look at it, it's like provide an update on the status of the proposed regional plan in response to new provincial minimum planning requirements. That's not an if. At least to my knowledge, it isn't. And maybe someone can correct me if I'm wrong. The Supreme Court of Canada decision. That's not an ish, an if. That's a decision. What I believe strongly is that our staff, who we often, and I'll do it today, we often say how great they are, how skilled they are at putting their skill sets together that we don't have. We rely on them. We rely on our CAO. And while some may be uncomfortable with this, what I need to do is put my faith in what I believe staff are bringing forward in an already difficult environment. They are pivoting again. And overall, I have to look at it from a perspective of, do I have enough information to make the decision I'm about to make? Yes, I do. Do I believe it meets the core values of what I think needs to happen, which is housing stock and housing availability? Yes, it does. Does it resonate with the traditional way that we thought planning should be when we all came to council, and we hope that it can be again with what we think will be a settled environment in the future? Hopefully it'll be within some of our terms. Maybe it'll be within some of our lifetimes. I don't know, and I shouldn't laugh, but it's almost that part of thinking, how long is this environment of difficult housing going to last? I don't see any other way than to support it. And I just encourage everyone here to think very strongly about what you're going to be, where you're going to be putting our energies, suggesting we put our energies to if this fails, which is staff going back to the table, shaking their heads, maybe wondering how are they going to come forward with something that is palatable, knowing that there's I'm going to repeat it, new provincial minimum planning requirements. Don't like it, but it's there. Supreme Court of Canada decision, don't like it, but it's there. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting in favor of it.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Colin. I largely agree with Councillor Kent, but also the objections that have been noted by some of colleagues here. The not requiring commercial on main streets. I think that that's potentially could leave some nasty kind of things behind for us over the long term, because if you build something as residential, it's not going to be easy to convert it to commercial. And so I just hope that we don't end up with things like on Portland Street in downtown Dartmouth that becomes residential fronting when it's meant to be our commercial main street. So I think that's problematic. And I think the unit count piece is also problematic, because it's not just single people that need homes. It's families as well, and people that have multi-generational households, and you get that by unit mix. And I think focusing just on single units, you're missing a whole element to the crisis. So I have some problems with the province is doing here. I have problems that, once again, it's just kind of something that gets announced and imposed, and then we have to figure, is this actually what you meant, and go back and clarify things. Like it seems some of the hype piece was clarified a bit more compared to first draft. So all that's problematic. But Councillor Kent is absolutely right. What are we going to do here? We've been directed to do this. And there are times where maybe it's the hill to die on to kick up a fuss and refuse. I personally don't think that we are there with this particular one. There's piece of it's problematic. We register objections, but we have a duty to fulfill here. If we want to guarantee that the entire municipality gets designated a special planning area, not cooperating will be one way to get there. So I think we don't, this is not really a choice. And if people are upset about what's happening, well, down the hill on Hollis Street is where they need to direct their anger to. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Oh my, I agree with everybody, the good and the bad, but I think that I'm wondering, where is the place of opportunity? So the province has dealt us this hand, and it's the hand that we have to play out. If we said no, I'm sure that they would just come in with more restrictive regulations maybe, and just take planning away from municipalities. I mean, that actually might happen. So we still need to take care of, how our municipality grows, and do it in the right way and have good fit for our communities and stuff. So is there a possibility that, once this goes to the public engagement again, is there any opportunity for the province then to see and listen and hear about some of the concerns that are with these regs as they're presented now? I will support it regretfully, because I don't think that there's much choice. But is there an opportunity for the province? I mean, and Kathy, I like the idea about documenting all these concerns and sending them to the province, but at the public engagement component, is that an opportunity?
Kathy?
Thank you for that question. I'm sure that some of the provincial staff from Housing Municipal Affairs are probably watching council today. We can follow up with the letter, and I certainly think that they'll be watching and or attending the public participation component. There's always the chance, particularly with this provincial government, who has been fairly responsive to feedback from the public, that they'll take that into consideration.
Thank you for that. And I apologize to everyone if it looks like I'm distracted. We're with IT trying to figure out how I get all the right information in front of me. So, but I am participating and hearing and listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy. Good luck with that. Councillor Frick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. So I agree with Councillors Kent and Austin on this. This is a direction we've been given. We don't have a choice. And when you look at some of these, like just take the unit counts and the minimum requirements for commercial space on the main floor of buildings. Just because it's reduced to, say, 20% doesn't mean a developer or a property owner is going to have just 20% of commercial office space. When you think about the building of a building, if you're doing commercial, you're going to have your ground floor a certain height, which is generally taller than you're going to have a residential area. And I think of Quinpool Road as an example. no one in the right mind, given the number of storefronts and the fact that Carla Nicholson, the executive director for Quinpool Road Business Association, takes on a daily basis calls from people looking for new commercial space on the street. There's just not enough of it. It's in demand. So I have no doubt that anyone who's building a new building there is going to have 100% of their floor space, as it is required now under the center plan for pedestrian-oriented main streets. They'll have all of that commercial space to commercial tenants. Similarly, for the unit counts, if you look at the StatsCan census data, the two largest households in Halifax are singles and two-person households. And so when you think about a building developer looking at their marketplace, they will build to what the demographics and the market is demanding. And so just like we did with parking requirements, we eliminated parking requirements in growth centers and corridors. But if you look at all the buildings that are going up, with the exception of one on Gottingen or Agricola right now, they're all putting parking in. We don't require parking, but they're putting some amount of parking in because their clientele, the folks that will be renting those spaces, have cars. And so I'm less concerned about this. What I am concerned about is this. If we vote no on this, like a petulant child, it'll actually be hurting our residents, not helping them. And the reason I say this is if we do not do this, what the minister has directed us to do, the minister will simply make all of HRM a special planning area and do it himself. And I'll ask you this question. Looking at the screen we have on Zoom, would you rather have John Lohr make these amendments to our planning documents and policies, or would you rather have Leah and Kate and Jacqueline and all of the other amazing planners that we have working for us? Who do you think is going to do a better job of making this pig look as good as possible with as much lipstick as we can afford? I think our staff will do a better job than Minister John Lohr will. So I urge you to support the motion, allow our staff to go do this work. We can have conversations with the province. Our staff will have conversations with provincial staff. I know we can make, because we already have to do this. There's no way we can do the suburban plan in the time frame that the minister has given us. And so there's going to have to be give and take. There's going to have to be dialogue between us and them. And I would rather have our staff leading this change than leave it up to the provincial government. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor, I have on a second term now, I have Councillor Lovelace, Cuddle Smith, and Mason to close. Have I missed anybody? We will go to Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to assure councillors that should you decide to vote no, you're not a petulant child. I think that's an egregious statement. It's completely unprofessional and not necessary. The truth is, Minister John Lohr has already made the changes. He's already issued his regulations. He's already directed our staff on what changes need to be made. What we're being asked to do is just approve them. But the problem I see is the fact that the consultation period is so small, the changes are so vast, and the communities will not really understand why. I mean, some of us don't really truly understand why, because again, we don't have the opportunity to ask the minister. We don't have the opportunity to speak directly with the deputy minister. So, you know, I'm disappointed when I hear the statements like that. You know, it is up to council to make a decision and vote the best way that they feel is important. My question, Kenda, if you're still on, is about infrastructure. And I'm wondering if you could please, from Halifax Water's perspective, provide us with an understanding of, you know, the requirements here and the impact to Halifax Water. Now, obviously, there's going to be impacts to Nova Scotia Power, potentially Eastward Energy. You know, we're going to see impact, but because you're on the line, you know, the statement here in the report, it will not be possible to accelerate the completion of required infrastructure studies. So we're putting blinders on. We're approving something saying, yes, let's move forward. And to Councillor Austin's point that, you know, we're going to be a special planning area. We already are, right? That's why this regulation has been put forward. But I think it's in the best interest of our residents and our businesses to fully understand the implications of saying yes. And infrastructure deficit is a significant concern. So, Kenda, if you have looked at these changes and agreed with that statement that it is not possible to accelerate the completion of the required infrastructure studies, and I know that Halifax Water has been looking at this and trying to get this done, where are we at with that, Kenda?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ken.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So there's a number of things going on. We are embarking on our integrated resource plan, which is looking at the implications to growth or implications to our infrastructure for the next 30 years stemming from growth. We have teams assembled that contact and stay in connection with Kate Green's team on a regular basis that looks at some of the near-term, medium-term type growth initiatives. And so the recent set of numbers that we've gotten from the HRM planning team include some of the projections for some of the growth that's happening here. And so we'll be looking at that in that medium and longer term lens. And then as each application comes in, there is opportunity to look at what the infrastructure needs are and work with HRM planning, work with the development community on what those implications are. So I feel we're engaged in the process, and there's going to be some analysis that has to be done as some of these come in, but comfortable with where we're at from that perspective.
So these are growing pains then, Kenda.
Yeah, so there's, it would be ideal in a perfect world to have all these mapped out, but we're placed well enough, I believe, that we can react and respond as needed.
Because you're at the table, which is good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tuttle. Folks, I just draw your attention. I just noticed that the clock, there is a clock on the screen here. It's gone now. But when people start talking up on above the chat, there it goes. It shows 3 minutes right now. Councillor Tuttle, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do not have enough information to make an informed decision about the implications of this right now. I don't think any of us do. What I do know is that taking a blanket approach to planning is never a good idea, especially when it doesn't consider local circumstances. What we really need is like a good, responsible, sustainable approach to planning. We can't just pass regulations based on the assumption that people are going to put commercial in. The point of planning is to have, predictable regulations, predictable development that reflects local needs. To my circumstance, why I'm so upset about this is that, in 2018, we had the Herringkill Functional Plan that already stated our road network was at capacity. In 2017, the IMP report said that revised growth projections for the Spryfield area have lessened the need for additional road capacity, meaning we are starting to cap development in this area because we do not have the infrastructure. We have in 2021, we have 33,000 residents. I think we're up to about 40 now with the housing completions. I have 3,000 lots approved. Through the Housing Accelerator Fund, we've approved 27 multi-units for the Spryfield area. This is a game-changing moment for our community. Now, I wasn't happy about the Housing Accelerator Fund and the approval of 27 units, but we've managed to cap the height, look at things like ground floor commercial, look at unit mix, and under that, I was comfortable moving forward. Lifting those things now actually completely changes the story of what can happen here. And it's unpredictable. It's not reflective of community need, and it's just simply not something I can support. We do not have a plan to deal with our infrastructure needs. And so I can't support it. It's just not responsible planning. It's reckless. particularly in this area where we're going to miss the boat on creating a proper main street with commercial if we don't move forward with that now. If we approve this and we don't require commercial, we're missing the opportunity to really build out a complete community here. And that gravely concerns me. And I simply cannot support this. If the province wants to come back and mandate it, well, it's on them. But you know what? I do have a master's degree in urban and rural planning. I do have some idea of what I'm talking about. And I am 100% not comfortable with what's being proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for this conversation. I would like to know, I'm looking at the future now, how is this going to affect the suburban plan?
So I can speak to that. This work, we're going to try and focus on implementing this work through the regional plan. So we know we have a draft regional plan. We know we're amending all our bylaws, all 21 bylaws. So now we can take these requirements and we can make further changes to those bylaws as part of the regional plan package. That's probably the quickest path for us to get these minimum planning regulations back to council. The suburban plan, we have been working on. We had a initiation report that came to council a while ago now, and we got thrown off track with that schedule because we had to conduct the amendments around the Housing Accelerator Fund. So our plan is to come back to you early in the new year, to the new council, and provide you with our adjusted work plan. So when we think about that in thinking about what's happening with housing, you know, the Housing Accelerator Fund, we went into the suburban areas and we adjusted land use regulations around active projects that we knew of in the way we've been talking to today, so that we could enable projects almost ahead of that larger framework to address the housing crisis. So that was a really big effort that we took together to try and get to that place where we could allow the suburban planning work to continue and to do all the technical work. All those changes that we made to regulations have been fed into the infrastructure planning work that we're doing that Kenda referenced. So, you know, we have a plan for all of that going forward and are continuing to work on it every day.
Yes, I agree with the councillor that said, you know, your staff is pivoting all the time. Every time there's something new or an addition, you have to adjust. And I really appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Mayor. Just really quick last question I didn't get to ask, and you know, as some colleagues mentioned, not happy, but this is a requirement of us. So sadly, we kind of have to live with it. But as staff move forward, I'm wondering, Leah, Kate, whoever wants to answer, is it possible to get the province to provide us with any like information or studies or reports of like how they determine this is why they wanted to go forward with these requirements? I know that we were from what CAO said, it seemed like we were in collaboration with them throughout, but I'd be curious if that is information that they could provide just to help, you know, we provide where we get information from through reports and studies, and it'd be good to kind of just see where the province is also getting their information. So as you think, is that something that as the process moves forward that you could at least request?
Certainly through staff, through our work with the provincial departments involved, we can ask for that information, absolutely. And we will share that with the council as we receive it.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I hear and I empathize with both sides of what we're hearing on council right now. That, you know, I don't think a lot of what they're asking us to do makes sense. But the key thing is, even there, I just made a mistake with my language. They're not asking us. We're being ordered by the minister. And what's at stake to me, why I'm going to vote for it, even though I disagree with a bunch of the stuff they're asking, I've been quite public about that all along, is that we can shape our response to these things that are inevitable and have some influence, or we can pass it without including what we've been ordered to do by the minister. And then under section 92D3 sub B of the charter, the minister gets to directly write the bylaw. Only if we don't do what they ask in some form, right? Where we have an effect, where the new bylaw appears to affect provincial interests. So to me, we don't have any control other than the control that we can hold on to right now by trying to mitigate and soften this and work with staff and meet with politicians and see if we can get this to some kind of landing. But if we say no to this, we give that up. And then we're in a position where we will no longer be able to influence it. And it'll be staff in municipal affairs and housing who are going to write the bylaw for us. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you. We're ready for the motion. There has been a request to split the motion. Councillor, first of all, Ian, can we split it in such a way that we just vote for one separately? It's 1A, I think Councillor Morris is concerned about.
Yes, if we could just hive that one off, please.
Ian, is that legislatively correct?
I have checked with planning and with the legal department, and that does sound like it's possible. So I'm just posting into the chat what the first vote would be on. It is bullet 1A from the staff report.
Right. So we'll vote on 1A and then we'll vote on all the rest of it.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. There were a couple of housekeeping amendments early on that passed without a problem. So we're going to vote on 1A. Ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
Against the motion.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Against the motion?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
Against the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Reluctantly, yes on the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Otis.
Yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Councillor David Gammon.
Another reluctant yes.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative with a noted objection.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Thank you.
Okay, so that motion passes with great enthusiasm. We're now going to vote on the rest of the motion, which would be everything except 1A. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Beginning with District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morse.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
Yes.
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
16, Councillor Otis.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
In favor?
District 1, Deputy Mayor Daigle Gannon.
Voting in favor?
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
And 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
That carries. Thank you. Could I ask Leah and Kate to put their camera back on so we can thank them for the work, whatever we think of it? Leah and Kate, come on now, let's see your face.
We're here.
I'm not going to get to see you much, so I want to thank you for all the work you've done and all the work you continue to do, and Leah as well. Thank you, folks.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you for everything.
Okay, colleagues, we're going to move to 15.2.1 is passed on consent. The Discovery Center. 15.3.1 has passed on consent. That's coming out of Community Planning and Economic Development Framework for Major Events. We're going to move to 15.4.1, implementation of Peninsula South Complete Streets, coming from Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can put that on the floor.
Councillor
We don't have a presentation on this, do we, for council?
If requested, there is one.
Okay, if requested. I would think well, I'll leave it to council, but it may be helpful. All right, let me just throw this on the floor. I can find it. That Halifax Regional Council 1 approved the installation of bicycle facilities and related changes on University Avenue from Lamarchant Street to South Park Street, as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 29th, 2024. 2, subject to the approval of recommendation 1 above, approve the use of the Peninsula South Streetscape Design Guidelines as a guide for the implementation of the public realm improvements along University Ave. 3, approve the installation of bicycle facilities and related changes on Morris Street from South Park Street to Lower Water Street, including conversion of Morris Street to a one-way eastbound for motor vehicle traffic, as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 29, 2024. 4, approve the installation of bicycle facilities and other related changes to Seymour Street, University Ave, South Street, Seymour Street to Carteret Street, and Oakland Road, Roby Street to Beaufort Ave, as described in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 29, 2024. And 5, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a staff report regarding potential for including the full South Street two-way raised bikeway, concept 3A, as part of the Halifax Urban Greenway project when planning the construction of the Oxford Street facility connecting Beaufort and Coburg multi-use pathways.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Mason.
My cat in the background has already seconded that. So sorry about that.
Should we see the presentation? Maybe we'll see the presentation.
I think we need to see the presentation. This is a hefty motion. And then I can take care of the crying cat.
Yeah. We'll come back to you. If staff's ready, we can see the presentation on this.
Yes, we're ready. I'm Mark Neener, Supervisor of Active Transportation Planning. And thank you for the opportunity to present today. Today, I'll be taking you through the objectives of this planning project, an overview of the recommended concepts, a summary of the key implications for each of the concepts, and finally, a few points on implementation. You'll find more information on all aspects of this project in the staff report in your package. Next slide, please, Ian. So the Peninsula South Complete Streets project is a functional planning project initiated in 2019 with 2 rounds of public engagement, the first in fall of 2019 and the second in the summer of 2022. Project objectives include planning for new cycling infrastructure designed to be suitable for people of all ages and abilities along the University Ave and Morris Street corridor as per Action 72 of the Integrated Mobility Plan. We also explored options for a AAA cycling connection along Roby Street from University Ave connecting down to the St. Mary's University campus. The new University Ave and Morris Street infrastructure would be a key east-west connection in the south end of the peninsula and would form part of the IMP's AAA bicycle network. It would connect to 7 north-south cycling routes, 3 Dalhousie campuses, the IWK and QE2 hospitals, the waterfront, and the downtown. As per Action 31 of the IMP, a complete streets approach was adopted for the project. We also developed a district identity for University Ave, the deliverable being the Streetscape Design Guidelines, which is included as an attachment to the report. The project objectives also support other HM policies, including the AT Priorities Plan, Regional Plan, Halifax, among others. Next slide, please. We divided the project into 3 segments: University Ave at the center, the east connection from University Avenue to the waterfront, and the west connection from the western end of University Ave to the Halifax Urban Greenway. I'll begin by describing the recommended concept and key implications for the east connection. 3 route alignments were considered to achieve this connection, and we evaluated 10 options for adding new cycling infrastructure and improvements for pedestrians along the candidate streets in the study area. Ultimately, one viable concept for Morris Street, Concept 1A, was shared for feedback during Phase 2 engagement in 2022. Next slide, please. Of the 10 concepts I mentioned for the east connection, 7 of them were for Morris Street. Morris Street is the desired cycling connection as per the IMP and the AT priorities plan, but given the challenges of adding infrastructure to Morris Street, we explored 2 alternative routes. Those were South Street and then also Clyde Street through Dalhousie Sexton campus and along Bishop Street to Lower Water Street. All except Morris Street Concept 1A were eliminated due to severe tree and parking impacts, relatively low evaluation scores, and or the inability to meet AAA objectives. More recently, we also explored a bikeway couplet concept that considered a westbound protected bike lane on Morris Street and an eastbound bike lane on a parallel street such as South Street or the Clyde Sexton Campus Bishop corridor. This is included as an alternative in the alternative section of the staff report. Next slide, please. The recommended concept for the east connection is Concept 1A on Morris Street. Implementation of this concept would include 1.8 meter sidewalks widened to 2 meters where space permits, the addition of a 3-meter raised bikeway to the north side of Morris Street, conversion of the street to one-way eastbound for motor vehicle traffic. This would likely result in all existing and planned transit routes being removed from Morris Street. Up to 4 of 5 existing street trees would be removed and replaced. Parking and loading would be retained on the south side of the street with a net loss of approximately 5 spaces. There would be no stopping on the north side of the street except for approximately 6 spaces near South Park Street. And the cost estimate for this concept with 35% contingency is about $5.1 million. Next slide, please. The key implications for Concept 1A are mostly related to converting Morris Street to one-way eastbound flow for motor vehicle traffic. Halifax Transit would consult riders and plan for changes to their network, which would likely result in removal of all service from Morris Street and other possible changes to the broader transit network. As Morris Street is currently Transit's preferred detour when Spring Garden Road or South Street are not accessible to buses, bus detours for special events, snow events, collisions, etc., would change and be more complicated and potentially more expensive. For example, traffic control to help buses re-enter traffic at unsignalized intersections along alternate detours may be required. South Street from Barrington Street to South Park Street currently carries routes 7 and 41 and is available as a transit detour. Staff have also considered 2 new alternatives to Morris Street for detours, Clyde Street and Queen Street and Sackville Street to South Park Street. Temporary and permanent changes to these streets would be required to accommodate buses. For example, parking near the intersections may be removed to allow for bus turns. Street closure requests would continue to be considered on a case-by-case basis, with input from HRM Traffic, Right-of-Way, Halifax Regional Police, and Halifax Transit, and transit detours would be determined based on the nature of the closure. Based on 3 years of data and the Business Association's plans for the future, we would expect annual transit detours off Spring Garden Road for about 2 open street events, 2 major parades, 4 to 6 snow events, and potential construction projects, collisions, and even potentially fire responses. So for example, in 2023, that totaled about 30 days in total of detours. The conversion of Morris Street to one-way eastbound would also require an alternative truck route to replace Morris Street as a westbound secondary daytime truck route. Based on assessment of alternatives and a recommended alternative route, a recommended alternative route following English Street is described in detail in the report. The conversion would result in diversion of traffic to adjacent streets, and two separate analyses of potential impacts concluded there's sufficient capacity in the local network to adapt to the change. The impacts of the conversion are also described in more detail in the staff report. Next slide, please. Next, I'll describe the recommended concept and the key implications for University Ave. 3 concepts for University Ave were evaluated, and all 3 were shared with the public for feedback in 2022. Next slide, please. The recommended concept for University Ave is Concept 2B. Implementation of this concept would include the addition of a 3-meter two-way bikeway to the center median of the street. Sidewalks would be widened, and changes at Seymour Street, Henry Street, and Edward Street are proposed to restrict vehicle movements across the median. Existing on-street parking would be maintained. Removal of approximately 23 of 326 street trees would be required. Bicycle signals would be added to signalize intersections where appropriate. There would be new public spaces and placemaking elements contemplated at the design phase, and the cost estimate with 35% contingency for this project is about $8.6 million. We acknowledge University Ave is an important component of Dalhousie, Studley, and Carleton campuses, and that Dalhousie prefers Concept 2C, which better aligns with the vision for University Ave and Dalhousie's 2010 campus master plan. Dal has expressed a willingness to continue collaborating with HRM through the design phase, and we've discussed with Dal some ideas on how we could achieve Dal's objectives with the recommended concept. Next slide, please. The key implications for Concept 2B are mostly related to changes to the median and the proposed median restrictions west of Robie Street. Implementation of this concept would require removal and replacement of approximately 23 of the 236 street trees. Green space within the center median would be reduced with the addition of a 3-meter bikeway, and there is potential for conflicts with cyclists and people using the median as a gathering space. The proposed median restrictions are intended to reduce conflicts between the bikeway and traffic crossing the median, but would result in travel on some local streets being more circuitous for people driving. We would consider access for emergency vehicles and Dalhousie operational vehicles across the median in the design of the median restrictions. Next slide, please. Finally, I'll describe the recommended concept and key implications for the West Connection. 3 route options were considered and 3 concepts evaluated for this segment. The 2 top-ranking concepts were shared with the public for feedback in 2022. Next slide, please. The recommended concept for the West Connection is Concept 3A. Implementation of this concept would include installation of a local street bikeway following Seymour Street, Carteret Street, and Oakland Road. A short section of protected 2-way bikeway would be added to the north side of South Street to connect Seymour Street to Carteret Street. Wayfinding and pavement markings would be added to identify the route. Traffic calming measures would be considered during preliminary design, and crossing treatments to prioritize people walking and cycling would be considered at the unsignalized intersections to facilitate travel along the route. The cost estimate with 35% contingency for this project is $1.2 million. Next slide, please. The key implications for Concept 3 are mostly related to the proposed route alignment for the bikeway. The route does not provide direct access to Dalplex and other Dalhousie campus destinations west of Carteret Street, and it would be less direct for cyclists arriving from and traveling to the north, compared, for example, to a facility on South Street that extends all the way down to Oxford. Implementation of this concept is not expected to impact any trees or traffic capacity. 1 bus stop would be relocated, and there would be minimal, if any, impact to on-street parking. Next slide, please. I think you went back, Ian.
One more ahead.
One more ahead, please. Two more ahead.
Yeah.
There we go. Shown in green are the recommended AAA bikeway connections for each segment of the project. The yellow lines show the existing north-south bikeways. We developed three concepts for the Roby Street connection and shared two during phase 2 public engagement, but we're not proceeding with a recommendation at this time due to a planning project for transit priority on Roby Street that is currently underway and will integrate an AT facility into the cross section. Next slide, please. To conclude the presentation, I have a few points about implementation. Pending Regional Council approval, recommended options would proceed to preliminary and detailed design before tendering and construction. Addition of proposed bicycle infrastructure would be integrated with planned recapitalization of University Ave and Morris Streets. Construction of University Ave and Morris Street would be completed in phases over 2 to 3 years, and the target to complete construction is 2028. Before I conclude, I'd like to make one final point of clarification. The recommended concept for Morris Street that includes the conversion of the street to one-way traffic is not contingent on making Spring Garden Road a transit-only street. We included the transit-only street in our analysis just to ensure that we had accounted for all possible changes to the traffic network in the area in the future. Staff will be bringing forward a separate report about the transit-only street pilot project later this year. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark, very much. We'll go back to Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you, Mark. Great presentation. Really appreciate that. I can only imagine how much work has gone into this. So thank you. Got a couple of quick snappers here. One is the 35% contingency. So that's pretty hefty. And so I'm just wondering if you can explain why that contingency is so high at 35%. My next question is around the statement from CNIB, the Institute for the Blind. They are, they've sent in their letters. They've indicated their concern with regards to safe movement, safe mobility for people who are visually impaired. So I'm just wondering what kind of communications, consultation with CNIB has taken place. The other thing is when I look at the numbers, I think it was 30 days for Morris. Was that it? 30 days with regards to, I think you mentioned parades, large events, and these kinds of things. And so there would be an impact to the street network for a period of 30 days for over a year. I'm just, if you can, I think that's what you said. But I guess that to me, I'm just wondering what kind of consultation did you, or statements or input, I guess, did we get from our special events folks? And do we, are they in the loop on that? Geez, okay, running out of time here. Next question that I have with regards to the traffic calming measures with the West connection. I guess the recommendation isn't firm. It's just that maybe kind of a consideration for traffic calming, and wondering whether or not we're actually thinking about calming our streets by reducing speed rates. And if that's something that staff have considered, and if you could talk to that a little bit. Edmonton has done a great job by just dropping high density streets to 20 kilometers, for example. So I'll just leave it at that because, I'm looking forward to your answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for those questions. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the first question was about the 35% contingency. And so that level of cost estimate with a 35% contingency is fairly typical for a project at this stage. So, the functional planning project brought the design to a 30% level of design. And so without proceeding into more preliminary and detailed design, a more accurate and I guess more precise estimate is just not yet achievable.
So you'll expect we'll have those at the next phase then with the design planning, we'll have a better sense of actual costs. Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
exactly. So then, with regards to engaging CNIB and other stakeholders from the accessibility community, we did have representation. So early on in the project, we established an advisory committee, which included a variety of stakeholders from the community, including a representative from Walk and Roll, who brought an accessibility lens to that work. But I'm not aware actually of CNIB having flagged any particular concerns with the Peninsula South project. I think there have been concerns flagged with relation to the Almond Street project, the Almond Street Bikeway project. But I think, but I'm not aware of any specific concerns related to Peninsula South. I mean, the proposed bikeways in Peninsula South in the study area would include treatments at the intersections, including consideration of protected intersections for bicycling, and CNIB have flagged some concerns about the details of those designs, and our design and standard for that type of infrastructure is continuing to evolve with, based on our feedback from CNIB and other stakeholders. So so I suppose there is that aspect to the project. Does that answer your question?
Well, I did have another question. I'm running out of time. I've got 12 seconds left. So the other question is on the traffic calming.
So you had a question about the 30 days of detours. So that was just based on data from 2023 for transit detours away from Spring Garden Road. So in total, there were about 30 days where transit had to detour away from Spring Garden Road for a variety of reasons, and that included special events, snowstorms, motor vehicle collisions, one fire, as I understand it. So it was 16 different events in total, which resulted in about 30 days of detours. And then finally, for the west connection, so we are proposing local street bikeways for those streets. So the local street bikeway administrative order actually establishes some thresholds for both speed and volume of traffic. So depending on the volumes and speeds, we would either we would look at implementing traffic calming and or traffic diversion to get those speeds and volumes down to a level where it's actually comfortable for a cyclist to share the lane with traffic along the corridor.
So you haven't considered the speed rate reduction on those?
We have. We've gathered data on the existing speeds along the streets, the candidate streets, and if there's further reduction in speeds required, we would add traffic calming to those streets.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mason.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I support this, and I'm glad to see it moving forward. Just for a bit of context to folks, this is a part of what has been talked about this around 2009 or 10. The institutional bikeway connector was one of the first big studies for building bike lanes. And the idea is you've got up and down Morris University, VG, Dalhousie, Sexton, Kings, and you're connecting those. And then Roby Street is the next one where you're connecting, or Summer, connecting the HI site and St. Mary's. And there's thousands and thousands of travel, trips between all these destinations every day, teaching hospitals, hospital, university. And, with the bike share that we have coming in April that we just recently hired a staffer to implement and approved last meeting, something we've been talking about for a long time could happen, that we could see a lot more people using bicycles just going between those destinations, let alone the fact that this is the only east-west connection we're going to have that connects the Lower Water Hollis pair, the Brunswick Street bike lane that goes through Dalhousie campus to get to Morris, South Park, Vernon, Windsor, and then ultimately when it's fully built, the Halifax Urban Greenway. So this actually connects 5 different bike facilities as well as all that all those institutions. So very excited to see it move forward. I've had very few concerns about this. Once people realized there are some people who don't like it, not minimizing that, but most of the residents and others who have contacted me when I told them that this would mean that most of the buses or all the buses would be gone from the street went, I'll take that trade. They were happy with that. I have heard concern about more and more one-ways coming into downtown. The first one-ways were right before my time, 2010, 11. They brought in the one-ways to downtown, which added 120, 130 parking spots. The Spring Garden Road pair on Birmingham and Dresden Road came in around 2018 at the request of the Business Association. And but the residents did not want it to go past Clyde Street. But interestingly, if you're into this kind of thing, we renamed part of the street there that used to be called Brenton Place, and the street's now called Clyde all the way from Queen to South Park, and it's now 2 ways. Do you remember when Curry Village used to be there? It was 1 way. Well, now it's 2 ways. So I think that helps take the pressure off of making Morris 1 way. And so I guess my question for staff is, we have received concern from CNIB in general about bike lanes and especially multi-use paths. And I'm wondering if you could provide a little bit more clarity. Like I'm looking right now on the website for the Clearing Our Path, which is the design standards for multi-use trails and bike lanes that have been articulated that are actually done with a grant from the Government of Canada that were created by CNIB. Do we have standards, or how close are we to having design standards that address the concerns we're hearing and that meet the concerns of this national standard? Because this seems to be an increasing concern, and I don't want us to ignore it, but I do support going ahead with this project for detailed planning, assuming by the time we get into the ground, we're going to have addressed that.
Yes, thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We are working very closely with CNIB right now on advancing our design for protected bikeways, especially where bikeways and bus stops are adjacent to each other. So there's actually a pending staff report about that, and colleagues are looking for an opportunity to pilot a new design for a protected bikeway next to a bus stop. So I think where we really get into the conversation with CNIB is at the preliminary and detailed design stage, where we're figuring out exactly how the sidewalk and the bike lane interact with each other, especially at intersections. And so it's at that point that the details really matter. And we're always looking to the latest guidance on how to do that well, and also listening for feedback from our local advocates and people who navigate the streets that have vision impairments, and we'll continue to work with them closely on this project if it moves forward to detailed design.
Thank you, Mark. One last thing, so I don't have to come back, is Dalhousie. I'm glad to hear you're talking to Dalhousie about what the art of the possible might be around their ambition to close the northern side of University Avenue. I had thought about bringing an amendment to direct further conversation, but if it's happening, I'm not going to do that, and I just asked the motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purdy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mark, and your team for this. And I had concerns when this came to Transportation Standing Committee last month, or August, I guess, and I voted against it there just because the risks that were outlined in the report seemed too important to pass this, from what I thought. And some of them involve transit, and you did address this in your presentation, but there's not a plan right now. It's like, oh, well, we'll do it, we'll make the changes, and then transit will figure out how to do these service adjustments. And that's not okay. We're already having a lot of issues with transit and service reliability and efficiency. And in downtown Halifax, there is a lot of intersections where transit can't take a right-hand turn. And I heard you say in your presentation that, well, just look at perhaps removing parking to make those turns possible, perhaps. And well, we have issues with parking in downtown Halifax too, removing parking, and these are concerns. And another concern is truck traffic from the port, and where are all of these huge trucks going to go? There's no easy alternative for the accommodation of oversized loads from the report. This is going to be logistically challenging, complex, and costly for detours. Making Morris a one-way street, we've had correspondence from folks very concerned about this. We're already looking at loads of 6,000 cars per day west of Roby Street, on the west side of Roby Street, in the study. And that's from 2019. And I mean, there's this little sad joke in Cole Harbour that it takes an hour and a half to get to the hospital for appointments for our folks in Cole Harbour, driving through downtown Halifax traffic. It'd be easier for them to drive to Truro, to the hospital in Truro, to make their medical appointments because the traffic is so bad. And so just the logistics of this is concerning. One of the risks is a risk to resilience to roadway network due to the conversion of Morris Street to one way. So understanding bike lanes are important, but I guess balancing all of the concerns, the logistical concerns of how our roads need to be structured and used with our truck, our transit. I'm just seeing. I guess I don't feel confident that the risks have been adequately addressed in this. And I think that's it. And also for the engagement, it says there was like 281 responses to the online survey, and I just feel like something like this is 281 is not a lot of responses to direct, I guess, public feedback for something like this. But okay, so that's just my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Anything on those or?
I didn't, I don't think I have a specific question to respond to there. I think I could just offer a point of clarification around the engagement. There were many ways for people to engage in the project. The survey was just one option. We had a lot of traffic to our online interactive map, which through which we gathered a lot of comments about the various options, and then we had some pop-up events as well, and some online virtual meetings. So there were a variety of ways people could engage with the project.
Okay, thank you, Reza.
I'm happy to offer any clarifications on those other points if specific questions come up.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did I just hear Councillor Purdy said she understands that bike lanes are important? Well, there's still hope for us after all. Look at that. It's interesting, I receive calls and emails from people that live in the downtown area on this. And that doesn't happen that often. We get broad emails and such, but people that live in the area that know me and reached out had some concerns. And I'm just looking for some clarification. Mark, good job in the presentation. Amazing bit of work here. I mean, this is a big project. So the desire, I understand from the IMP, is the AAA network. Can you just explain very quickly, if it's not AAA network, what does that other option look like? Can you just describe that for us, please?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the Morris Street is as we kind of confirmed through this planning process, is the ideal corridor for the bikeway. It provides that direct continuous connection with University Ave. It connects to the destinations along the corridor that we're looking to connect to, and it has a relatively gentle slope out of the downtown. So the slope is kind of a big part of what's attractive to Morris Street as part of the bikeway network. Now we offered some alternatives in the report.
Right.
If council should decide that the trade-offs associated with implementing the bikeway on Morris Street are not acceptable, we have offered some alternatives. They don't all fully achieve the AAA connection. There are some constraints, I guess, that are difficult to overcome, such as steep grades on other streets, or taking a bikeway through private property, i.e. the Dallas Exton campus. South Street has some similar issues with grade and also a narrow curb-to-curb space. We did include an option in the alternative section that we developed quite late in the project, and that's the idea of a two-way bikeway, a bikeway couplet that would actually use Morris Street for one direction of travel for cyclists. So that would be the uphill direction, and then we could do a one-way facility on a parallel street, such as South Street or Clyde.
Mark, sorry to cut you off. On that piece, and that's what I was getting at, if it's not AAA network, and when I look at the alternatives, those alternatives were not shared with public for feedback, though. Is that correct, or did I have that wrong?
No, that's correct. That's correct. The only option that we shared publicly in 2022 was the two-way bikeway with one-way traffic.
Okay.
And that's because in evaluating all of the other concepts for Morris Street, many of those concepts carried very high impacts to trees and parking and loading, and based on what we were hearing from the community and the objectives of the project, those concepts at the time did not seem like viable options that were worth bringing forward to the public.
Thank you for that. I think Councillor Lovelace did ask about civic events. I'm not sure. I might have missed the answer. So did you engage with civic events because there was concern about different events, parades, and all that? And can you explain that to me again? I apologize if you already did answer that.
I touched on it, but I didn't go into that in detail. The question did come up at TSC about whether or not the conversion of one-way of Morris to one-way would I guess endanger the option of closing Spring Garden Road for special events such as the 2 open street events that the Business Association would like to continue hosting and the 2 annual parades. And so we have done some more engagement with events and also with transit on that since TSC, and I spoke to some of those findings in my presentation. I think one of the key inputs for a decision about closing Spring Garden Road for special events comes from transit, and transit needs to find a suitable alternate detour, given that Morris Street is the current preferred detour, so they'd have to find another option, at least another option for westbound Morris.
Right.
And so we've identified South Street as an option. Transit uses South between Barrington and South Park Street now. It is obviously further away from Spring Garden Road than Morris Street is. And we've also identified 2 other possible detour routes that we think could work, but would require some either temporary or permanent changes to the street. And those 2 options are Clyde Street and also Queen to Sackville to South Park.
Okay, my time is up. I'll come back, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I have a couple of concerns. One of them is much more widespread than just this area. But we are spending a lot of time considering bikeways, and that makes sense in a lot of cases. One of the things that we've seen out here is a lot of people who are riding bikes or something like a bike, unicycle, a motorized bicycle, and are completely ignoring many of the traffic signals. Now, I'm certainly not saying that this is the majority, but we've seen it a lot. And we are not providing enforcement. I'm wondering if, so they are doing it with some degree of impunity. And I'm wondering if any consideration has been given to some way to manage this, to track, to enforce, to increase anything, to make sure that that this is controlled a little bit. The second thing that I'm wondering about is the large trucks, the large and heavy trucks that were considered and discussed in the report, and allowances are being made for them. Do they absolutely have to be accommodated, or can we eliminate accommodation for them? And because they're going from one port to another port, or at least from the south end of Halifax to the north end of Halifax and then points beyond, can we do something like using the train shuttle service? This is going to be considered or developed in 2028, if I'm not mistaken, and the train shuttle service would be done in advance of that. So has consideration been given to simply eliminate the possibility of large and heavy trucks using downtown?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So with regard to the behavior of people cycling on the streets, you know, I would suggest that you know, providing a well-designed, designated facility for people to cycle in that connects them to their destinations in a direct way and is safe and intuitive to use is probably, you know, probably a big step to what would be, you know, be a big step towards improving cyclist behavior.
And that would cause people to pay attention to the law instead of riding without helmets or jumping the curb or doing anything like that, ignoring streetlights?
Not necessarily. Some of that, you know, some of that enforcement, if there were to be enforcement, would fall to HRP. If it's a question of enforcing the Motor Vehicle Act or the helmet, well, the helmet provisions of the Motor Vehicle Act, that would fall to the police. But I think some of the behavior of cyclists, where we see that people riding on the sidewalk, for example, or riding in an erratic way, is due to a lack of infrastructure. They just don't have a designated space to ride. So they ride where they can and where, you know, where the opportunity exists. In response to your question about trucks, we've assumed, you know, for this project that we would still need to accommodate truck traffic leaving the South End Port through the road network. Although we did, you know, we did also understand that the rail shuttle would result in a significant drop in the level of that traffic. We did assume that there would need to be a truck route, and Water Street is the primary outbound route for trucks from the port. Morris Street is the secondary, you know, basically the backup route. If Water Street's not available, Morris Street is the backup. And so the analysis and engagement we did with the port and with the trucking industry was to determine an alternate backup route. And for that, we're recommending the English Street route as described in the report.
So this is going to be in place for a large number of years. And rather than trying to eliminate the truck traffic, we are taking a second route to accommodate them.
Well, there are, I believe there, there are other conversations underway about the future of truck traffic through the downtown. I know the Water Street Functional Planning Team has had many conversations with the port about the future of port traffic on that street as they work to figure out the future cross section of Water Street. So there are other conversations happening, likely above my level.
Well, there's one of them right there. Kathy O'Toole.
Thank you. I don't know if the Commissioner of Operations is on the meeting and might want to jump in also, but I will say that the port sits on the Joint Regional Transportation Authority. And as the Joint Regional Transportation Authority has been developing the Regional Transportation Plan, which will be, delivered later in the fall, certainly some of the discussions that are happening around that table are looking at the big macro level opportunities that could happen if the truck, how to get the truck transportation off the roads in the downtown core. So that discussion is happening, and I think we'll see more of a vision come forward when the regional transportation plan is delivered.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lovelace, you want to finish or do you want to go now?
I'll close.
Okay, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just very quickly here, police and fire were consulted to Mark, but they're not online here, are they, Mr. Mayor? Or anybody from police or fire with us today?
There's nobody on my list.
Okay. Mark, if, again, just to be clear, I think you stated in your presentation, so if today's motion is passed, you still come back to council with a final design. Is that correct? For approval?
No, we would not come back with a final design. We would move forward to preliminary and detailed design and tendering.
Oh, I misunderstood that. I thought I saw something in your presentation for that. Okay. Can we talk about alternatives then, please? I'm just trying to understand the alternative, the 2A and 2B. And can you just very quickly, with the time I have, just let me know, what are you giving up? What are you gaining? I'm trying to understand that piece. And keeping in mind what I'm hearing from folks that reached out to me is that whole Morris Street one way, right? So how does those two alternatives somewhat address those that are maybe opposed to one-way street on Morris?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So in the staff report, alternative 2A is the Clyde Street, Sexton Campus, Bishop Street corridor. So, so for that option, we were looking at a protected bikeway on Clyde Street. So either one-way protected bike lanes or a bidirectional bikeway that would connect to the Sexton campus at Queen. And then probably a share, like a local street bikeway through the Dalhousie Sexton campus. And then we would have to cross Barrington Street and go down Bishop to Hollis and Lower Water. And so Bishop, we'd have space for one direction, basically a contraflow protected bike lane going in the westbound direction, and then a shared lane for vehicles and bicycles going down the hill. One of the big challenges of Bishop Street is the grade, especially between Hollis and Lower Water, which is really not accessible to most cyclists and doesn't achieve the AAA objectives.
Okay.
The other alternative 2B is the bikeway couplet that I just described earlier, that would put one direction of travel for cyclists on Morris in the uphill direction, and the other direction on a parallel street, such as South Street or the Clyde Sexton Campus Bishop Street corridor. So it would be two one-way bike facilities on two separate corridors.
Yep.
And we'd probably have to look at connecting them in the middle somehow with.
Right. I'm going to run out of time here, Mark. I'm sorry to cut you off, buddy. Just very quickly before the mayor cuts me off. So if we go for alternative 2 and A and B, that's for you to go out and investigate and come back. That doesn't mean the motion that's on the floor today is gone either, or does it? And what does that do from a timing perspective? I know that Mr. Councilor Mason's now looking at me with an evil eye, but you do have to ask, So what does it do from a timing perspective too, if we go to alternative 2 or A? And what does it do to the current motion that's on the floor?
Well, I think specific direction for staff in terms of what we do next, that's up for council to determine. So, council could direct us to proceed with preliminary and detailed design for the Morris Street option and come back to council with a further developed design, or come back before we tender for construction, and at the same time also explore the alternatives. But if we don't advance a project to preliminary design at this stage, then we'll be waiting for approval from the next council, and it probably means the project would not get into preliminary and detailed design and we'd be looking at delaying. I think the 2028 target for achieving this connection would be at risk.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Mancini. Thank you. Councilor Mason.
First of all, Mark, you're a saint, and we need to get you a directional microphone so we can't hear all the people trying to talk to you while you're talking. But tell them we know, but you're doing a great job. And I also want to say that the core complaint we get from people who want the cycle network to be built is the speed, right? How long it's been taking since it was first approved. And here's what I think happens if we go with Bishops as an alternative. We'll lose all the parking on the segment from Hollis to Barrington, and there's businesses and offices along there that are going to be very upset, and it's going to impact the cool little cul-de-sac between the Alexandra and the Keys and the Governor's Building where the Brown Hound is, and they're going to be upset. We're going to have the Killam, who own the building with the historic market in it, saying that this is an unacceptable change, and it's also very steep, right? It's not AAA at all, and we can't. I just think the issue here is sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and make a decision. And to me, we've been talking around this forever. Our biggest issue was we're going to cut down 40 trees. Now it's down to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. This one way addresses almost all the concerns we've heard. And again, I know there's some people in the community who have been very effective at lobbying against this change, but I've had a lot of quiet conversations with people in the neighborhood, and the bus change is a big deal. Those houses are right up against the street. They're old wooden houses from the 1860s, and those buses are roaring right by their windows. And most folks are kind of like, yeah, I can see the trade-offs. So I would urge council to make the decision. Let's go ahead and move forward rather than delay this again so that we can get the network built. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lovelace to finish.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for this great discussion. I got a very easy and quick question for you, Mark. When was the last time the accessibility group met to discuss this project? And the reason I'm asking is because I'm just looking at the letter that we received from CNIB in July 2024. So did you meet in 2023 to discuss accessibility concerns?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So if you're referring to the project advisory committee that I mentioned earlier in the presentation, I think our last meeting with that group was in 2022 after we completed our engagement.
Okay, so when I asked you about CNIB and the letter, and you had responded it was about Almond, I'm just going to read this very quickly, Mr. Mayor. It reads that CNIB realizes, quote, that HRM has decided to embark on expanding the city's cycling infrastructure, but given the relatively limited guidance available on accessibility, we would like to strongly suggest that a moratorium be established on further protected cycle lanes at the point where cyclists enter a pedestrian crosswalk. It is our view that until additional research on accessibility considerations is conducted, the projected cycle lanes, especially at an intersection, create an unnecessary and serious accessibility considerations which are not yet well understood. End quote. I see Kathy's hand up. So I hope, I understand, Mark, that you apparently didn't get this letter. It didn't trickle down to you. But I do think that we need to take this seriously. If the last time you met was in 2022, and here in July 2024, CNIB is clearly saying they're concerned about those intersections. They're concerned about the lack of guidance on accessibility. I'd like to hear from Kathy on this, but I'm going to run out of time. But I think we need to defer this decision until we actually have heard from the accessibility community. They are our advisors. We do have an accessibility strategy. And I think it's really important because this is life or death at these intersections. Kathy, you had your hand up. Did you want to respond to that?
Yes, thank you for forwarding me that letter just now, Councillor Lovelace. I was not copied on that email, but I will note, and I think perhaps Mark may be better able to speak to this than I can, but we do have our own accessibility advisory committee. We do have our own accessibility advisor. If the concerns that are being raised are related to safety, there are things that can be done in terms of signalization and audio cues that don't relate or necessarily impact the infrastructure or planning that is being put forward here.
Mark,
so I'm out of time.
I see. Hang on. So, Lucas Pitts, is that another hand I see now? Lucas?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for you to council.
Oh, hang on. There's something going on there. There's too many microphones, or Paul Russell usually knows what the problem is.
Okay, is that better?
Nope, there is still someone else's speaker on in the room that you're in. And your mic is picking up both what you're saying and the noise coming out of that other speaker.
I think we have a larger speaker that is centralized for us. Is that any better?
Nope.
Okay.
It could be two mics are on.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
I hear you, but it's reverberating.
No.
We can hear you twice.
Or does he have two windows open? You could have two windows open. You could do that.
I'm not sure. Okay, we're gonna try one more.
No. Are you with, are you all together? Can you?
I just closed mine, Ed.
Okay, now it's Star Wars. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, how's that?
Oh. Everybody
Keep
needs
talking.
to just close their computers at Mark.
I can't hear anything. Sorry. 1 sec. All right, let's try one more time.
That's good.
That's perfect.
Right.
Yep.
This is a disaster for such a quick response, but this is what happens when you have 5 laptops in one room. Sorry, through the mayor to the council. So we did receive that letter, and we had a number of meetings with the CNIB. At the time, it was due to the concerns around the Almond Street bikeway. So we continue to meet with the CNIB, and we are working really closely with them. We are working with them, to update our design standards and working side by side. And that Almond Street bikeway at the time did meet the CNIB guidelines for bikeways, but the situation continues to evolve, and I think it's a situation where the country and a lot of the world continues to learn around the accessibility issues in cycleways. And so as we move into preliminary and detailed design, we will continue to work with the CNIB. We will work closely with them to make sure a lot of those components are integrated into our detailed design. So all that waiting for that comment, but.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's an important comment, and I know that I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor, but this is an important issue, and I think it's it's essential that when these letters and these communications come in from a vulnerable community, that we do all that we can to adjust the design or ensure that staff are engaged, our accessibility advisory committee is engaged. So, Lucas, what I'm hearing from you is you are willing to ensure that those design components within this network will meet the needs that CNIB are clearly bringing forward.
I think that's what I heard him say. Yeah. Okay, we're way past our time, folks. We ready for the question?
Question?
Beginning with District 8, Councillor Smith.
4.
9, Councillor Clary.
Yes.
10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
11, Councillor Cuttle.
In favor?
12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
15, Councillor Russell.
Against?
16, Councillor Outhead.
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
Yes.
1, Deputy Mayor Daigle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting no.
5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
6, Councillor Mancini.
In favor.
7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion carries. Colleagues, it's almost 5:15, so we're gonna break. We have a public hearing. I may not be here for it. I'm gonna be meeting with Ian, and if I'm not at the helm, it'll be Deputy Mayor, and after that, we'll continue our council meeting. So any questions? All right, thank you all. Sorry,
All good.
Ian?
Just as a reminder, members of council, it's a public hearing at 6 o'clock, and we do have members of the public coming to that meeting, so the start time will be right at 6 o'clock. We'll be putting the holding screen up and blanking off microphones and cameras until that time.
All right, Ian, are you and I and Kathy, what are we doing? Separately?
Yeah, there's an invitation in your inbox to that.
Okay, I'll do that.
Deputy Mayor, we have unlocked the microphones. You are good when you're ready.
Sounds good. I'm ready. You just let us know when we're live and we'll start again.
Quick question. I had asked Ian about me being able to turn my camera off for my back to be able to stand up. Can I do that during this period?
Madam Clerk?
I would say we have no concerns, but I would look to our solicitor if they have any. And we are live right now.
No, there are no concerns with that.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. We're back at item 12.1, and our esteemed mayor has left the chair as he had said this morning, so I get to finish off this regional meeting. We're at 12.1, which is the regional subdivision bylaw amendments, security options, and inspection fees. We have staff with us for this item: Melinda Francis, Sean Otis, Erin McIntyre, and Jacqueline Hamilton. So thank you for joining us today for the virtual public hearing. The order of events for this virtual hearing will be similar to a regular public hearing. We'll start with a staff presentation. There is an HRM initiated topic, so there's no applicant for this hearing. After that, we will go to the public hearing speakers list. As a reminder to those who are watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker, the deadline was 4:30 the business day prior to the hearing. Madam Clerk, can you confirm if there is any additional correspondence received for this public hearing since the beginning of the meeting today?
No, there is not.
Thank you very much. So now we will ask for Melinda Francis, who is prepared with the staff presentation. Over to you, Melinda.
Hello. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My name is Melinda Francis. I'm a principal planner in land development and subdivision. I'm happy to provide a verbal overview of the proposal, which is an amendment to the regional subdivision bylaw. The proposed amendments apply to subdivisions involving new infrastructure. The first component of the proposal is to allow for an additional option for the provision of security in the form of a development bond. The subdivision bylaw currently allows for development officers to accept security for the purpose of guaranteeing the construction of municipal infrastructure through the subdivision process to be submitted in the form of letters of credit, cash, certified check, or a bank draft. The development bond has been described as a practical alternative to the letter of credit and can be structured to suit the needs of the municipality as a pay-on-demand security. The second component of the proposed amendment is to change the method of collection of audit inspection fees. The municipality currently requires a deposit of inspection fees equal to 0.5% of the total cost of primary and secondary services to be installed as part of the subdivision process. Upon acceptance of the municipal infrastructure and completion of the warranty period, the unused inspection fees are returned. It is proposed that the subdivision bylaw be amended to enable the collection of inspection fees as they're collected and charged in accordance with Admin Order 15. With this proposed change to the bylaw, the inspection fees will be collected per inspection with no deposit required. Collecting fees in this manner would reduce the administrative process of holding, drawing, and returning funds associated with the inspection fees. It's recommended that Council approve the proposed amendments to the regional subdivision bylaw as set out in Attachment A of the September 10th, 2024 staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melinda. We'll ask if there are any questions of clarification from members of council. I do not see any names in the chat. Councillor Hensby, do you have your hand in the air there?
Yeah, just a quick question on inspection fees. Could there be a clarification on how many inspections there are? Because I know in the past it used to be a pre-backfill inspection, and then a pre-drywall, whatever. There's been various stages along the way for inspections. Can they clarify in regards to how many inspections are normally required for these permits? Just to clarify, are we trying to streamline it or just trying to simplify it?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to the councillor, it's to streamline, and the inspections would vary depending on the project, but this is specifically related to subdivisions, so not building permits. So in this case, there would be inspections for the takeover of the public street and at the warranty stage, and there may be additional inspections requested along the way if needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. So I see no other names in the chat. So now we can ask for a motion to open the public hearing. Councillor Stoddard?
I'll second that.
Thank you. I think I saw Councillor Blackburn and heard Councillor Russell. Okay. So the public hearing is now open. There is no applicant, so we'll go straight to the speakers. Any member of the public who is registered with the clerk's office on this matter will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. When I call your name, you may unmute your mic and begin speaking. We have one registered speaker tonight, Andrew Bone. Andrew, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I am.
Oh, thank you and welcome.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Bone. I work with Clayton Developments. Clayton would like to voice our support for the addition of development bonds as a form of security through the subdivision process. This type of security has benefits for the developer while providing the security the municipality requires. We look for your support on this amendment. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it says here in our notes that after the last person has spoken, the mayor will not call 3 times for further speakers as would normally occur during an ordinary meeting. So you would now ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Wait, sorry, Deputy. I wonder if I can ask a question of clarification to the speaker.
Absolutely. I apologize. I didn't see you there on the list.
No worries.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy. Just really quickly, Andrew, if you can just, what is the benefit that you spoke of just for our information's sake for the developer side of things?
Sure. Certainly administration is a major benefit. The amount of time to process other bonding requirements is onerous, both for the municipality and for the developer. And so the ease of taking bonds and closing bonds is probably one of the greater benefits. There are other benefits too. Some of our other bonding is tied to financing and encumbers our financing, where this type of bond, I don't believe does that. So there is a benefit to that as well.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So now a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Russell, seconded.
Yep.
Councillor Purdy, I think. Thank you. And now we can ask staff if they want to respond to any points that were raised by the speaker. Melinda, any comments required?
No response. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Great. So members of council can request staff clarification through the chat or any parts raised during the public hearing. What are the wishes of council? Would a member like to introduce the motion?
Happy to, Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Please do so.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt the proposed amendments to the regional subdivision bylaw as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated August 30th, 2024.
And a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle. Councillor Mason.
It seems like a reasonable change and a relatively minor one, and I have no further questions or concerns. I'd ask council to support the motion on the floor.
Question.
Question has been called and I see no further names. Madam Clerk, do we vote one by one.
Yes, starting with District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor?
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
Voting yes.
The mayor is not present. Moving to Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon, District 1.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
And District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
All votes complete.
And motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We will now move on to item 12.2, MPSA 2023-00349, amendments to the Bedford Municipal Planning Strategy, Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy, and associated development agreement for lands between Larry Utek Boulevard, Starboard Drive, and Fleet View Drive, Halifax. And this is a joint meeting with the Northwest Community Council, one of those nice unique ones. The staff we have with us is Megan Backus, Maggie Holm, Theo Langell, Erin McIntyre, and Jacqueline Hamilton. So members of council will now do item 12.2. Let's see what I've got here. Having a joint meeting is permitted by recent changes to the HRM charter from Bill 137 for the purposes of allowing for concurrent decisions. The process will be that we will start with a staff presentation and questions of clarification from staff, then give the applicant an opportunity to present. After that, we will go to the public hearing. Speakers can participate for a maximum of 5 minutes. Please keep your comments respectful, on topic, and directed to the chair. The clerk will announce when we have 30 seconds remaining and when your name is complete for all speakers. As a reminder to those watching from home, in order to have signed up as a speaker for the deadline was 4:30 the business day prior to this hearing. Clerk, could you please confirm if any additional correspondence has been received for this public hearing since the beginning of the meeting today?
Yes, Deputy Mayor, additional correspondence has been received and has been circulated to members of council.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will now ask for the staff presentation. And I believe on our list, Megan Backus. Did I pronounce that last name properly?
Yes, that's great.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. Just going to get this presentation up on the screen. Krista, it's saying that I don't have permission to post or to share my screen right now.
The screen's up. You just need to say next slide.
Oh, it is? Okay, you're going to be controlling it? Okay, thank you. Yeah, again, good evening, Deputy Mayor, members of council. My name is Megan Backus. I am a Planner 3 with the Urban Enabled Planning Applications team with Planning and Development. And tonight I'll be giving a presentation on MPSA -2023-00349. This is a plan amendment and development agreement application for lands between Larry Utek Boulevard, Starboard Drive, and Fleet View Drive in Halifax. Next slide, please. So I'll just start with a summary of the proposed development. So the applicant is Clayton Developments on behalf of the property owners of the land, so SHX Developments, otherwise known as Shanix. The lands are located again between Larry Utek Boulevard, Starboard Drive, and Fleet View Drive in Halifax. And the proposed development is a lifestyle community development with residential, institutional, office, community commercial uses. The proposal is being considered through the MPS amendment and development agreement planning application process. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we have some images that better illustrate where that subject site is located. On the left, you can see the general area of the site circled in red. It's located just east of Highway 102, just east of the 102 and Larry Utech Boulevard interchange. And then on the right, you can zoom in a little bit closer to the site with those more exact site boundaries shown in red. So again, that site has their street frontage on Larry Utech Boulevard to the north, Starboard Drive to the west, and Fleet View Drive to the south. You can see on that aerial image on the right, so it shows the existing Shanix office building up at the corner of Larry Utech Boulevard and Starboard Drive. You can also see some of the construction that is currently underway on the site, which is permitted under existing development agreement rights that will be discussed in a few slides. Next slide, please. Now just a bit more neighborhood context. So if we start at the top left and go clockwise, we first have some mid-rise multiple unit residential buildings that are on Larry Utech Boulevard north of the site. You're looking at approximately 6 stories for those that form of building. On the top right, we have the secondary school, and you can see there's also an athletic field abutting the subject site. On the bottom right, we have the single family dwellings that are on Fleet View Drive. And then on the bottom left, there's the intersection of Starboard Drive and Peak View Way, which is where the main entrance to the Hemlock Square Commercial Plaza is located. Next slide, please. So before I dive into some of the more complex parts of the proposal, I'll give a brief overview of the planning context in HRM. So first, there's the regional plan and subdivision bylaw, which guides where the population growth and the investment of our services like transit, pipes, water, and sewer should occur. Next slide, please. Next, we have the community plans, which outline where, how, and which types of development may occur in communities. Some of these uses may only be allowed after consultation with the community as well as council approval. And that's like the application that I have in front of you today. Next slide, please. And then at the most granular level, we have the land use bylaws. So those specify what can be approved without going to council and seeking feedback from the public. Next slide. Now, this is a process map that lays out all of the steps that take place in the plan amendment and development agreement planning process. So here, the square that's highlighted in blue, we are currently in that joint public hearing stage. This is the stage where the public will have their final opportunity to provide comments on the proposal to council. And then after that, regional council will be making their decision on the proposed plan amendment portion of the application, and Northwest Community Council will make their decision on the proposed development agreement. Next steps, if approved, will include those MPS amendments going to the province for approval. Also a 14-day appeal period for the development agreement. And if not appealed, that development agreement would then move into signing by the property owners and registration. Next slide, please. And a few more details about the site. It is fully serviced by municipal water and sewer. One of the complexities of the site is that it is split between the Halifax and Bedford plan areas, meaning that it has 2 zones and 2 community plan designations. So the southern portion of the site, which you'll see just here on the next slide, is zoned WCDD within the Wentworth Comprehensive Development District, and that's under the Halifax Mainland Land Use Bylaw, and it's designated Wentworth Secondary Planning Strategy. The northern portion is zoned BSCDD, so that's the Bedford South Comprehensive Development District, and that's in the Bedford Land Use Bylaw, and it is also designated Bedford South Secondary Planning Strategy. The site currently is still primarily vacant except for the existing Shanix office building that's on the corner of Larry Utech and Starboard, as well as previously mentioned, the construction of the lifestyle community that was approved through previous development agreements in 2009. The enabling policy for the site is CCI1 in both the Halifax and Bedford municipal planning strategies. Next slide, please. So here's an image that provides a bit more detail as to how the site is actually split between plan areas. So you can see that black line that runs down the center. To the north is the Bedford plan area, and to the south is the Halifax. So that means that the site has enabled policy from 2 secondary planning strategies, and currently it has 2 development agreements on it, and the development agreement boundary does sit on that same black plan area line. Both of those development agreements would need to be discharged if the proposed development agreement tonight for the entire property was approved. Next slide. In order to achieve the proposed development, amendments to the Bedford and Halifax MPSs would be required. So the amendments being proposed to Regional Council tonight include increasing the maximum building height from 6 stories to 12 stories on the site, increasing population density from 1,049 to 2,059 persons, decreasing the population allocation rates per dwelling unit type, and also removing the density proposed for this site from the rest of the Bedford South and Wentworth secondary planning strategies. Next slide, please. The enabling policy for this proposal is CCI1 in both the Halifax and Bedford MPSs. And this policy enables council to consider the proposal for the community, commercial, institutional, recreational uses in the urban residential designation that are not otherwise enabled by the applied zone. And council must consider the following in rendering their decision on the development agreement. So that list is considering the density on site, parking and loading, safe pedestrian movement, exterior building materials, maximum building height, community transportation, water and sewer service capacity, as well as environmental protection. Next slide, please. Now this is a concept map that is illustrating the proposed development as a whole. The details for each building might be difficult to see on the screen, but you can also see it as a Schedule B on the proposed development agreement, or for anyone following along with the documents at home, it's page 58 of the PDF package. So as you can see on this concept plan, the mixed-use buildings generally located closer to Lair UTech and the starboard street frontage, as those buildings are going to contain more of the community commercial and those recreation uses and amenities that are also open to the public. So the height, it is tallest over closer to Lair UTech Boulevard. That's where we see the 12-story building being proposed. And you can also see a few more of them adjacent to the existing school athletic field where you're seeing the 11 stories. And then it does transition down lower into the 3 to 6 story range as it approaches Fleetview Drive. So you can see the lighter blue buildings. Those are the nursing home style buildings, and those would be at 3 and 6 stories, as well as the purple apartment buildings down closest to the corner of Starboard and Fleetview Drive, which are also 6 stories. Next slide, please. Major aspects of the proposal include buildings ranging from 2 to 12 stories in height, a range of dwelling unit types that reflect a spectrum of housing needs, all the way from the standard apartment dwelling units that might have a higher level of amenities nearby, all the way to, as I mentioned, that like shared housing with special care nursing home level of units. A maximum density of 2,059 persons permitted on the site. We do have some central amenity building facing Starboard Drive that will house a handful of amenities for both residents of the community as well as the public. There's underground parking proposed for almost all of the buildings, as well as surface parking, as you can see on the concept plan. And then there's also some landscaping involved that has been regulated by the development agreement, outdoor walking trails, green spaces, gardens, again, all regulated in that DA. Next slide, please. So level of engagement that we completed for this application was a mail-out notification to nearby property owners and residents, on-site signage, a web page, and a public information meeting that was held on October 19th, 2023. As you can see there on the slide, we mailed out 729 letters. I received 15 individual calls and emails. There were 1,470 web page views during that period, as well as 17 attendees at the public meeting. Next slide, please. And feedback from that engagement period included concerns about increased traffic from the development that would negatively impact the street network. Also effects of an extended construction period on nearby property owners, potential flood risk on neighboring properties, increased building height generally, and also increased noise from ambulances accessing the site. Next slide, please. One of the changes made in response to the application based on public feedback was the alignment of one of the proposed private driveways within the development, realigning that to Frisian Court. There were some concerns from residents that lived on Frisian Court about being able to safely access their building. So Clayton made this adjustment and also put together an intersection review that was submitted to HRM to ensure that intersection would still operate within an acceptable level of performance. Next slide, please. As the site's already commenced construction under the existing development agreements, through the proposed development agreement, we split the permitted uses, built form requirements, and architectural requirements into two areas. So there's area A and area B. You can see those in attachment C of the proposed DA. Area A retains development requirements from the existing development agreements because that area generally has buildings that are already permitted and under construction or extremely far down that building design pipeline. Whereas Area B proposes new requirements based on the proposed plan amendments. So here for Area A, permitted uses, shared housing special care, townhouses, multiple unit dwellings, open space, community commercial, institutional, recreational, and accessory uses. Maximum building height of 8 stories, and then it pulls built form and architectural requirements mainly from those existing development agreements. Next slide. Whereas Area B, the permitted uses, similar shared housing, multiple unit dwellings, maintenance building, open space, community commercial, institutional, recreational, and accessory uses. The maximum building height in this area is 12 stories. There are some additional built form and architectural requirements included. Additional requirements for indoor and outdoor amenity space that's specifically for residents as opposed to residents and the public. Controls on private driveways and pedestrian walkways, vehicular and bicycle parking requirements, fire suppression infrastructure, as well as landscaping and lighting controls. Next slide, please. Now, non-substantive amendments. So a non-substantive amendment is a change to the development agreement that can be made without the formal public hearing. The development officer or community council is able to authorize these changes by resolution. So in this development agreement, the non-substantive amendments proposed are amenity space distribution across the site. So not the total, but where it is located. Requirements for parking, circulation, and access, landscaping, signage, and screening. Changes to any of the schedules to reflect a partial discharge of the agreement in the future, and commencement and completion of development dates. Next slide, please. And here we have the staff recommendation for council's reference. So the staff recommendation contained in the staff report was arrived at after a detailed analysis of all relevant policies in the regional and local municipal planning strategies. Staff recommend that regional council, and these numbers are from the staff report package, but adopt the proposed amendments to the MPS for Bedford as set out in attachment A of this report, and adopt the proposed amendments to the MPS for Halifax as set out in attachment C and D of this report. And further, staff recommend that Northwest Community Council provisionally approve the proposed development agreement to permit a lifestyle community development, which shall be substantially of the same form as contained in attachment C of this report, and require the development agreement be signed by the property owner within 120 days or any extension thereof granted by council on request of the property owner from the date of final approval by council and any other bodies as necessary, including applicable appeal periods, whichever is later. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be at an end. Next slide, please. And that is everything from me for now. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you, Megan. We'll use the chat. Any councillors have any questions of clarification for Megan? I see none. So we would ask for a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. A
Second.
second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle, I think I saw. So I will now invite the applicant, Andrew Bone and Heather Hansen, to provide their presentation. So Madam Clerk, would Andrew and Heather turn on their mic and their camera and they can address council?
Yep, they're present, and we will give them a 30-second warning when their time is close.
Sounds good. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
and wait for the presentation.
Absolutely.
Next slide, please. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name is Andrew Bone. I'm the Director of Planning and Development here at Clayton Developments. I'll be presenting tonight with Heather Hansen. She's the Vice President of Strategy and Brand at Shannix. Next slide. Clayton has been developing master plan communities since 1959, and approximately 1 in 6 homes in the metro area are one of our communities. The site we're looking at today is owned by Shannix, but Clayton is assisting them as we are the original developers of the Metro South community. Shannix is a premier builder of senior accommodation and lifestyle experiences. We're excited to have you review what is a world-class development unique in Canada. Next slide. The Bloomsbury site is approximately 36 acres and located approximate to Highway 102 and exit 2B at Larry Utek Boulevard, Starboard Drive, and 9 Mile Drive. The site can also be accessed by transit, sidewalks, and multi-use pathway. Since 2009, much of the site has been approved for a seniors lifestyle community. However, a small portion of the site was previously approved for a multi-unit dwelling. Portions of this site are currently under development as a seniors lifestyle community based on the previous agreement. For context, this site is about the same size as the St. Mary's University campus, a significant size. Next slide. The proposal is to enable an expanded lifestyle community from what was approved in 2009 agreement with a reasonable increase in height and number of dwelling units, approximately 1,000 units. The proposed buildings vary from 2 to 12 stories with varying footprints, with the majority having smaller footprints than typical for the area in comparison with multi-unit dwellings. The site is designed to scale down to surrounding low-density dwellings and integrate with the adjacent multi-unit residential and commercial land uses. The design focuses on several main buildings, primarily on Starboard Drive, which serve as a mix of seniors accommodation and significant on-site amenities and landscaping. The site is developed as an integrated campus to provide for the needs of an aging demographic. Next slide. The previous design and agreement underutilized the site and was of a low density given the scale of the site. The request for increased height and population has been designed in a manner sensitive to the surrounding area and is easily achieved on this site. To achieve this, 2 areas were identified to be developed similar to the existing agreement with lower building heights. The areas front on Starboard Drive and are adjacent to Fleet View Drive. Because of this approach, taller buildings of up to 12 stories can only be located away from the low density single unit dwellings located and be located primarily in the center of the site. Next slide. This map identifies area A in the light gray, which is the lower building heights, and area B in the dark gray, where taller buildings can be located. Next slide. The site can be easily serviced with sewer and water capacity previously installed by Clayton Developments. And this is the last major undeveloped site in the area. Next slide. Traffic was identified as a community concern, and we've provided several professionally prepared traffic studies covering the concerns to HRM, which have been reviewed and accepted by the municipality. While all developments add some traffic, given the demographics of the residents, the site is not expected to generate traffic of a level which would be of concern. Traffic from the site is expected to be mainly off-peak and lower than typical residential rates. Further, Shannix employees typically work in shifts and which are generally pre or post rush hours, thus not causing significant impacts. In addition, Shannix is intending to provide on-site shuttle services for residents which minimizes single car use. Next slide. The proposed development appropriately densifies a previously underdeveloped site with minimal impacts but has significant benefits. Aside from the typical benefit to increase housing supply, there's a multiplier effect when moving seniors from dwellings to specialized housing designed for seniors. When a single senior leaves a dwelling, it typically frees up the capacity of that dwelling unit for a family, approximately 3 persons, based on StatsCan figures. Other benefits include the provision of on-site services, decreased senior isolation, and allowing seniors to remain in their local community. Next slide. We're of the opinion that the proposal adds and integrates well into the surrounding area and is appropriate in the Bedford South Urban District Growth Center. Thank you for your time considering this amendment, and we look for your support. I will hand it over to Heather Hansen from Chanex and will be available for questions afterwards. Next slide.
Thanks, Andrew. Oh, we'll just go to the next slide. That's great. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. And good evening, Deputy Mayor. Good evening, Regional Council members and Halifax staff. My name is Heather Hansen. I'm the Vice President of Strategy and Brand for Chanex. And I'm really pleased to be here to talk about Bloomsbury, which is what we're calling this community. It's a lifestyle community located on Starboard Drive in Bedford South. So if we could just go to the next slide. Before we talk about the specifics of Bloomsbury, I'd like to provide you with some information about who we are at Chanex. We're a family-owned and operated organization with multiple locations across Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Ontario. Our company origins are in service and in care. We design, construct, and operate apartments for older adults, all-inclusive retirement living, assisted living, memory care, and rich care, licensed long-term care, and home care. This is our core business, but what I would say about our organization from today and into the future is that we're evolving. Last year, we launched a new 5-year strategic plan that has set the tone from where we are headed, Pardon me, next slide. We're motivated and we're committed to a new reality. People are living longer, and the idea that people retire from life at a specific age is outdated. That's why I'm happy to be here today talking about Bloomsbury. The first of its kind community also addresses some basic needs. Likely everyone in this meeting knows Nova Scotia has a growing number of seniors. Projections show that this continues to grow with the 65 plus population growing 25% in Nova Scotia over the next 20 years and 43% in Canada. And yes, I am talking about 65 plus. We often talk about seniors, we talk about older adults, but seniors of 20 years from now are in their 40s and their 50s. So they're living longer and healthier, and they want convenience and options. Next slide, please. Bloomsbury is the name of the community, a flagship development where purpose and meaning shows up in the design and the built structure and is fully complemented by our operations and the services we will offer. We have a vision to embrace the long, engaged, and contributing life. We are challenging ourselves and the partners we work with to create a longevity-ready society, and we're focused on the opportunities of this new reality. At Bloomsbury, there will be a variety of living and working options, a range of amenities, a range of suite types and sizes, memberships, outdoor spaces, retail services that pull the community together with things that we all enjoy, such as live music, theater, outdoor markets, and events. Next slide, please. I should take a moment to tell you about how we make decisions about the communities we create. On average, 80% of our residents come from within a 20-kilometer radius of where we build. We do the research to understand the demand in the area before we build. People want to stay in their community, even if their family home is no longer suitable for them. They don't want to move away. Bloomsbury is living well and making it easy for people to live well. We've spent a great amount of time to understand what people want, and then we're reflecting it back here at Bloomsbury. Lower stress living through lots of options and the freedom to choose, a social life built in, creating the best conditions for people to observe, connect, and participate on their own terms, health and wellness services, fitness infrastructure. We don't just design and build, we staff and operate. Oh, and we're invested in how our communities are developed. So, this community Next slide, please. So this community, I don't know, there we go, is highly walkable, active living built in, social spaces throughout, is community living by definition and experience. I should say that we're ISO 50001 certified, so we're considering and contemplating the environment and the environmental impacts. So
That's time.
10 minutes. Okay. All right.
Heather, if you'd like to just finish that last sentence, we'll let you do that. And
well, I think I was just going to say that it's welcoming for all. I was talking really about our environmental impacts, really, and I was hoping to focus a little bit on the on-site amenities, as I know that's really important in developing communities like these.
thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Heather. We will now ask if there's any questions of clarification from the members of council. I see no names in the chat, so we will now move to the speakers list. Members of the public will be given 5 minutes to address the topic. And when we call your name, you can turn on your camera and your mic, but Madam Clerk, I believe you also have a little instruction there.
Sorry, one moment.
I don't want to interrupt again, but I did write that I had a question for the presenter in the chat.
Lindell, it's not showing up. I am so very sorry.
No worries. I won't take it. I won't take it personally.
Oh, I hope not.
So I just two super fast questions for Clayton. So will all units within the development be for folks, seniors? I think 65 plus is what was recognized in the presentation, or will it also be open to others outside of the senior population? And also wondering if Rick Hansen certification has been a thought in development at all as well.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. We are actively looking at the Rick Hansen certification, actually, as well as the WELL 2.0 communities. So those are very much in the forefront of our minds for accessible communities. This is a adult focused community. It's 55 plus, although we all know that you cannot, discriminate on age by any sense, but it really will be for those folks later on in life and looking for not only the space of a new dwelling, but services to add on as needed. So that will be also embedded in the community as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I have now opened the chats much bigger so I can see if something comes up. So we'll now move to the speakers list. We have 2 registered speakers today. They're Josh Hagel and Catherine Dingle.
Yes.
Josh Hagel, are you here?
I am, Madam Chair.
Madam Clerk, did I miss an instruction there that you wanted to give?
Oh, I was just going to do the little speech that for speakers, we will promote you in Zoom, allow you to turn your mic and camera on. You'll leave your Zoom meeting briefly when this happens, and you'll reconnect with your controls available. Please leave your mic muted until the mayor calls your name. So I think we're good with Josh, but that would be cue for the next speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Josh, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Josh Hagel. I've been a resident of Ocean View Drive in the neighboring Crestview subdivision since 2011. Ocean View Drive was designed and constructed as a local street, and I'm speaking to you today to ensure that council understands that if this amendment is approved, through traffic will be added to my street. The MPS is clear. Local streets are to be protected from through traffic. I hope you've had the opportunity to read through my written submission. Policy MS7 specifically identifies that particular consideration must be given to traffic impact of Ocean View Drive. The last traffic counts in 2018 identified that Ocean View Drive had over 3,200 vehicles a day. HRM's design guidelines state that the local streets are to carry less than 3,000. As a resident of the street, I am confident in saying they are much higher today. The reason my street is operating in this manner is due to the enablement of Policy MS7 in 2014, which constructed 9 Mile Drive from Ocean View Drive to Larry Utech. As case 00753 was rejected in 2006, which would have completed the road network in my subdivision, Ocean View Drive is the only route to provide access to this newest connection point. The impact's been devastating. Over 1,500 more vehicles per day now utilize my street as a direct result. It's concerning given that just 2 years before the connection was enabled, staff testified at the appeal hearing, and I quote, "Fundamental within the MPS is a requirement to ensure that there is an avenue for through traffic to keep it away from local streets and the Bedford Highway." That was the rationale used to defend council's decision to protect Ocean View Drive in 2006. In 2016, case 20507 was brought forward by a different developer. It's nearly identical to 2006 rejected application. Now that my street operates as a collector street with over 3,000 vehicles a day that range from automobiles to transport trucks, the minister approved the application on August 6th after Northwest Community Council asked for a supplemental staff report on May 27th. I tried to appeal the decision, but the UARB denied my request as it has no authority over the minister's decision. Much of the staff rationale used to reject the 2006 application remains the same today, except my street now has over 3,000 vehicles a day on it. I've included many pictures and videos in my correspondence. After reviewing attachment E of the staff report before you today, it appears that policy MS7 was satisfied without including the impact to Ocean View Drive once again. More concerning is that the traffic study identified that 75% of the traffic generated by this development will use the Larry Utek roundabout. There was no professional opinion provided with respect to where the traffic would transition to and from the roundabout. The Larry Utek roundabout is the hub of Bedford South, and Ocean View Drive is the first street that connects to 9 Mile Drive, which is one of the roads that leads to the roundabout. This is not just a plus 55 living community, it's a campus that will be open to the public. You can see from the analysis I completed using Google Maps that Ocean View Drive will be the preferred route to and from many points in Bedford to this development. On July 18th, 2023, in response to an email I sent Councillor Oudhit regarding the traffic on my street, Traffic Services stated that my street is being used as a shortcut between the Bedford Highway and Larry Utek. To add to the traffic impact, the Bedford South School closed its drop-off and pickup loop for parents in 2019 due to the additional traffic. Parents must now park their vehicles on Ocean View Drive and then walk their children to school. It's chaos every morning and afternoon. Regional Council also voted against the deployment of the Route 91 on my street in 2019 to reduce the conflict between the bus and the parents dropping their kids off. Councillor Oudhit used the word dangerous to describe my street in a Facebook post to defend his decision. Last October, I attended the public information meeting about the Shanix development. I asked to have Ocean View Drive included in the revised traffic study. My request was denied. Now that the road network has been approved in my neighborhood, staff believe that the shortcutting rule used the collector streets to carry the through traffic. I disagree. My street has been used as a shortcut route for the past decade, and it's unreasonable to think that the shortcutting vehicles will now use the collector streets. You can see from the site plan that I've provided, Ocean View Drive and Royal Mass Way will continue to be the shortest route between the Bedford Highway and Larry Utek. The staff report for the Shanix development is dated July 25th, 2024, which is 2 weeks before the minister approved case 20507. That is no coincidence considering case 20507 went before Northwest PAC in 2021. Regardless, HRM and the developer have elected to ignore the impact to my street. HRM has no idea what the traffic counts are on my street today. They could be 4,000 vehicles per day. We don't know. There are 140 driveways and a school loading zone along this shortcutting route. When a local street in a subdivision has over 3,000 vehicles a day in which transport trucks travel, it's a planning problem. There is more development in my community to come forward, which will add traffic. This is a planning problem and no one will address it. They only want to add to it. HRM must upgrade Ocean View Drive and Royal Mass Way to collector street standards before accepting more development that will add traffic to my street. There is a reason why local streets and collector streets standards differ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh and Hegel, and right on time. Appreciate it. So, Madam Clerk, for our next speaker, Catherine Dingle. We're all set?
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Catherine Dingle, and I am living next door to this development on Larry Utek. I'm at 630 Larry Utek. We've been here for almost 9 years, and I'd have to say that this has been a horrible experience. That's why I'm here tonight, is that they seem to be, Shanix seems to be on the 20-year plan. They don't have anything finished over there. They have everything dug up And they're working all over the 30-something acres they have. But for 2 years, 2 straight years, we've had nothing but billowing clouds of dust covering our balconies. They would be the road, Tottingham Road, which goes through and around, is probably 50 feet from my balcony. And it's covered with dust. I can go out there and dust every day. The fine dust. I'm washing the screens constantly. It's a big mess for the tenants, the long-term tenants that are there. We have noise that starts very early in the morning when I try to leave the windows open at night, because we can't leave them open in the day. For example, they were cutting concrete all day today, and the gusts again of dust everywhere, that it's not safe to be breathing that in. So when I open it up at night and try to leave the windows open, even during the summer at night, in the morning we have they show up early, and we've got the beeping of the vehicles that are that you know drive. Every time they drive, they're beeping. We have the band saws cutting. We have really squeaky machinery. It's annoying, and it seems like this was supposed to be done at the end of this year and in the beginning of next year. But the little building that's 6 stories behind us, it's taken so long to get anything done. It's like there's a handful of guys over there that have been working on this, and it's very slow. And we'd like to see it sped up. We'd like to see that road, which has 1,000 vehicles going up and down it every day. It's unpaved, and we've got the dust, flooding all over our property. We'd like to see that paved. We'd like to see some asphalt. Like after 2 years, please do something. I guess I better get right to some of the issue here is that they want to increase the density. And right now, you can't get out of your driveway. We've been here for 9 years. It's completely different. If you're trying to make a left turn, you can forget it. And I mean, all day long, the traffic is unbelievable. They want to run a driveway to this building that they want to increase the floors on. I believe it was, they were allowed to have 6 floors. Now they want to increase it to 12. The driveway is very close to our driveway, and they want 2,000 more people. To add 2,000 more people to come in and out of this driveway. We can't even get out. In the past 4 or 5 days, we had a 4-car collision out directly in front of our building. We had each day following, we had all the fire trucks and the ambulance, because there were other accidents right in this area, somewhere close to the roundabout. And we won't be able to handle all the extra traffic. It's unbelievable right now. And I have to say, I suffer from heart problems, and I've been in an ambulance twice over the summer. And both times, once they were trying to take me to Cobequid with a heart, I thought I was having a heart attack, and once to the QE2. The traffic was dead stopped. I'm in an ambulance. I think I'm having a heart attack. And seconds, pardon me? Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. And the ambulance is at a dead stop on the highway. They couldn't go down the 102 because we have day after day. There's so much traffic on there. There's accident after accident. They say there's an accident on the 102. We're going to have to go the Bedford Highway, trying to get to Cobequid. And then on the other hand, when they were trying to take me to the QE2, it was the same thing. Stop and go in an ambulance. Huh. Yeah. And I just think that this is it's too much to add another 1,000 people to this mix is very unfair. It's a health and safety issue. We need the infrastructure. We need the infrastructure to be put in place first before we can start adding all these people. And we're essentially warehousing people by this kind of density. So I'm totally against adding more people to the property next door.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We're a little bit over time. We appreciate you taking the time to be here and glad that you are still here with us.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the applicant has 5 minutes to respond to any points that were raised by the speakers. Andrew Bone or Heather Hansen, would you like to make any response?
I would just like to first thank both of the speakers for their comments. You know, this is there. You'll have hopefully some good feeling that we will be opening one of our first buildings in November. The nursing home paving has begun. It is an active construction site. The 6-story building will be open this time next year. We are responsive to the neighbors. We have certainly been in touch with many around the area and notifying our neighbors as well about our construction activity. Certainly appreciate it is a construction site, however, and I think I would just say to councillors we will work and be able to, you know, we'll do as much as we can to make this minimize, I guess, the disruption. And we also are expeditiously working as well, because the demand is there. The first building is fully deposited. Seniors need housing, and it's fully deposited and waitlisted. So we do know this to be a required and needed service for our community, but certainly appreciate the comments.
As far as traffic goes, we've engaged a professional traffic engineer to provide several traffic studies for this site. One of them responded to a community request to realign driveway. The other one was the general study that was done in support of the application. Both of those were reviewed by HRM Planning and HRM Traffic, the NHRM Development Engineering, and approved as appropriate studies. All those studies determined that the impact would not significantly change the traffic in the neighborhood. The request from Mr. Hagel, or issue that Mr. Hagel had, we forwarded that to our traffic engineer when we became aware of it, and a traffic memo, I guess, reviewing his letter and reviewing the original scope of the studies that was presented to HRM was done, and the traffic engineer stood behind their recommendation or their analysis of the situation that was agreed to by HRM. As far as density for the site, this is a very large site, and this site could handle a lot more density. Just in comparison, a site that council might be familiar with is Richmond Yards in Halifax. That's a really urban site. This is less than a third of the density per acre of that site. So it's of a density that's appropriate in a suburban environment, especially in the Bedford South Urban District Growth Center. It's appropriate, and if not here, where? Because this site is immediately adjacent Highway 102 and an arterial and major collector road network. So.
And the only other thing we could maybe add to that is just about the actual driving of residents in our communities, which is obviously limited. Car ownership compared to other developments, off-peak travel times for those who would be going out and about in the community. And we also have a full transportation service as part of our planning on this site, and actually, like others, we have a history of that. So that offers a bit more, you know, just distinguishable difference between our development and others of similar size.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it does.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We will now ask for a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. A seconder, please.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn, I think I heard. Thank you. And so now I'll ask staff if they want to respond to any points that were raised by the speakers. Megan?
Sure, yeah, I can respond. So I guess the first point I can respond to is regarding the traffic. So, similar to what Andrew Bone was explaining, when we are making decisions and evaluating a proposal against policy when it comes to traffic, the tool that planners are generally using are traffic impact studies or assessments. So in this case, Clayton had submitted the traffic impact study, a couple of different versions after our engineering department required some adjustments to it. But submitted that. It was completed by a third-party traffic engineer, reviewed and accepted by HRM's engineering department. Ocean View was not considered within the geographic scope of that study. And again, their engineer has provided a response, saying that at a re-review that they did not see, a need to include it. And that was the same response coming from the HRM's engineering department as well, was that it was just without the scope. And while, understanding that the resident might be having some issues with the volume, that it was outside of the scope of this proposal specifically. There's not from what's been communicated to me from the engineering group, there's not a hard and fast rule for determining what the geographic scope is, but there are guidelines that are set out in HRM's municipal design guidelines that try to outline that geographic scope, being the, if the proposed development is going to have a significant effect for traffic volumes or transit, any of the provincial highways, intersections, interchanges are going to be significantly impacted. And in this case, the engineering opinion was that they weren't, or that Ocean View Drive wasn't going to be. I will also note some of the numbers that were provided about volume on Ocean View Drive. So I believe that the numbers provided, it was stated they were from November 2018. And Mr. Hagel referenced some numbers where volume was above 3,000 vehicles per day. So I will note, in discussing with our traffic department, Ocean View Drive has since completed a traffic calming program through HRM. So speed humps were installed along the local street. In November 2023, a study was done at 193 Ocean View Drive between Royal Mass Way and 9 Mile Drive. And it stated that both speed and volume on Ocean View Drive has been reduced. So from 55 kilometers per hour to 47 kilometers per hour, so under that limit. And as well has brought the volume down well under 3,000 vehicles per day. So it has actually reduced since that time within the past year and a half. And HRM is continuing to monitor, as a street that has gone through that traffic calming process, they are continuing to monitor the operations on it. And then stating the incomplete network that was referenced also in the correspondence. So that is, I feel like councils would be familiar a bit with the history of Paper Mill Lake and the development there, and the reason why some of the conceptual connections up to Hammond's Plains Road were never materialized. But Mr. Hagel did reference the Paper Mill Lake development being approved by the minister. I just wanted to clarify that that development has not yet been approved by the minister. So that August 6th date, that was when Paper Mill Lake was designated as a special planning area. But the actual development, I believe it's for 214 units, residential units, has not yet been approved. However, that proposal does include a connection up to Moores Mill Road. And the traffic impact study for that proposal has concluded, again, from traffic engineers, has concluded that that connection would alleviate some of the traffic volume on Ocean View Drive and other local streets. So I think that is, that's all about the traffic. Regarding some of the construction concerns, we always, when we have these big construction projects, it is common for neighbors to be having some concerns about the construction. So I would also remind Catherine, Ms. Dingle, that, we do have bylaws that regulate construction noise and, the dust control, things like that. So if there are concerns, that's another avenue that can be explored. I think that's everything for right now.
Thank you very much, Megan, for that very comprehensive response. We will now ask members of council, do you have any questions of clarification for staff? I expanded the chat frame. I don't see anyone there. Okay, we're good to go. Councillor Smith, are we good to go? Great. So what are the wishes of council? Is there a member that would like to put the motion, the first part of the motion on the floor, please?
Deputy, it's Tim speaking. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you,
I don't
Councillor.
think my camera is working. I have to be on phone this evening, so I do apologize. So maybe you're lucky that you can't see me. I'm happy to put the motion on the floor, and then I do have quite a few comments. So I'm going to move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the proposed amendments to the MPS for Bedford as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated July 25th, 2024, and 2, adopt the proposed amendments to the MPS for Halifax as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated July 25th, 2024. So moved.
And a seconder, please.
Second.
Thank you,
All right.
Councillor Lovelace.
And I think when we come to the second part, what we usually do with the DA approval from Northwest, I will speak to that, or if I don't cover it all in this time, but usually I think we get the chair or deputy chair of community council to do that, Madam Deputy. So I want to speak to this for a few moments because I'm actually quite excited about this project in the sense that it is the kind of projects that we've seen in other parts of the country and other parts of North America for seniors. I like the look of the buildings. I like how they listened to the public and moved the driveway, set the higher buildings back further, have amenities that will be available to the public and recreation. So I like that very much, and certainly that there is a need for facilities for those over 55 and those over 65. And I have no doubt that there is a waiting list and these will fill quickly. However, I am also very sympathetic to the comments from Kathy, and who I've spoken with a number of times over the summer about dust and noise, and also from Josh, who I've known for many years now, and his concerns on Ocean View Drive. I agree with him that Ocean View Drive remains unacceptable, although I'm pleased to hear that, God knows, I fought hard to keep bus service out there, to get speed calming in there. We're still trying to we've opened one of the drop-off areas into the school, the one on Southgate that's owned by HRM, that was reopened and changed and made safe at our expense. And we're still trying to get the school to open the other side. I am concerned that I've always been concerned about Ocean View Drive. I agree with Megan's comments that the special planning area connecting to the top of Moyers Mill will take some pressure off those cutting across Royal Mass and heading up Ocean View Drive. However, the big issue here that has to be done, the connection from Ocean View to 9 Mile had to be done. And I remember back in my first election in 2008, everybody in that street says we're trapped in here. When a tree came down, we were trapped. When there was a crime issue, we were trapped. They needed that connection to 9 Mile to get over to Larry UTEC. Everybody wanted the connection, and then once it opened, of course, people didn't want it because of the traffic and the speeding. The special planning area, I was very disappointed with staff, and I'm not usually disappointed with staff, but very disappointed with staff that they did not support the need to force the developer to live up to the development agreement from 29 years ago that said he has to build a connection over to the Hammonds Plains Road. It came to Northwest Community Council. My colleagues supported me by asking for a report on how to tie those phase 1, 2, and 3 together that would require the connection to Hammonds Plains Road and thus take pressure off Ocean View, Moyers Mill, and the Larry Utech interchanges, which, make no mistake, my friends, are at capacity and lined up onto the 102 at the end of the day. I am working to do what I can now. The developer went to the province, not happy with what I tried to do at Northwest Community Council, and is trying to get that approved. As Megan said, it hasn't been approved yet as a special planning area where they will connect using 9 Mile Drive and the Larry Utech interchange into 215 more single-family homes. I'm doing what I can with our MLA, with 2 ministers I've been in touch with, the Premier, 2 deputy ministers, the panel, HRM staff, candidates running to replace me, everything I can do to try to make sure that that connection to Hammonds Plains Road is required, in addition to a connection to Moyers Mill, to make this project more successful and people getting to and from it, and also to listen to people like Josh who were concerned about what they have put up with on Ocean View Drive for such a long time. It's kind of a separate issue, the special planning area and this project, but I did want to make sure that folks know that I am doing whatever I can to see if we can get that connection that was agreed to in 29 years ago in the DA over to Hammonds Plains Road, because that will benefit Josh and his neighbors and Catherine and her neighbors, and of course also help this project because people will have another way in and out if there is an accident on the 102 or problem at the roundabouts. So that is my rant, Madam Deputy. I will be supporting this, but I give my word to those listening that I'm doing everything I can with whatever little bit of influence and contacts that I will have to see what we can do to make sure that that connection to Hammonds Plains Road is made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oated. Any other speakers on the list? I don't see any. I'll give you a moment. Okay. Then a member would like to call for the question on part 1 of the motion.
Question.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Up to you for the votes.
Starting with District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Yes.
The mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
Or?
And District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
All votes complete, and that has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I would now ask a member of the Northwest Community Council to move the remainder of the motion. And the motion must be seconded by a member of the Northwest Community Council.
Okay, thank you. It is further recommended that Northwest Community Council 1 provisionally approve the proposed development agreement to permit a lifestyle community development, which will be substantially of the same form as contained in attachment C of the staff report dated July 25th, 2024. And 2, require the development agreement to be signed by the property owner within 120 days or any extension thereof granted by council on request of the property owner. But from the date of final approval by council and any other bodies as necessary, including applicable appeal periods, whichever is later. Otherwise, this approval will be void and obligations arising hereunder shall be found in end.
I'll second that.
Councillor Russell, thank you for the second. Councillor Lovelace.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor. So, you know, I echo Tim's Councillor Oathead's concerns, and you know, I just want to commend him for all that he's done. You know, a friend of mine recently moved away from Ocean View. The traffic was just absolutely unbearable. And so I want to thank the speakers tonight for coming out and expressing their concern. This, I think what Andrew Bowen said is quite true. This space actually, this acreage could be much more dense actually than what's being proposed. And, you know, being sort of the last bit of wilderness, not really wilderness, but the last bit of untouched, unserviced area is significant for this area, which has been building for a long time. You know, as Ms. Dingle said, like the dust, I mean, really from Larry UTEC all the way down to Starboard and down to Ocean View, the dust is thick with the amount of the development that's happening in West Bedford. I think we're on our third town of Truro right now. And there's no sight of anything stopping the Sandy Lake Special Planning Area is coming on board, as well as all the other developments. But the point about the traffic planning is clear. We have not done a good job in directing traffic. And I think it behooves staff to consider what is a collector road and how does, you know, a road change dependent upon the density. So I think that really is my message tonight on this is this area is suffering from over congestion, from lack of traffic control. And, you know, I do think that we need to acknowledge that, Megan. But that being said, I'm in favor of this. I think this is a great project between Clayton and Shanix. And, you know, I think this is the direction that we're headed in is extremely important because these units are needed, this housing is needed, and also this care is needed that Shanix provides. So I just, you know, I do think that more work needs to take place when it comes to traffic management and certainly access to transit and active transit in this community. So thanks everyone. Moving on, that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lovelace. There's no names in the chat, but Councillor Oathead, did you have any last comment on this one? You're still muted, just in case.
Sorry, I do just a few words. So Pam, thank you for your comments. I am committed, as I said, to do what I could do to try and get that connection to Hammonds Plains Road. The other thing, and I don't think people are aware of this, you know, on a couple of occasions lately, we tried to actually not approve things because of traffic congestion. I look at the example of the Hogan Court. I look at an example of Middle Sackville, and they were just simply overturned at the UARB. So, you know, if folks say we shouldn't be approving anything more because of traffic, well, we really can't do that, and we probably shouldn't. What we should be doing is not approving development, but trying to do exactly what Pam has said, is that we have to make sure that the infrastructure is better keeping up with this and looking at ways to improve that, and transit and roads. So just a little bit of clarification that how we would do about this, and how we would go about this, trying to go about this, but not through the DA. So thank you very much, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Councillor Oathead. Nobody's in the chat. We'll call for the question for the Northwest Community Council members only.
Question.
Thank you. So we will do this done by hand, Madam Clerk?
Correct.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Councillor Cuddle, I don't think you're on the Northwest Community Council.
Oh, whoops, no, I'm not. Just enthusiastic.
So let's do that again, just to make sure. The members of Northwest Community Council signify your consent by aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
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 Opposed, nay. That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. I think that's the end of our public hearing. And now we go back to our regular agenda. Thank you, Megan, for all of your work on this file. Thank you to our community members who were present, and thank you to the applicant as well. So now we're on 15.5. 15.5. Madam Clerk, can you just confirm that for me, please? That's where we are?
Yes, 1551.
Thank you so very much. And I believe Councillor Kent has taken this off of consent. So Councillor Kent?
Yes, thank you. I don't need to go through my whole spiel, but I will put the motion on the floor. 1551, just let me get to it here, 1551. So I move that Halifax Regional Council allocate $25,000 in the board's 2025-26 budget for the purpose of conducting a monthly independent community survey on policing. So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
A seconder, Councillor Blackburn. Thank you. Councillor Kent?
Yeah, thank you. I think I've said pretty much everything I need to, other than I'm just sharing with the public that this is a strengthening of the board's commitment to community engagement on a more structured way, being annually, and that would be outside of the municipal residence survey.
Thank you. I just did a little test in the chat to make sure that it hadn't frozen on me. So I do not see anybody there. We'll call for the question.
Starting with District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
There we go. Yes.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
Voting yes.
The mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
Yes.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For?
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
And District 10, Councillor Morris.
Voting in favor.
All votes complete, and that has passed.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to item 15.6.1, the less than market value lease and amending agreement for Northwood Home Care Incorporated at 409 Glenbow Drive. And Councillor Russell will be putting this motion on the floor.
Thank you very much. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the less than market value lease extension and amending agreement with terms set forth in the staff report dated July 4th, 2024 with Northwood Home Care Incorporated for the premises located at 409 Glendale Drive, Lower Sackville, and authorize the mayor and municipal clerk to execute the less than market value lease extension and amending agreement.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Russell.
Yeah, this is the Sackville Sports Stadium where Northwood has been leasing space, and they have basically an adult program that has been operating very successfully for a number of years there. They're a good tenant at the sports stadium. They are getting more and more incorporated into some of the programming at the sports stadium, which is exciting to see and hear about. And I simply would ask for all of your support for this motion. This is a good fit for Northwood to be at the sports stadium, and I'd like to see them continue with this for the foreseeable future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? We do have Tara Legg and Marcia Connolly here, just in case from staff there's any questions, but seeing none, will we call for the question?
Question?
Starting with District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
Voting yes.
Mayor's not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Hensby, your vote? And you're muted. I don't know if he's frozen.
He's not usually up this late.
Hold on. District 2, Councillor Hensby, how do you vote?
Affirmative. We just froze there briefly on the VPN. Back on.
Yeah, no worries. I had a feeling. District 3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
Voting in favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
Yes.
All votes complete, and that motion has passed.
Thank you very much. Now move on to item 15.7.1, which was passed on consent, which was the request to include 5450 Russell Street, Halifax, in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality. Madam Clerk, should I read the motion out? Is that required?
No, that's not required. We're on 15.8.1 now.
Great. So 15.8.1, Councillors Russell and Blackburn, municipally run events and annual event calendar.
Thank you.
Russell.
Yeah, I'd like to put the motion on the floor that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to write a staff report that, 1, creates a policy or framework that provides clear criteria and the rationale for determining which significant events should be included in the annual municipal event calendar and be managed either wholly or partially by the municipality. 2, conducts a full review of the current annual event calendar and propose changes to the existing events based on the new policy and framework. And 3, investigates and propose methods of support for significant community-led events such as the Sackville tree lighting ceremony. Support could include, but not be limited to, funding options, in-kind resources, insurance provision, promotional assistance, and streamlined permitting processes to help facilitate these important community events.
And a seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you. So the genesis of this is the Sackville Christmas tree lighting, which has been an annual event. It's been going on for years and years and years, operated by the Sackville Business Association. And it's a fun event that 1,000 families roughly have enjoyed. We've done counts of population who have attended, and it's somewhere between 2,500 and 3,500 people. We used to gather in the Sackville Library and Acadia Hall parking lots on Sackville Drive, and there was a temporary stage set up, and that was absolutely jam-packed. And there was one community group there that was serving hot dogs, and another one was serving hot chocolate with ice cream that you could put in it, and it was great. A lot of community support. A little bit later on in the evening, the jolly old elf himself, or a reasonable facsimile, would arrive in a fire truck, make his way through the crowd, and we would have the countdown, and the Christmas tree would be lit. While the community was gathering, we would also have one of the local bands, usually the Josh Lake Band, regale us with a bunch of their Christmas tunes, and it was phenomenal. This has gotten to become a very successful and a very large event, drawing people from a number of communities. Sometimes local to Sackville, and sometimes a little bit further afield. And it's become so successful that the Sackville Business Association is looking for some assistance in running the event. And so we reached out to we reached out to HRM Events, and we were looking for assistance with that. And the HRM event staff has limited resources, which is understandable. And so they've had to make hard decisions about which events they can work on. When we discussed the events that they were working on, they were looking at regional events instead of community events. And they classified the Sackville tree lighting as a community event. So what this motion is asking for is trying to understand what that means, what a regional event is and what a community event is. And so I'm looking for the criteria that is packed around that. Once we have the criteria that defines what are regional events and what are community events, we can look at the HRM event calendar, or staff can look at the event calendar and determine based on that criteria which events would make sense to have on that, what changes should be made. It hasn't been reviewed in 15 years. So it's about time to have a look at that. And explicitly at the end of that, I'd like to see the Sackville Christmas tree lighting weighed against that criteria and see if it now has a place on the set of community events that HRM Events has in their calendar. That's really the essence of this motion. So I'd appreciate your support for the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Russell. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And yes, some of the community events have grown over the years and gotten bigger and bigger in scale. And the question mark is, at what point do they become more of a regional event versus a local community event? I can tell you, for instance, the Lake Echo Lions to do the Christmas tree lighting and fireworks display now is building over the last number of years. We've been doing the tree lighting for over 25 years now. But I can tell you another bigger event is down in Lake Charlotte where we do the Christmas tree lighting there by Memory Lane and Weber Store and big fireworks display. And this is all done by community volunteers. But they get hundreds and hundreds of people up to this event because it just gathers people from the Eastern Shore to this big, enormous tree lighting event. But the question is that more and more of these events are costing money. They're not getting the sponsorships or the local volunteers as they used to have. I can say that the Clam Harbor Sandcastle Day started off 44 years ago as a community volunteer initiative, but the municipality took it over about 15 years ago because the Recreation Association that started it just ran out of volunteers. And the thing, the event got so large and so big, it's probably the #1 biggest event outside of Natal Day in HRM. And so I think that's one of the examples that HRM took this event over and became regional, which started off as a community event. So as we hope that our community spirits grow and grow and grow with their local events and celebrations, hopefully we can find a way to support them better. And the question is, how do we do that? You know, talk about parades and everything else, you know, getting parade permits and having, you know, security guards and stuff, you know, policing costs. Those issues, they get a little expensive for parades, but we got to find some way to assist these community events. Perhaps there could be some operational assistance or perhaps some incentives for tax savings for people making donations to a civic events fund for a tax receipt from the municipality. If they show pride in their community, if they want to give money, why not try and get a tax receipt in some sort for that? So I look forward to this report coming forward and like to hear more thoughts from my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hensby. No other speakers are in the chat that I can see. And so we'll call for the question.
Question.
Starting with District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Absolutely in favor of this, yes.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor.
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
Absolutely.
Our mayor's not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Counselor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Counselor Smith.
For.
District 9, Counselor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Counselor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Counselor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Counselor Stoddard. Counselor Stoddard present.
In favor of the motion, sorry about that.
Perfect. No, that's great. All votes complete. That motion has carried.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to 15.8.2, Councillor Mancini, Special Care Shared Housing Planning Strategies.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Put the following motion on the floor that the Regional Council direct the CAO to review regional municipal planning strategy and all applicable secondary municipal planning strategies and land use bylaws and engage with the relevant provincial departments to assess the scale and location of shared housing with special care and return to council with a staff report. So moved.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Kent. Thank you very much. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Kent. So in 2022, Regional Council adopted amendments to the municipal planning strategy to allow a region-wide approach to shared housing, including housing with special care. And so the intent of that amendment was quite good. But then all of a sudden in District 6 of one of our subdivisions, deep in the subdivision, an organization that does drug rehab for men, bought a facility and deep into the subdivision. And it was quite odd, a location. Wasn't near any amenities per se, very little transit. And so many of you on council know of the Freedom Foundation in Dartmouth North, and I know them very well, the mayor and I and Councillor Mason and others, strong support. So there's similar type of organization. So I reached out to them and I said, is this a location that's appropriate for this type of facility? And they were quite puzzled at it. Freedom Foundation is in Dartmouth North. It's in a residential community. Residential communities are very good in support of this type of care for recovery, but it's also, they told me, very busy. There's a lot of coming and going. They need to be close to amenities such as, AA meetings and getting their methadone for some, transit, and the list goes on. And there's a lot of activity at the Freedom Foundation, Dartmouth North. It's close to the bus terminal, it's close to the library, it's close to the community center. And the activity level that's so high is really doesn't get noticed because it's so busy. So they thought it was an odd place too. So we reached out to the province of Nova Scotia. I'm not an expert in this area, so I reached out to the Department of Mental Health and Addictions and engaged with them. And they also thought this was an odd location to be very deep into a subdivision. It turns out they were desperate for a location, and this home became available. So they purchased this more based on the need of the facility versus what's the ideal situation to help the men there in their care. So my motion here today is not to oppose, shared housing. I mean, I think that's the intent of this, they changed the amendment. It's this type of facility, and we're looking for some expertise in where it should go. Right now, the province of Nova Scotia is now helping that organization that came into District 6 to relocate to a more appropriate location. In my opinion, it should be, on places like Roby Street, where this organization once was. It should be on places like South Park Street. It should be on places like Caledonia Road or even Waverly Road, where I live, is a more appropriate location than deep into any subdivision. So the motion is making sure this doesn't happen to other locations, other districts. Also, we want to make sure that they're situated so it gives the people in the care the most chance of success. Now, I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, this is typical NIMBY, it's not my backyard. Well, there may have been some of that initially, but once we dug into this and explored further, really this wasn't an appropriate place, and I don't think any place is appropriate that deep into a subdivision. So the motion is about dealing with the experts, getting their expertise and advice from a political perspective, and then also identify where are these types of facilities best located. So I hope that you support this motion so this work can be done. And my only question might be at this point in time, I don't know if the CEO can tell us if this motion passes, any sense of when this would come back, if you could share with us, Madam CIO. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. That would depend on the response with respect to the consultation with provincial government departments, I would say. That piece of it would be somewhat outside of our control.
Yep.
We would certainly make best efforts, though, to get this done quickly.
Madam CIO, all I ask is best efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Thank you, Madam CAO. I see no other comments in the chat.
Except.
Oh, you just popped up, Councillor Russell. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm curious about the definition of special care in this one. Would we have to define what the different types of special care are? Councillor Mancini has certainly talked about one type of special care, but where we are seeing facilities where there is shared housing with special care, it could cover any number of things, and some of them may be appropriate to blend into a residential neighborhood, and others may not seem to be appropriate. So I'm just wondering if we would break that down.
So I'm not sure if there are any staff here who wish to speak to that, but the definitions for what is considered under the category of special care would not be arising from the municipality. Again, that would be something that is defined through the province. And I think the first step for us, you know, is to inform the province that council has passed this motion, assuming it's passed, and see if there's a willingness to engage with us on discussion around this topic. And then to discuss, okay, what does the scope of that look like? Because depending upon how homes for special care is defined, that is going to influence what are the relevant departments that we need to consult with. The province may also very well come back and say that housing of any sort is a priority, and we don't think we want to have a discussion on this at this time, right? So I think we need to consider that that's a possible outcome too, but we won't know what the response is until we ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini is up to close, but if I may be indulged a comment or a question. So my worry about this is just when we think about homes for special care and we think about small option homes, so that are 3 persons or less, or maybe even a group home, but group homes traditionally these days are no more than maybe 3 plus a respite bed. And so I would be really concerned that there would be some limitations then on small option homes. And in my previous career, I ran a group home in the community of Wolfville. And I remember that back in the day, it took a lot around how we would be accepted into the community and stuff. So I wouldn't want to go back in time and say yes to something that really isn't the intention, I'm sure, of this motion. But so that's my only concern. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was debating just voting against this and not really saying anything, but I feel like this, I mean, we're always going to have challenges with folks who imagine the worst when these sorts of uses are coming into their community. And, you know, almost always it does not pan out that way. Certainly going out door knocking, I've run across a couple that I didn't even know were there, right? Until I came up to the door. Like I think the one in Creighton Park, a small one. So I'm not inclined to support this because I feel like we've been through this kind of discussion. And I was just going to vote against it, but then I was sitting here because I know it's Councillor Mancini's had a bit of a live issue in his area, and I'm inclined to kind of support him, but in the end of the day, I just kind of can't on this. So I'm going to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm going to be voting to support this, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. Similar situation for me in North Beaverbank, where a home was purchased and turned into a treatment facility with no consultation with neighbors. Not that that is required, but a simple knock on the door goes a long way for sure. But there were real concerns about the use of methadone in the facility and that sort of thing, and really there was no place to get information about what was allowed, what wasn't allowed, and really no way to answer residents' questions. So I look forward to seeing this report come back. I'll be reading it from someplace else, but certainly I think there's some valuable information to be gained by going forth with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn. Councillor Kent.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that Councillor Mancini brought this forward, and I think one of the things that I encourage folks to remember, I look forward to seeing the report results, but things to think about is that we often say in the chamber, when we're talking about people with addictions, when we're talking about people with extraordinary, unfortunate circumstances, that we need to think about empathy and compassion. And I don't know about you, but the importance of getting the right location is critical in these situations. We have residents in areas where I'm pretty sure we have all read emails and had phone calls that did not display empathy and compassion around some of these issues. And frankly, the folks that have this kind of challenge deserve careful consideration about where homes and support services are placed for their best interest. It's hard enough, I'm sure, to live the life that so many of them do, where they're often looked either down upon or scrutinized by or judged by. And despite the fact that we wish they didn't, placing them in an environment where that is likely to happen, I think can cause more harm, more victimization than is intended when decisions are made hastily to find a solution. And I think that I just want us to remember that. I'll probably mention that again when the report comes in. But I think that's why I'm supporting this. We have talked about, I've seen with my work that I did with Transition House Association, with domestic violence shelters, those shelters would be another example of where people don't see the good that's happening in a situation where otherwise they would probably talk on the street about how domestic violence should end. But yet people that might be in these support services situations are often judged. And I would hate to see that happen when we could think more diligently and more respectfully about what the needs are of the clients and people that would be living there. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Kent. Councillor Mancini to close.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Austin, don't worry, if you don't vote for this, I'll still send you a Christmas card. Well, I'll send you your wife and daughter's a Christmas card, maybe not you, but that's okay. Deputy Mayor, crystal clear, please. We're not talking about small option homes. I mean, without question, they're welcome. And I think Councillor Kent said it quite well. Where do we a rehab facility like this, where should it be located so that the people that are in their care have the most chance for success? That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about, there's other small option homes that would fit in here. Councillor Austin, at the end of your street, there's a home, a group home that I know of that's been perfect, right? I've been there and it's a non-issue. You would drive by, you don't even know that it's a group home. So those types of facilities fit into most communities. This is a little bit different in the type of treatment that takes place. It has to be in the right place, as Councillor Kent said, for success. And that's what I'm talking about. And I welcome those other types of homes into the facility, into the community. That's what I'm speaking of. So I hope you support this when it comes back from, we want to speak to the experts though, right? You want to talk to people that are clinically experts in this. And when I spoke to them leading up to this, they all agreed that that was the wrong location. These are types of deep into a subdivision is the wrong location. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for the discussion, colleague.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. We'll call for the question.
Starting
Question.
Starting with District 14. Councillor
Voting in favor of the motion. Thank you.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deepa Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
Against.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Mr. Carr, for you, Austin. Yes, I'm voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
Or
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Sure.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
Yes.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor.
And District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
All votes complete. That has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Item 16 is motions. Do we have any motions?
There are none.
Thank you so much. I think we'll go to added items before going to in camera. So our first added item here is 18.1, Halifax Water, Cogswell District Energy System, the non-mandatory zone. If we could have a member of council to begin the motion. I'm not sure if there's a presentation.
I would move it if I had it, but it wasn't on the agenda and somehow I missed it.
I can move that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 authorize the Halifax Regional Water Commission to operate the Cogswell District Energy System within the non-mandatory connection zone as depicted in Figure 2 of the Halifax Water Report dated April 28th, 2024, in addition to the existing mandatory connection zone. 2, request the mayor to write a letter to the province of Nova Scotia requesting legislative amendments to the Halifax Regional Municipality Charter and Halifax Regional Water Commission Act to A, expand the boundary of the Cogswell District Energy System to include the non-mandatory connection zone depicted in Figure 2 of the Halifax Water Report dated April 28th, 2024. B, authorize the municipality to pass bylaws with respect to both the mandatory and non-mandatory connection zones. And C, extend the application of Halifax Water statutory limitations of liability to the provision of incidental businesses, including district energy services.
A seconder, please.
Second.
Councillor Mason, thank you so much. Councillor Russell. We say that we have Kendra McKenzie available and Peter Duncan. Councillor Russell, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything on that. I will leave it to the experts at Halifax Water and Councillor Mason.
Councillor Smith, you are first on the list.
thank you, Deputy. So super quick question. I think this is a good news story, seeing that There are properties outside of the boundary of Cogswell that want to connect to the district energy. So I'm wondering, because I don't understand the operation and the engineering of the district energy that we've currently proposed, just is there any impact on capacity? Are we sure that there's enough capacity with the current facility as it's been discussed to handle if more properties want to go into it? Just trying to understand that aspect of it, but definitely support this.
Well, welcome, Kenda McKenzie, our acting general manager at Halifax Water.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes.
And through you to the councillor. That is a very good question. And there's been, as you can see, some interest in expanding the district energy system. And our staff are in the process right now of doing the design of what the district energy unit that would provide the ambient heat to the mandatory boundary and to the future boundary. And so one of the factors too involves ultimately what HRM will approve for an NPS to find out, and land use bylaw to determine what the final potential density could be in that area. But right now, we do not foresee any concerns with providing an expansion to that service in this boundary.
So thank you. That's helpful. And maybe you might not have an answer to this. It might be a later on question. So say that a property outside of the mandatory boundary wants to connect. What is the infrastructure needs to make that happen? Like, is it like putting a pipe in? Is it you connect to current infrastructure and the district energy? Like, how does that connection happen if you're outside the area?
Okay, so part of what we're doing right now within the mandatory boundary, the piping's going in as part of the Cogswell project. And as interest grew for outside the mandatory boundary, piping had to go up Cogswell Street. And so HRM front-ended that. Once this boundary is established, it will be no different than any other servicing boundary extension. So if there's a desire and ability to consider services outside of either the mandatory boundary or what is proposed as the non-mandatory boundary, there would have to be an amendment to the service boundary for district energy. And then physically, the pipes would have to be installed by the developer or the land developer, or the agency looking to expand the service. So it would be treated similar to water service extensions, wastewater service extensions that council sees rather frequently.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Kenda, there's a question from Councillor Hensby. Is there a way to see the map to show the zones? He doesn't have to the VPN.
Okay, I don't know if I have the ability to share my screen or not, or if the clerk is able to, but on in the board report, there is a color graphic to show that.
Yeah. I think it's on page 205.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, are you able to bring that up for us by any chance?
Just bear with us.
Okay. Would it be okay if we went to Councillor Mason for his comments while we wait for the map? Councillor Mason?
I will, Kenda, you do have access to share now if you'd like to share your screen.
Oh, great.
Let me see if I can maneuver this. All right, so hopefully you're seeing a map.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So the red would delineate what is currently the approved mandatory boundary that's within the bylaw noted in the charter. And then the blue purpley color is what is proposed as an extension to that boundary.
Thank you very much, Kenda. So Councillor Mason.
Just wanted to say, having very quickly perused the report once I found it, this is really exciting because I know of several potential developments there. Like the response for this has gone from, oh, that could be a good idea. Though interestingly, it's good to see Scotia Square there because I know Terry Dorian and Crombie have been big. He's been a big one of this all along. But more recently, newer developments or potential developments, when told that they were adjacent to the district energy, have said, "How do we get into it? How do we get into it?" They're all very excited. It's a huge change in what they want, what they're hearing from the market that they're selling or renting into. So, in fact, I think it's pretty obvious that there'd be a lot of interest in the lands around Centennial and the police station as it goes. But I'm also interested. It was also good to hear from you, Kenda, about the potential application for expansion because there's other stuff on the other side of Cogswell, like the Staples property that's been intermittently for sale for redevelopment that I think probably would be interested as well. But this is nothing but a good news story, and it just goes to show how much things have changed in the last 10 years. That when we started this journey, people were skeptical, and now they're lining up at the door. And I think that every single megawatt that's there is going to get used pretty quickly. So it's great to see. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Hensby, did you have a question beyond wanting to see the map? No, you're good. Thank you so very much. Then triple checking that there is nobody else.
Madam Chair, it's Tim.
Oh, Tim, did you have your
I just very quickly, I thanked a whole lot of people earlier today and a whole lot of departments and groups and whatnot, and I neglected to mention Halifax Water. And since Kenda is still with us, I want to thank her predecessors, so many incredible people that work with stormwater and maintenance and whatnot, and fresh water with Halifax Water that have been so helpful to me over the years. So I meant to mention Halifax Water. I forgot, but they have just been absolutely outstanding to deal with and to resolve issues with. So many thanks to you, Kenda, and to your team. We'll miss you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will pass that on to staff, and we're going to be missing you as well as the other outgoing councillors and the mayor. So thank you.
Thank you, Kenda. So we'll call for the question.
Question.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Over to you for the vote.
Yes, starting with Councillor Russell, District 15.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
In favor?
Mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes, voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
All right, for the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Voting yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
All votes complete. That has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Kenda, and thank you, Peter Duncan. As a switching hat for a minute, as Vice Chair of the Water Commission, I will say it's a pretty momentous time. So thank you very much for all of your work. I appreciate it. So our next added item is 18 points. Oh, I'm going to find this again. 18.2, Councillor Smith, the Richmond Yards Building RA Affordable Housing Units. And I believe we might need to have that motion in the chat, Madam Clerk, where it was an added item.
Yes, we'll add that in.
Can I read it? Okay, great. So, and I think it's also added to the agenda items. Folks want to see
Yeah, Councillor, it's just Councillor Hensby has lost the VPN, so he doesn't have that.
Oh, right. Yes. Okay, cool.
Thank you so
All
much.
right. So So the motion is that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report to initiate a process to consider amendments to the Regional Center Secondary Municipal Planning Strategy to establish a site-specific development agreement policy for Richmond Yards Building RA on 6016 Almond Street, PID 0005181, to provide for 2 additional stories in a tall mid-rise built form subject to the following requirements. 1, the development shall consist of no more than 12 stories and meet the requirements of all tall mid-rise building under the Regional Center Land Use Bylaw. 2, the building shall be designated in a coordinated way with the rest of Richmond Yards development. 3, development shall complete the active transportation connection from Clifton Street to Roby Street, located between Almond Street and St. Albans Street. 4, the development shall provide affordable dwelling units within the 2 additional stories in accordance with CMHC funding. 5, the development shall meet all other applicable requirements of the land use bylaw in the secondary municipal planning strategy, and follow administrative order 2023002 ADM respecting public participation for planning documents, certain planning applications, and engagement with abutting municipalities for the required public participation program. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Second.
The seconder, please.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Stoddard. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to put this forward. And there was a little bit of work needed to be done on the back end and with staff. So this is why I kind of came late minutes. So I appreciate staff's help on getting this forward too. So the property owner of Richmond Yards, and again, if you're familiar or not familiar, it's the large development that you can see from almost from every angle of the city that's on Almond and Roby Street. And currently they provide 105 units that are affordable under CMHC funding. And what the property owner is asking is if they are able to get the additional 2 stories in order to provide around 30 or so more. And the reason that they need to do the 2 additional stories is through the funding. And I might get some of this wrong, but in the nutshell of it is with CMHC funding, there's like a point system, there's an application process, and your application has to meet pretty strict criteria, but also performer requirements, and also you have to show that your building will be viable to continue that affordable housing. So part of what was the feedback from CMHC is that they would need to add some additional units to make that point system. And that's why they're asking. And we received a letter, and colleagues, you might not have it, but there is a letter from the national director of CMHC who wrote in support of this back in May of 2024 of us to allow for the additional units, because this is the application that they want to see forward. And so with that being said, like, I'm happy to answer any questions, but this is a request for a staff report. It might take time, but the reason why we're doing it this way too is that it is time sensitive with the funding, and they're asking to be able to meet the deadlines that are required. And even the letter from the national director also mentioned that there is some tight timelines if we don't try to get this done sooner than later. So happy to answer any questions or comments from members, and yes, support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. I do not see any names in the chat. I'm going to look for some nods there, so we'll call for the question.
Starting with District 16, Councillor Oathead.
I made it. In favor.
Mayor's not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
Favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
All votes complete, and that has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We're going to go to notices of motion before in camera. Are there any notices of motion? Hearing none. So we can now go on to our in-camera portion of our meeting. Would anyone like to test
move.
any of the in-camera items?
I'm going to try a lot of them. I'll do the in-camera minutes.
Thank you very much.
There, yep, moved.
Seconded.
Was there a seconder? Sorry.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh, we got all kinds. I'll take Lisa. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye, or do we have to
Aye.
do
Aye.
the call there, Madam Clerk?
The show of hands.
Visual of
Aye.
hands. All those in favor, aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Motion is carried. Thank you so very much. That is 17.1.
I think the info item, Madam Chair, probably the person who pulled that forward wants to talk about it, so I would skip to 17.3 and test council if I may.
Certainly, please do so.
I move that Halifax Regional.
Nope. Go ahead.
I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential staff report dated September 10th, 2024, and direct the private confidential report be dated September 10th, 2024, be maintained private and confidential.
Seconded.
Huddle is the seconder. I saw that. Any discussion on this motion? Call for the question.
Question.
All those in favor, please signify by saying
This
aye.
one does
Oh.
need a recorded vote.
This one needs a recorded vote. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Starting with District 1, Deputy Mayor.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathit.
Voting yes.
And the mayor's not present. All votes complete, and that has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
I'm
Are there any,
happy to add 5.
you'd like to test 17.5, Councillor Lovelace? Thank you. Please go forward.
Okay. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated September 20th, 2024, and 2, direct the private and confidential report dated September 20th, 2024 to be maintained private and confidential.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Cuddle.
Sorry, are we doing 17.5 or 17.4?
17.5 is what I heard Councillor Lovelace read.
Thank you.
17.5. Oh, are we all good? Okay.
Call for the question and a recorded vote.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Starting with District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
In favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor's not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
All votes complete. That motion has passed.
Thank you so very much, Madam Clerk.
I can test 17.4.
Okay, is there anyone that would like that to go in camera? Please go ahead, Councillor Morris.
Okay, I move that Regional Council adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated October 1st, 2024, and direct that the private and confidential report dated October 1st, 2024 be maintained private and confidential.
Second?
Seconded by Councillor Blackburn.
Stoddard.
Stoddard.
Stoddard, thank you. Sorry about that, Iona.
No, no problem.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Madam Clerk?
Starting with District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor?
District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For?
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
In favor?
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor?
District 12, Councillor Stoddart.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
Mayor's not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
All votes complete. That motion has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I believe now we will entertain a motion to go. You want to
I'll
talk one
test.
more, Councillor Mason?
Yeah, 17.6, let's try it. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private confidential report.
We want some discussion on that, please.
Can we
All
do
right.
that on camera? Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. We will do 17.6 in camera.
Good try. So good try.
Well, I'll make a motion to go in camera then.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor
One was, we're also
Second.
discussing 17.2, aren't we? The camera as well?
Yeah.
Yes, 17, we will go in camera for 17.2, for 17.6, and for the information item.
At Bedford, let's not forget about Brookline.
And for 15.1.3.
Yeah. Councillor Outfit requested a big camera for that discussion.
Thank you very much. 15. 15 point, could you confirm that for me again, please?
15.1.3.
Thank you. And Councillor Mason made the motion for us to go in camera. Do we have a seconder for that?
Second it.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby. We'll see you in our Teams meeting for the in-camera portion.
Yep, just a reminder to members, you need to exit this meeting and join the in-camera meeting. Madam Deputy Mayor, a few more people are just coming in, but we do have quorum, and we're prepared to take the screen down when you are ready.
I think we'll wait for everybody to come back as it's the last moments of this regional council meeting.
Yeah.
Madam Clerk, we're doing.
Sorry, we're also just aware that Councillor Kent is having difficulty joining back in. Looks like she is back. Good.
Okay. So just to confirm, we're doing 15.1.3 and 17.6. Those are our only two items.
Yes, that's correct.
And adjournment after that. So if we're all here, we can go back.
Madam Chair, I thought we're also going to allow Wade Mason to make some comments. Everybody else who made remarks that are leaving this council. So Wade did not have that opportunity earlier today because of other obligations.
We did not do that for Councillor Lovelace. We did it for those that were not reoffering.
Councillor Lovelace did make remarks as well.
In acknowledgements, yes.
Community event, community acknowledgements is what we did.
Yes. Yep.
I am fine at this late hour foregoing any acknowledgement or long speech. Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Good. So, Madam Clerk, are we
do
all
have
back?
everybody in, yes.
And are we live and recording?
We are live and recording, yes.
Well, there you go, and welcome back to anyone that has waited patiently while we were in camera. Thank you very much for your patience. We're returning to public, and the agenda item that we are on is 15.1.3, inclusion of a pump track within Parkland and Brookline Drive in Bedford. And I believe Councillor Outhit or Councillor Lovelace will be putting this on the floor.
If Pam would like to, that's fine.
Sure, I can do that. As soon as I find it. 15.1.3, Madam, no.
Yes.
15.1.3. Okay, great. Just want to make sure we're all on the same page. I move that Halifax Regional Council direct Chief Administrative Officer 1 to proceed with the siting of pad ready area and initial site preparation for the development of pump track within the Brookline Drive parkland as outlined within the staff report dated September 19th, 2024. And 2, to include the Brookline pump track. The Brookline Drive pump track is outlined in the staff report dated September 19th, 2024 within the 2025-26 capital budget for consideration by Regional Council.
So, second, Tim.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outhit. Councillor Lovelace.
Awesome. So just very quickly, I want to thank staff. I also want to give a shout out to former Councillor Peter Lund, who was involved way back when, 2010, and the young students of Kingswood, who actually pushed HRM to continue to work toward building some kind of community asset for teenagers. And now that Brookline subdivision is up and Broad Street is there and HRM has this land, this is a great opportunity to finally move forward with creating this wonderful pump track, which will be enjoyed by so many. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lovelace. Councillor Outhit?
No, I'll just say I second what Pam says. I'm glad to see this going forward. Glad I was able to contribute to it, and look forward to seeing it. And if things fall apart, I'll be back to haunt the next council, and I'm sure none of them will want to see me. So hopefully we'll go ahead without hitch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Outhit. Seeing no further comments in the chat, will I call for the question? Madam Clerk.
Starting with District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Yes.
District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
Voting in favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion.
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
Voting in favor of the
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
I think I'll support it. Thanks.
The mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
All votes complete. That motion has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll now move on to item 17.6, which is a property matter. And I believe Councillor Purdy might want to put this on the floor.
I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, adopt the recommendations as outlined in the private and confidential report dated September 25th, 2024, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated September 25th, 2024 be maintained private and confidential. So moved.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby. Comments? Call for the question.
Question.
Starting with District 5, Councillor Austin.
In favor.
District 6, Councillor Mancini.
Voting in favor of the motion.
District 7, Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
District 8, Councillor Smith.
For.
District 9, Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
District 10, Councillor Morris.
Voting in favor.
District 11, Councillor Cuddle.
In favor.
District 12, Councillor Stoddard.
In favor of the motion?
District 13, Councillor Lovelace.
Yes.
District 14, Councillor Blackburn.
voting in favor of the motion.
District 15, Councillor Russell.
In favor?
District 16, Councillor Oathead.
Voting yes.
The mayor is not present. District 1, Deputy Mayor Deagle Gammon.
Voting in favor.
District 2, Councillor Hensby.
Absolutely affirmative.
District 3, Councillor Kent.
In favor.
And District 4, Councillor Purdy.
Voting
All votes complete, and that motion has passed.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And if you will indulge the chair for a moment, we will have a few words from our CAO, Kathy O'Toole.
Thank you, and this will be brief. On behalf of the administration, I really want to thank this mayor and this council. It's unfortunate the mayor is not here tonight, but I'll be having my regular meeting with him tomorrow morning. But I want to thank this mayor and council on behalf of the administration for the service that you've given over the last 4 years. And unless you're inside the organization, you don't really appreciate truly the level of commitment, the level of collaboration, and the effort that goes into serving the municipality as an elected official. And we appreciate what you've done, and we wish you, all the best in your next endeavors, whatever they may be.
Thank you, Madam CAO. And if I could take a moment just to say it's been an honor and a privilege to be on this Gender Parity Council and to be Deputy Mayor with Mayor Savage, who is the most impressive politician I think I have known in my lifetime. So we call for an adjournment of this last regional council meeting of this term.
So
It's
moved.
my privilege to move it. Hey, you're not District 4 there, Wade.
I forgot. Sorry, Lorelei.
Congratulations.
So
Well
moved.
done, everybody.
Yeah.
Well done, all.
Your privilege.
Thank you, staff.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.